What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is... What is it? Sunday, July 20th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, even higher risk tonight, but potentially higher reward. I don't know. High risk, low reward. I don't know, chat. I don't know what's going on. Or whatever the simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. All right, so I've been hearing a lot of different things about, you know, people either reacting to the Medhi Hasan appearance on the nameless thing, the clickbait channel. You know the one I'm talking about. And whether they were totally able to do it with no problems whatsoever. And they're like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Of course we're gonna watch. Like, we're Costco guys. Of course we're gonna react to Jubilee. And then some other people saying they killed me. This is like the ghost of my this is my 5th reincarnation. They like destroyed me and my I don't know, chat. I don't know what happens to you. I know some of you have mentioned that you've watched this on previous channels. Which channels? Because it seems like I keep on hearing that the Serfs has got like the method down or something. The Serfs are were the Serfs able to respond to this? Was Hasan able? I haven't seen shit from Hasan. Is he on a... I know he's got family stuff going on. He had family stuff. I haven't seen the Medhi stream yet. Was it about Palestine? It's about a bunch of different things. Just no problem, Snarwell by nature. So you're talking about maybe something like... No. Something like this? I saw Chris Kunstler try to react to the Jubilee once, and his live was immediately taken down. Hasan is on a break. What? Hasan does not do breaks. But no, I do think he has got some family stuff going on right now. I think his brother's getting married. Brother married? Come on. No, just kidding. You think I'm gonna... I don't understand the Costco boys phenomenon. Hey, they're Costco men. Big justice. Big boom. When I saw them on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, I knew our culture was cooked. There's so many signs of that, but you're not wrong, Wesley. Like, I'm just imagining if my... Like, so, like, look. I'm not gonna get on Big AJ for his parenting or the questionable, you know, what the deal is with, like, have you adopted the Rizzler? Is the Rizzler your son now? Oh my god, chat. I also feel like the lighting's not quite right, is it? Do we need to turn up the lighting? Does this work? Boom, boom, boom. Come on. Okay, can I go down? Can't go down, I can't go up. Can we make this be... Come on. No, I think we're at top lighting. Unless... No, we can go down. Can we go up? We cannot go up. Okay, I'm gonna have to use natural lighting. It was Murat's bachelor party. It's such a weird thing. Bachelor parties. Yeah, so I'm not trying to get on Big AJ for his parenting choices. I'm not a parent, and my sister is, so I kind of know how difficult it can be. But God damn it, if my dad had done some shit like that, like here was my dad's deal. Like, right, he was a runner and he ran his like legs into the ground, his knees specifically, like his joints are now suffering for the marathons that he ran when he was younger. And some of them with me in tow. Like he wanted somebody to run with, right? And like my sister wouldn't do it. So he's like, hey kid, you're coming with me for a run. And I'm like, oh, okay. The other kids are playing outside and doing kid stuff, but I guess I'm going to learn running. I'm going to get into cardio now. Is that what's going on? And I don't know. You know, I mean, I liked hanging out with my dad and stuff, but I wasn't super into the running. But he got me, the way that he got me to do it, right, was with a bribe. And the bribe was this: for every 1 mile that I ran with him, right? Because, you know, you can't really make a kid run past a certain point.
Will
you know what I'm saying?
$20. Red heart, red heart, red heart, people hugging.
Red heart, people hugging. Thank you for the super chat, Will. And thank you for reminding me I'm supposed to get the super chat goal up. I don't know how people do this stuff. Butterfly. I guess that's what I'll give you. Is a butterfly if we hit the super chat goal. But that's like, thank you for the super chat. Well, let's see if I can pop this out. Get that URL and actually put your super chat on screen where it belongs. But yeah, like I was saying, my dad, like he would bribe me with freaking donuts, which is, when you think about it, right? It's like the whole benefit of running gets undone really quickly, like with a few donuts. And no, you do not burn off 450 calories in a mile. You burn off like 150 calories if you're lucky in a mile. I don't know, 200 calories? What do you think, chat? What's the going rate of calories per mile in running when you're a little kid with bad form? Like 70 calories? Wait, what's 70? Wait, it's probably like 70? Oh, how many calories you burn? Yeah, you don't burn money at all. You do not burn, yeah, the more inefficient you are with your form, the more calories you burn. So strangely enough, the better you are at an exercise, the less you're actually burning. But anyway, I do it for donut. I did it for a donut. I ran like 3 miles to get 3 donuts actually, which was a bad idea. So wait, is the Rizzler now a Costco boy? I don't know. I mean, he kind of is. Like, he's always with them. And so that's why I was like, yeah, it should have been like $1 a mile. I mean, could he have bribed you with fruit smoothies? God damn. If he had only known about fruit smoothies, I don't think he was aware. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to put this up here like that. But what I'm saying is that if my dad had, instead of doing that, then like, we're gonna go to Costco, all right? There's this thing called TikTok. I've tried YouTube, I've tried Justin TV, I've tried all this stuff. I never got famous, but you're gonna help me get famous now on YouTube. We're gonna go to so we're gonna go to Costco and we're gonna eat, like, these things are worse than donuts, aren't they? The double chunk chocolate chip and the what is it, the chicken bake? Like, that's gotta be worse than donuts. I don't know, chat. That's gotta be like 500 calories for each one. He gets, no, that's what he did. He wasn't trying to say, like, you know, 1 mile, here's your donut. Like, he didn't have donuts in his exercise shorts or something. He just, you know, he would, like, the deal would be that after the run, we'd go to the grocery store and I would get a donut for every mile that and he was good for his word. I mean, he wasn't lying to me. He didn't try to, like, he probably should have tried to, like, I don't know. Like, but anyway, what I'm trying to imagine though is if it hadn't been about running and if it had been about TikToks instead, and if like eating the snack food in question was a question of was about making the content, I mean, I'm guessing they take a bite out of the chicken bake and then they maybe, do they throw it away after that? Because they're eating a lot of chicken bakes. They're eating a lot, like, they're doing like multiple takes. That's like multiple, I don't know, chat. I used to hold my parents hostage to perform skits for them. My sister did that, yeah. Not just my parents though, everybody that was over. Family, friends, everybody would be a hostage to my sister in her theater. Her theater of cruelty. She commanded, like she was Antonin Artaud himself, right? Which was pretty amazing. But no, I think what she'd do is she'd watch cheerleaders and she'd try to kind of do what the cheerleaders did. But she would just like, she didn't really understand how cheers worked. So she would be like, we go team, we will win, we will be the champions. And if anybody was like not excited or not, and she'd be like, don't look bored. She would seriously tell them, don't look bored. Like she would, you know, and when she said don't look bored, you knew not to look bored. Did we see the Bosco burlesque? Wait, what is Bosco burlesque? I mean, if Jeb had only had the energy that my little sister had, instead of saying please clap, he would have commanded those Republicans. He'd basically be like, clap right now, or your families are all getting hit with drones, or I don't know. He'd use the military-industrial complex to threaten them into submission. Like there's saying please clap, and then there's like saying you will clap in a way where people know that if they don't clap, I need to watch that sometime. Yeah, Drag Race. I've got how many seasons to catch up with now? Oh wait, I'm still trying to do this. Wow. Oh, good thing the $20 super chat lasts for like extra long time. Will, there you go. Finally, you had to wait a long time to see your super chat come up on stream, but here it is. Yeah, thank you for the hearts and thank you for the hug. And thank you for getting us started tonight. Yeah, we're at 20 already, so that's a good thing. What else is going on? There's actually a lot going on. I just saw Queeman light up aristocracy. These are strange days, chat. How the fuck am I on the same side as this guy? It's so weird. I think what it is that there's some kind of contrarian meta that commentary people do, and you know, part of the reason that they take the side of genocide usually is to be contrarian, right? Because they see everybody who cares about the issue being like free Palestine. They're like, I'm gonna say that the Palestinians need to Native American the fuck out of there. Haha. Like that's how you be Destiny. That's how we get Destiny, right? Somebody is contrarian enough, and I'm almost thinking that like what Queemon's doing is like a contrary squared. Like it's a contrary is Iridios? She's still active.
Angela D. Super chatted $5. I watched the Medhi debate and I must say, white people be tripping.
You're not wrong, Pendulous Dragon. I should offer more of a defense for us, but I can't. Your viewpoint is unassailable, and thank you for the super chat. Just watched it before you came on. Nice. It's gonna get even weirder on Medhi Hasan. So that's the question, chat. All right, so what do we have so far? Hasan is on break. He's on Twitch anyway, right? So they tend to get away with anything, including watching kitchen nightmares or you know, whatever they want to watch, right? But oh yeah, what did I say? I said I was gonna make the light happen. Let's make the light happen. Yeah, so anyway, next level contrarianism. But yeah, Queemon, I think he was talking about, somehow he was talking about, was he talking about Willie Mack? I'm trying to remember what that video was even about. But yeah, aristocracy comes up, you know, and he's just like, just kind of like lets her play, lets her cringe be self-evident, and it is self-evident, it always has been. Okay. I hope the third Hasan stood his ground. How is Medhi relegated to the third Hasan status at this point? Well, anyway, I'm scared. I'm scared if it's gonna go on. But yeah, I mean, aristocracy apparently still exists on Twitter, and I don't know. Queemon was showing was showing clips from stream, and like, I don't know if apartheid anime girl, like, would I see it if she was back on Twitch streaming? Would I even notice it? Probably not. Unless I'm somehow like still subscribed to her, unless I was so like subscribed to her like back in the day and somehow still am and just haven't noticed it. Apartheid anime girl was in Caseytron's chat asking about some lies Diddy Dan made on Twitter. Okay, so she's still a mover and a shaker, it sounds like, which was honestly where she shines, because she sure as fuck is not a good streamer. Yeah, Clap or Alf. You gotta threaten them with Alf. That's how it works. She chased off by Bad Empanada. She did seem to hibernate. Well, no, okay, so like there's different platforms, right? You all understand this, right? There's different platforms. I think she may have stopped existing on YouTube, and maybe kind of didn't, like, it's like she's retired her VTuber. But maybe she's still streaming. Yeah, maybe she's on Kick. Maybe she's on Rumble. Maybe she's on Cozy, and that's not as crazy of an idea as it sounds like. But yeah, I wonder if she's in Ethan Klein's Victims of Bad Empanada. 100% Rave. 100%. And like I was saying, so where does she exist? For sure on Twitter, right? She's still very much on Twitter, and the same usual suspects. That's like the circle, and it's a much smaller circle. Her circle used to encompass, like, you know, most if not all of Twitch politics, and now she's a very niche thing for, you know, the people that are still the hangers-on of the pro-Israel, you know, let Israel defend itself community. Thinking of becoming a text-to-speech VTuber? That sounds like fun. I mean, chat, I still have both of my VTubers. I just have not brought them out in forever. Including the cursed one, yes. The cursed one is here too. Pendulous D with the super chat. Is that Wario behind you on the shelf? Wait. People want me to say Waluigi's name? Is that what I'm hearing? I have a little bit of a Midwestern accent, chat. When I say lawyer, I say lawyer. All right, and when I say the other character's name, I say Wario. I hope that's okay. Is that acceptable? A Midwestern pronunciation? I hope you're not, like, are you populating some kind of like a NCC AI thing with, like, I don't know. What would be the game to get me to say Wario? And is the game still afoot, or is this just a random request? Wario, I believe his name is Wario, right? He's a very worried sprite. But yeah, no, she's absolutely in that bad victims of bad empanada cope Discord. I can almost guarantee that. She still exists on Twitter. You know, the people that are still in defense of Israel, like, right, she's still cool with them. It's just like everybody else that she's kind of and she doesn't want to, you know, she doesn't want the attention that she used to get, right? Because if she did, then those clips that Bad Empanada put in his video way back would come back, right? And those would look, the shit that she said was racist. It was so racist that even at the time when the majority of Americans, at least, and most probably Europeans, had more sympathy for Israel than for Palestine, right? You know, if you ask them a silly question, like they do these polls where they're like, who do you have more sympathy for, Israel or Palestine? And it's like, I know what you're getting at there. That's not really the question. Of course, you've got sympathy and empathy for human beings. Some of the human beings are being victimized and some of the human beings are victimizing them. And, you know, like it's not like your empathy and your sympathy don't go along the lines of somebody's nationality, hopefully. But I get what they're probably trying to say is like, you know, do you perceive, you know, this nation or as being, you know, the oppressor? But yeah, even back when everybody's like, oh yeah, obviously Israel, the Palestinians are a bunch of crazy terrorists and we can't support them, right? Even back then, or when nobody was even talking about this issue, right? Before, you know, October 7th, right? You know, this was when Bad Empanada showed clips of her talking about Palestinians and talking about essentially great replacement theory for Israel, right? Just and the stuff she was saying was so fucking racist that even then, you didn't even see somebody like Vosh, who was very much, you know, very much defending Eris, very much like, you know, accusing, I guess, Bad Empanada of being against her for reasons, for anti-Semitic reasons. I don't think Vosh even defended what she said in those clips. Remember, I say lawyer? Yeah, I think I say it like that too. Lawyer. Although when I talk to my sister, she says lawyer. Lawyer. Yeah, there's no room. That's what she. I mean, there was a bunch of stuff that she said, right? And this is the whole thing with aristocracy. As long as she remains like a niche, like Twitter profile that will occasionally go on Twitch to do, I don't know what it's like a what do you call it when the band gets back? It's like a reunion stream. Yeah, it's basically a reunion stream, right? Alexander, thank you for the super chat. She'll do, yeah, it feels like a reunion stream, and it's not so much like, I mean, she's one person, right? So there's not like a reunion on stream, but it is a reunion of like all the worst people of Twitch poll, all the you know, people running botnets, all the people doing harassment, all the people, you know, the movers and shakers, people trying to rat fuck people behind the curtains, right? They're there. We need to sing. We need you to sing the 30 Rock song from the rural juror. The rural juror. Am I saying that right? No, I literally don't know. Like, people are trying to get me to say the name of like Waluigi's, I guess, partner in crime the other day. You'll act like it's not pronounced lawyer. Yeah, I mean, that's how I've, you know, that's the proper way to pronounce it, I think. But yeah, there's some kind of shit. What do we have here going on with Willie Mac? Yeah, Willie Mac and Bad Empanada. Willie Mac put out a video. I didn't even see it a while ago. I think it's mostly like, haha, Ethan's suing you. Wait, let me take a look. Oh my god, Katamari. Let's see. So yeah, Willie Mack was fucking around with a lot of people. Wait, let's see. Where's the last thing that he posted? Oh yeah, it's literally called The Victims of Ethan Klein. Oh god, he's trying to like turn it around. I see. So yeah, Creator Clash, Anissa, I don't care. Denims is bankrupt, I don't care. Denims has 2 IQ. I think she's got more brain cells to rub together than you do, Willie Mack. Willie Slop Show. Casey Tron is still stealing. Yeah, that's what happens when a femoid. The femoids, they do be streaming. And look, when our boys are streaming, they do be reacting, and that's okay, because they react hard. All right, they're putting in a hard day's work. They deserve their money. If you even question it, if you even bring up the idea of deplatforming, then it's as if you have killed their unborn children or something. You have put their unborn children into a blender and turned those kids, said fuck them kids, and turned it into a smoothie, right? That's the way that they act. That these fuckers have the right to like all of their fucking money that they're making, right? But if a woman is doing the same exact thing, oh no, she's stealing content, she's freebooting. Did she go to the bathroom? Oh my god, chat. Did Frogan pee? That's a huge scandal. You're supposed to wear a diaper, don't you know? Otherwise, you're stealing. So Casey Tron crashes out. I'm sure she does. There we go. Crimes of Bad Empanada. Yeah, it's the last section of that. That's the only section of this Willie Mack video that might be of interest to us. And I've got that on, I think, the bonus content for today. So if you're interested in that, actually, what is winning on bonus content? What stays winning right now? Oh yeah, it's Willie Mack versus Bad Empanada. How did I know, chat? Oh, it's so close. It's so close. It's so close, chat. We got Willie. Wait a minute, chat. I feel like people. We got one chat that's counting towards the butterfly goal. I feel like it should be 2 at least. Pendulous Dragon. Okay, wait. Okay, it's Pendulous. Yeah, it was your. Okay, I see. That's the one that counted. All right, so yeah, that's the teal super chats, right? That count towards this goal. The blue super chats do not. I think the breakdown of that is somewhere around 350 is where it turns teal from blue. And of course, Will already super chatted even before I could get that up. So we'll just consider that the butterfly goal is actually at 2 out of 10 instead of 1 out of 10. Because it's less embarrassing that way to have to admit that I did not get that up soon enough to give the proper credit, right? The proper credit to those who support the stream. And I always try to do that. So thank you, Will. Thank you, Pendulous. Thank you, Alexander. But yeah, what do we got going on right now? It's kind of like a tie almost between Willie Mack versus Bad Empanada and Francesca talking to the Majority Report about Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. International man of mystery. Jeffrey Epstein. And then we also have, yeah, the legal mindset allegations. He responded to Alex Novell. And I might do this as a standalone stream. In fact, I'm trying to figure out still what to do.
Pendulous D, super chatted $5. It's all good, my friend.
It's all good, my friend. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for letting me know that it's all good, because sometimes I wonder. I'm really wondering right now, chat, if it is indeed all good. It sounds like at least one streamer was able to circumvent the black magic that Jubilee is enacting on this platform with simply the use of a GIF. And I've got a GIF myself. I've got several GIFs. We got several. The only thing I'm wondering is, do they like copyright claim by sound? Nothing beats a Jet 2. Oh my god, why do you want me to say that? Wait, I don't understand. Chat's trying to get me to say stuff but it sounds like you're advertisers or something. Just hit me up on YouTube for a brand deal if you're advertisers.
Super chatted $5. Hello from the Democratic People's Republic of Minnesota, Rob.
Yo, hello from Waltzland over there. And thank you for the, oh my god, what happened to Imaginary One? Are people like losing their accounts? Is YouTube just, oh my god, YouTube's going crazy, chat. Because like that's the weird thing is I keep on hearing people say that they, like the Vanguard, right? That's who I'm thinking of. The Vanguard tried to cover this. They were only able to cover, I don't know, like 5 minutes of it. It feels like it was very short. Their coverage, right? And yeah, the same thing happened to them as like always happens to me. But Narwhal, are there any other techniques that I should know about? Are there any other techniques that were employed by successful dodgers of the jet? It's a TikTok sound. Okay. Yeah, YouTube Auto DMCA, pretty much. I mean, I don't even know what it is. He put Jubilee in his video title, and they didn't get him. Okay, so in the title is not Dead Domain Watch the Same Debate. They did not claim them for sound or at all. Okay, they changed the video only. The Vanguard, yeah, it got shut down after like 5 minutes. That was crazy. I feel like, I don't know. Do I have being in Thailand though, do I have like does Agoda have like an exclusivity on me? Am I even allowed to like, you know, or maybe trip.com? Am I even allowed to advertise other travel services? Oh my god, how dare she pee? How dare Frogan pee? You're obviously supposed to piss in the basement drain while your wife goes out to get pizza without you. Well, chat, I don't have pizza today, but I do have something really interesting. Anybody know what this is? Now, it is like, I think maybe one of the last of the season, which sucks, because I didn't realize that this thing was in season. But this is one of my favorite things. One of my favorite things to eat right here. Anybody recognize this? You were in the Vanguard chat for that? Destiny? Oh yeah, God, we should cover that. That's actually an interesting story. Destiny was in the Vanguard chat, so he and his trolls might have mass reported. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Medhi absolutely cooked. Well, I hope we get to watch this. It looks pineapple, chocolate. Oh, chocolate's a good guess, actually, because chocolate does have, the actual chocolate itself is like the seed of a fruit. And it has like lots of, yeah, custard apple. Correct. Some people, jackfruit, but tiny. Oh, kind of looks like that. Yeah, I could see that. So yeah, this is a jackfruit, or sorry, this is a custard apple, AKA an alligator pear. That's probably why they call it an alligator pear right there, AKA a cherimoya. And yeah, it has these little seeds in it. And it tastes like a, let's see. It's like a mixture of maybe a pear and a pineapple and a mango and a avocado. Yeah, it definitely tastes that mango in there. God damn. Unbelievable. And it may be the last one I get to eat for a while. I just didn't realize that the season was so... It's kind of brutal, chat. Like, I think what happens is that, like, a lot of things, they grow during the hot season, and then they stop during the rainy season. And we are now in the rainy season. Cherimoya is the name I recognize. It's a fatty jackfruit, yeah. Have you ever tried a pawpaw? Wait a minute. I feel like a pawpaw is similar, isn't it? Or is a pawpaw a sapodilla? We used to have absolute feasts on custard apples and prickly pear fruit. Nice. What is the texture? The texture is soft, but it's a little bit grainy. You know how a pear is grainy? It's kind of like that. It's like almost a mixture of the texture of a, I mean, it's definitely not crunchy like a pear, but like if you let a pear ripen properly, which I've never understood why people don't, right? Well, the one thing that I learned from my mom that was really, really good, because I learned a lot of bad things from her, like slamming cabinets. That's not a good thing to learn. You shouldn't slam cabinets. You got to communicate with people. You can't like just be mad and slam cabinets all the time. But like one of the good things that she actually taught me was that for a pear, you got to let that thing ripen up. And look, it's taken a little risk because yeah, some pears get moldy, some pears get nasty. There's a very small window between it being fully ripe and it being a little bit off, a little bit alcoholic. But yeah, she was always like, no, you got to let it go. You got to let it go. This thing needs to turn brown and then you could eat it, right? And she was right. She was right. I do not like eating pears that are not quite ripe. Although I know a lot of people do. A lot of people will just eat a pear like an apple. And it's like, okay, then eat an apple. Two reasons that I can't get into here. I giggle when I hear the word custard. Oh my God. Custard, like, yeah, a little bit. Pawpaws taste like pear banana mashup. Yeah, it sounds very similar. You have a choice of delicious winter fruits. What? Are you sure about that, Rave? I was told that like late June, I think, was peak durian season. And also longan, yeah, they're harvested in winter. Yeah, soft fruit is way better. I think so too. I like to get my, until I moved to Thailand, I was a complete fruit snob, and the snobbery was towards a ripe fruit, right? Unripe fruit was just something that I was like, well, that's a failure, right? Because the fruit, you could have let it ripen up. What about pear sauce, like applesauce, but for pears? Ooh. Yeah, you could let it ripen up, but you didn't, right? You had a delicious thing, a thing that had the potential to be delicious, and yet you ate it before it was at its most delicious. That's a failure. But in reality, it's not. I think I was wrong. All right. Fruit is a many splendored thing, and many fruits are completely different when they're not ripe. And they serve a different function when they're not ripe. Like mangoes, right? If you're eating a mango, chat, if you're eating a ripe mango, you're going to be hard pressed, or I'm hard pressed at least, to eat more than like one, or like if I'm starving, maybe two. Maybe if I was just eating like, you know, mango sticky rice as a meal, I could maybe put away 2 mangoes, but that's the maximum, right? It's just, it's a very dense, very rich kind of fruit. But when you get the mango before it's ripened, right? When it's either sour mango or it's turmeric style mango, which is it's the form that I prefer. It's right there in between. Yeah, really good mangoes. Yeah, so how many mangoes can you even eat? Like, not really, like, unless you're going to be on an all fruit diet, which I'm not recommending here. You can't fry a ripe tomato. I've never tried. I mean, you could fry it in a cheese, like, what do you call, like a grilled cheese sandwich, but that's not the same. Yeah, what about lemon curd? How do you get lemon to curd? I don't know. I love mangoes, but they're so rich. They're so fucking rich. So yeah, there's like a limit to how much you can enjoy them. But if you get it in the form where it's not ripe yet, then you got these, you cut it into spears and you just munch on the spears. Maybe you even dip the spears in some salt, sugar, and hot pepper mixture. And you can just kind of munch those like all day long. And it's not even that many calories, right? It's not, it hasn't produced that much yet. A pawpaw or prickly pear? Wait, so pawpaw is the fruit from the cactus. Lemon does the curding, to be fair. It doesn't get curd. Pears cooked in chai sugar. Oh my god, that does sound really good. Wait a minute, I think my mom used to make those. She didn't think about it as chai. To her, it was, what the fuck? It was some kind of dessert that she made. But yeah, it tastes a lot like, like, I think it's the same like she would cook, what was that stuff? She would make something during Christmas time, and it was like, yeah, it was almost like a masala. But like she doesn't know what, this lady doesn't know what a masala is. Like she's very, in fact, she's kind of weird, my mom. When I started eating more curry and stuff like that, like, you know, more Indian spices, she was like, ooh, I don't know if you want to do that. And I'm like, why not, Mom? And she's like, well, you know that people from that part of the world have a certain kind of smell, and I think it's kind of because of what they eat. My mom was being like, was expressing some really weird food racism towards Indian people, and like encouraging me not to eat curry. I don't know. I mean, like that's but yeah, she was basically making masala on the stove every winter. In fact, I don't even know how it's different. That what she was making is almost identical to some masalas that I've like some chai masalas that I've had. I think I'm trying to remember what she did with it. Was it just for the smell of the house? Or was it maybe she made it and like added it to apple cider or something? I think she added it to apple cider. Poached pears and cinnamon sticks, star anise, cloves, and warm spices. Yeah, curry racism is crazy. Yeah, it is. I had a roommate too who was not a big fan of whenever I would cook anything curry, anything with like, you know, cumin, turmeric. I think it's the turmeric he really didn't like. I think that's what got to. I don't know though. But yeah, cumin, coriander. Wait, what else? I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, mustard. Oh yeah, I put a lot of mustard in it too. I don't know. I hate to say, but I'm a food racist towards British food, yo. Curry racism is crazy, and it's way too common. It's way too fucking common. Obsessed with peach mango tea? Oh, I used to get one that... Wait, was it peach mango, or was it like... Chili mango or Taijin mango slices are so nice. I don't know if Taijin. I don't know if I've tried that. Pomegranates are a pain in the ass. M85. I feel like there's an easy way. Do we get those? I wonder if we grow pie. I wonder if we grow Oh my gosh. I found the lemon. It did not make a noise, it was silent, but thank you nonetheless for the... Wait a minute. That's a super sticker. Oh my god, my thing doesn't know the difference between super chats and super stickers. Either way, chat, we're 3 out of 10 on the super chats. Let's just say that that's 4 out of 10, right? Because there was a super chat before I even got that up, so... Yeah, it's the thing that always reminds me to put the butterfly goal up is when somebody super chats and I realize their super chat is not getting counted. But we'll count it in our heads, okay? Just remind me, when we get to 9, that's butterfly. When we get to 9, that's butterfly. Okay, so I feel reasonably confident that we can proceed with a stream on YouTube covering our subject matter, which is, yeah, Jubilee, my fucking nemesis, chat. My fucking nemesis. I've been taken down more times by Jubilee. I've gotten it more shit from Jubilee than any other, than even fucking Vosh, right? The Vosh people were trying to get me banned. And yet they just did not have the clout that... Can you imagine, chat, if Vosh's channel had gotten to 1 million before Destiny's channel? That, like, they might have been able to do the same thing as Jubilee. Just shut people down. Shut down criticism, right? Because they were trying to do this shit. The Vosh network were trying to shut down criticism, yeah, with DMCA bullshit before even before Ethan was doing it. Oh my god, I love this tea chat. any of you can get this. You could probably get it on Amazon or something. It's called 3 Horses tea. I think it's a Thai tea. I mean, most of the writing on here is in Thai. Some of the writing is Mandarin, I think. Oh wait, is that in Japanese too? But yeah, I think the origin of this tea is Thai. But yeah, 3 horses. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. And I'm still trying to identify this tea. It tastes. I'm thinking green, right? I'm thinking it's a green tea. But it kind of looks like a white tea. And it doesn't taste like a green tea either. Like, green tea has this just like, I don't know, there's a distinctive like flavor to green tea. There's like a thing that it does to your mouth, and it's not doing it to my mouth. Not very jubilated. We're about to get jubilated, I hope. Chat, if it doesn't work out, right, if something fails, I've got 2 possible courses of action that we could take. Either we could try to move the stream to Twitch. 1 in chat if you got a Twitch account. 2 in chat if you do not have a Twitch account. I want to see if this is a possibility, because I don't know how this is gonna go. I've got somebody telling me that 1 channel at least was able to watch this fully, I think, with no issues. I know the Vanguard definitely were not able to watch this. We think that we've got the precautions in white tea is so good. That's why I'm thinking it's white tea, right? Because it doesn't have that it's so weird that all tea is the exact same species. Yeah, Camellia sinensis, I believe it's called. Yeah, well, it's okay, wait. Wow, look at all these Twitch accounts. 1 person does not have, out of that whole list, 1 person does not have a Twitch account. It's so weird that all tea is the exact same species grown under different conditions. It's so different. There's more to it than that, Sasha G. There's also, let's see, fermentation. Wait, should I find this? Yeah, Twitch is joining in on this. Twitch people definitely have some Twitch accounts. Oh, speaking of which, speaking of other platforms, I've got my Blue Sky Blast Off Skeet linked in the whatchamacallit. I've got it linked in the pinned, right? So both on YouTube and on Twitch, you should be able to find the link to the Blue Sky thread. I just make that for you all to go and kind of, you know, if you want to start a little conversation, like in the replies, that would be awesome. Because really what we're trying to do is we're trying to start a conversation on Blue Sky, right? A conversation about my stream, which is definitely of interest to most, if not all, people on Blue Sky, and just kind of get some attention there. So yeah, you can click on that. You can post in the thread if you want. You can also like the thread if you want to go 1 step further in helping it get out to more people. And if you really want to, you can repost it. But I'm not, you know, I'm not telling you what to put on your timeline. I realize that's kind of personal, right? So if you don't want to spam up your timeline with stream announcements, that is totally fine too. But if you do, hey, you know, if you think people are interested, right? That's the big deal. Is if you think that your followers would be interested in this stream, then maybe it's worth it to give it a repost. But again, I'm not super harping on it. Wait, palm juice? God, I haven't heard of that in forever. Oh my God, yeah, look at that. All these 1s, and then 1, 2. Okay, so most people do, a few people don't. I don't drink white tea on principle. Okay, so here's what I'm trying to do. I want to see if I can find. Oh, there it is. Oh, here we go. Wikipedia is great with their charts. Open and tab. There we go. No. Okay, hopefully this shows up. Oh, 48? Okay, yeah, we're supposed to be at 48 right now. So we're at 48 out of 100. Again, that is the bonus goal right now. If we get to 100, I'll stick around and do some other content after the Jubilee content. But right now, I want to take you to the scene 2. Wait, let's see if all my precautions are in place. Are they? Like that, like that. Oh, it's barely visible. Let's see, what does it have on it? Let's see if it's got a filter. Nope, filter. It does. Opacity, let's make that higher. There we go. All right, so it's a little bit more opacity there. There we go. Okay, hopefully that'll keep us safe. Anyway, turn the weasel off for right now, but I'll make sure to put that back on. All right, so in fact, oh my god, I'm gonna take both of my precautions off. We're throwing precautions to the wind at the moment, right? Because Wikipedia is not gonna copyright claim us. All right, so here's the file deprocessing / .svg. So yeah, so a lot of people don't understand this. Like, what is the difference between different types of teas, right? So you all know black tea, like Louisiana iced tea, is the example that comes to mind. That's black tea. You know, green tea. That's what I've got in this cup. Wait, actually, I don't know. I'm starting to suspect this might be white tea, right? Because the spoiler, white tea isn't actually white. It's kind of greenish brown most of the time. Sometimes it's kind of light, like with silver needles, I think, are a white tea that's like maybe just the tips of the tea leaf or the young tea leaves, right? White silver needle. But anyway, yeah. So we know what black tea is. We know what green tea is. These other ones are a little bit more complicated. But basically, there's a number of processes. So right over here on the left side, you start out with fresh tea leaves. All right. And depending on whether we want to make black tea, oolong, or white, oh, I didn't even know this. Depending on what tea we're trying to make, we're either going to start with the wilting, bruising, and oxidation processes, right? So wilting, I think it's kind of like letting it dry, basically, is wilt. They leaves dry and they curl up. That's wilting. Bruising, I think they roll it to bruise it most of the time. Oxidation, leaving it out. Right, but if you're not, like, if you're making green tea or whatever this post-fermented tea is, I've actually not heard of this post-fermented tea. But right, green tea is going to start with steaming it and panning it. And if you want to make yellow tea, which I haven't really tried, sweltering, rolling, and drying goes on. If you're trying to make green tea, then you're going to do rolling, forming, and drying to that. But it's basically like a question of like fermentation. It's like, what do we have here? Shaping, drying, curing, oxidation. Why don't I see fermentation as a thing? I feel like fermentation is one of the bigger distinctions that there is to tea. yeah, so anyway, this whole chain down here of black tea, oolong tea, and white tea is oolong maybe is the one that gets fermented, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so you do the wilting to it, and then if you're doing the white tea, you bake it to fixate it. You do some light rolling, so you're not trying to bruise it. It's light rolling, and then you do drying. Yeah, I feel like white tea is the least processed, right? I think overall, you can like each of these steps is processing. Oolong is getting a lot of processing. You toss it in a basket. You partially oxidize it. You either pan it or bake it. Then you roll it, and sometimes you roll it in a ball. Then you dry it, and then you fire it. Black tea is getting like some light crushing and full oxidation. Okay, so there we go. That's what differentiates black tea. And that makes sense. That's why it's black. It's fully oxidized. Wait, yeah, CTC with full oxidation, rolling and drying. Tea processing is the method which leaves from the tea plant Camellia sinensis are transformed into dry leaves for brewing tea. The categories of tea are distinguished by the processing they undergo. In the most general form, tea processing involves different manners and degrees of oxidation and leaves of the leaves, and stopping the oxidation, warming the tea, and shaping it, basically, I think, and drying it. The innate flavor of the dried tea leaves is determined by the type of cultivator. This is what somebody was talking about in chat, right? Because, like, yeah, the place that you grow them in, the soil that you grow them in, the environment, really, that you grow them in, how long you let them go, like, that does have a big impact on the taste of the tea, the quality of the leaves, etc., the manner and quality of the production and process. Yeah, and then there's the processing, right? Which that's what actually tells you. So, like, you know, the name of the tea a lot of times will refer to the place, and then the type of the tea refers to the kind of processing. Yeah, this yellow tea, I'm gonna have to look into that. And post-fermented tea, class of tea that has undergone microbial fermentation from several months to many years. The exposure of the tea leaves is to humidity and oxygen during the process, also called endo-oxidation or exo-oxidation. The leaves, tea leaves and the liquor made from them become... Okay, liquor made from them? I don't know if we're talking about like an actual liquor or what, but this is more than I wanted to get into so early in the stream, chat. Let me go back to this screen. Black teas can be a little harsh if you have gastritis. If I recall, yeah, black teas are high in tannins. I think that's what's tough with when your stomach gets upset with tea, and this will happen sometimes with green tea too. I think it's the tannins that do that. So white tea is probably the best for somebody that is sensitive. The thing about tannins is they're very what is the word where you dries it up? It's like astringent. Yeah. Speaking of astringent, it's a little bit of an astringent fruit itself, but yeah, like when you drink something and it feels like it kind of like dries your mouth, or it feels like your mouth is getting sucked closed, you know what I mean? That's astringency. Oh wait, this does taste like green tea. I think this is green tea. I don't think this is white tea. I'm pretty sure this is green tea. But yeah, I think that's what upsets most people's stomachs, because when you do that to your digestive tract, you know, you're kind of, everything gets pulled in, right? Like everything that's loose, it gets pulled in, and so you're like, do I want to eat right now? I don't really feel like it. I don't know. You can get nausea if you drink enough of it. But yeah, fully recommend watching some of Jesse's videos if you want to know more. Oh, Jesse's Tea House. I know this. Yeah, I was just commenting on there, actually. Jesse, I think recently celebrated a birthday. And for his birthday, he busted out, 1993... a 20 I think it was like a 24-year-old tea, right? It was a white tea that he just kept around for 24 years, or sorry, he had it was 24 years old. I don't know how long he's had it, but it's a very old tea, right? And it's actually kind of changed in color from, like I said, gray, brown, the gray, brown, green that white teas normally look like to almost like an orange, right? And white teas generally don't have a lot of coloration. They you know, like a white tea is a supple sort of thing. It's like a ephemeral thing, right? It's not like black tea is like bold and dark and strong and bitter, and you know what I mean? And then green tea is like you know, less so, but you know, it's got its own thing going on. White tea is subtle. White tea is, you know, it's not, you're you know, really tasting, you know, like a lot of water in the white tea, but like there's a, you know, you're tasting for the small little notes of flavor there. And this stuff that had sat around for 25 years was actually a lot more colorful than, like, you could actually see the color of it in the tea, which is not, sometimes white tea doesn't look like much of anything. But this was old. Post-fermented tea is fermented twice. It's fermented a second time to develop lactic acids. The sourdough of teas, yeah. Yeah, no, I love Jesse's Tea House. I hope he does a video about that white tea. I hope he took some video of himself drinking that 25-year-old tea, because that is wild. That's why black tea with oat milk is delicious. Yeah. Black tea with condensed milk. Okay, you're almost talking about a Thai, very similar to the Thai tea formula there. Although people ask what makes a Thai tea a Thai tea. I hate to like give away the secret because it's a lot more simple than people realize. But the biggest thing that you're probably missing if you're trying to emulate Thai tea is that the tea that they sell over here for that is called Cha Tra Mu. You could probably buy this in the US and other places as well. But it's a tea that's got a little bit of red food coloring on it and a little bit of artificial vanilla flavor. And that's what gives it that taste. It's mainly, and also obviously you cook it in, or you add sweetened milk and condensed milk to it. Probably like cocoa liquor that happens post fermentation as well. Could be literal alcohol, tanniny, like dry, yeah, like dry wine, yeah. Leathery. I've never thought about it like that, but Sasha G, you're not wrong. Liquor generally has lower alcohol content. Oh, liqueur is what you're talking about, right? Liqueur. And added flavors and or sugar. Yeah. Earl Grey. Okay, I don't know anything about Earl Grey. Earl Grey, and what's the other one? Bergamot. Yeah, oh wait, no, Earl Grey's got bergamot flavor. With steamed dairy milk is nice. I prefer oat milk. I love oat milk too. I know it's such a basic bitch thing to love oat milk, but I really do like it. And it works in a lot of teas. It really does. Because like, yeah, you run into an issue. Like if I tried to make Thai iced tea out of either coconut milk or soy milk, I don't know if it would depend on the soy milk, but I feel like I'd run into... Did I get a Thika? I did not. I don't know where to find these, Narwhal. I don't know where to find them. I went to Chatramu. There's a store near here. There's actually like a Chatramu tea store, right? Where you can get, you know, a tea brewed. You can buy a bunch of different of their teas. Oh yeah, just so I'm clear on what I'm talking about when I say Chatramu. It's you may have seen this before, right? It's this company. Chatra Mu brand. This is the green tea. So, you know, if you get the traditional Thai tea, it'll be a little different. I think it's like orange or red for the Thai tea. I only have the green tea here. Just because, like, yeah, I don't have a tea sock yet, so there's no point in trying to make myself chai iced tea without all the. But yeah, cha is tea in Thai, so kind of like chai is tea in another language. Masala refers to the spice mix. Finally tried iced matcha. It was great. I had some matcha earlier today too. Yeah. I hate Earl Grey, but the French Earl Grey with vanilla tastes like marshmallows. Damn. Earl Grey has the bergamot flavor. Yeah. They just make like regular sweet tea and put half and half in it. That's one way to approximate it. But yeah, no, unfortunately I don't have the makings for the real stuff. The real... Never big milk drinker, but I fucking chug that oat milk. Yeah, soy milk often curdles, as does coconut milk. Which was, yeah, it was a frustration. Like, whenever I went to, like, my ex used to always like to go to Thai places, and whenever they would take me there, like, they would be like, I'm gonna get a Thai iced tea, would you like one? And I'd be like, yeah, let me get one with coconut milk, right? Or I think I even thought that it was made of coconut milk, so I was like, it's Thai, because obviously they use coconut milk instead of milk. No, milk is pretty popular down here, like dairy milk, very popular, right? And yeah, they're, you know, the Thai iced tea is sweetened and condensed milk. I think, yeah, some people will use like a non-dairy creamer to approximate it and to kind of veganize it, but there's other ways to do it too. Anyway, chat, I don't think we'd enjoy seeing you make Thai tea as content. I need to get one of those thika. Thika? I might be mispronouncing it, but either way, chat, either way. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to hydrate, actually. You can get coconut milk made for warm drinks that doesn't curdle here. It's nice, but oat milk is goat milk. Funny enough, it's made of groats. It's lunchtime in Thailand. It's getting the, yeah, it is actually. So freaking thirsty. I don't even know why. Well, we gotta get going, don't we? We do. We must get going. All right, let's make this happen, chat. Let's start the stream. Interesting. What the hell? There it is. Okay. Boom. Basil, mango, and passion fruit is delicious cold tea. Wait, are you talking about a special type of mango? Or are you talking about like mango with basil flavor? Anyway, chat, like I was saying, we got a bunch of possibilities for tonight as far as bonus content. I'll be trying to go over the Jubilee appearance by Medhi Hasan. I've heard that other people have been able to do this successfully, so hopefully nothing goes bad for us, but just let me know if the stream goes down. Don't assume that it's you. Don't assume that it's, you know, like just let me know immediately. We need like a, I feel like we almost need like a code word for chat to say to me if the stream seems to be going down. Because what'll happen is that basically they'll take the stream off, but there's no like alert on my end. There's nothing pops up and says your stream is no longer streaming on YouTube. Please blah 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 blah. I don't get anything like that. I only know when chat says I can't see the stream. So maybe that'll be our code word. I can't see the stream. It disappeared. Right? Something like that. Just so that I know what's happening. Because that could happen. That could happen. we're making you hungry. Luckily for me, I've got what do I have? I've fried rice. Oh yeah, it's supposed to be like Tom Yum flavored too. I've been getting I finally tried the Thai take on ramen, which if you don't know, there's like a huge ramen culture in Thailand. It's based around these this brand of noodles called Mama noodles, and they're pretty good. But it's different. It's separate from, you know, Japanese ramen culture, although similar in some ways, right? I think that a lot of where this comes from, in fact, like the origins of Tom Yum soup, if I'm not mistaken, was actually there was this one, like, you know, kind of not a big restaurant, just like a little place that people would go, and like a family business. Yeah, there was a family business, and like the mom was running it. She had a bunch of kids, and you know, some of them worked in the restaurant. They would, you know, work during the day and, you know, cook, and then at night, you know, they would like, you know, they would make something for the family, right? Like the kids would put something together for the whole family to eat. And what they ended up doing was, yeah, combining ramen noodles with just a bunch of different, you know, spices and ingredients, and just make this like really like intense soup. And I think that's where the confusing part, chat, is that Tom Yum, like, it's not the same everywhere you get it. There's so many different varieties of it. There's so many different takes on it. But I think the origin was from this one family restaurant. And yeah, it would use ramen noodles, right? Which is funny because the first time I ever tasted Tom Yum, it was definitely rice noodles. It was cucumber. It was coconut milk. I'm trying to remember.
Narwhal_by super chatted $20. My brain is fixated, so I searched where to find thicker, but BDS friendly, bustling markets like Chatuchak Weekend Market in Bangkok or Waroro Market in Chiang Mai. Gourmet Market and 7-Eleven can also carry them.
That's amazing. Yeah, 7-Eleven, if, like, in Thailand, it's a little bit of a bigger deal. It has a bigger 7-Eleven here, chat, is almost like Buc-ee's in the US. We've talked about Buc-ee's before. Buc-ee's is it's like a, you know, gas station store, but depending on the Buc-ee's that you go to, it can be like huge, right? So if you want to be able to get a bunch of different stuff, you go to, you know, before a road trip, you go to Buc-ee's. Maybe you don't want to go to Buc-ee's considering the ownership is like super MAGA, I guess. You like my dress pattern? Thank you, Sasha G. But yeah, 7-Eleven is a little bit expanded here, right? You can go there and get rice. You can have them heat it up for you. They've got, oh my God, what do you, onigiri? You know, just like a huge selection of stuff. I used to always get this, there was like a microwaved holy basil, It was like a microwaved rice with vegetarian protein of some kind and holy basil. And that was the first time I think I tasted holy basil as an herb, which, you know, like I said, my school used to have a garden that grew it. And sometimes I would get a hold of a bunch of holy basil at the garden sale that they would do every week or every other week. And I was just kind of like, look, I know how to work with this stuff herbally. Like, right, I could make a tincture of it if I wanted to, but like I didn't know how to use it as a spice. And when you smell it, it doesn't seem like, it's a little too Christmassy, right? For a spice. But anyway, sorry, Chad. I keep on sidetracking us. Yeah, Asian 7-Elevens really are next level, and it like that's where I pay my electric bill. I mean that's how key 7-Eleven is to the culture here. Is that like, I mean, I'm sure you can probably go to some city place and pay your electric bill just like you would in the US. But I think most people just pay it at 7-Eleven because they're everywhere. Like there's always a 7-Eleven within visual distance. Buc-ee's has gotten kind of terrifyingly large. Some of them sell furniture. Oh my god. I purposely pronounce it onigiri the way in that way my friends. Wait, sorry, am I mispronouncing it? At hotels, I always grab a few plates of complimentary breakfast and sneak it into my room. Yeah, I did a little bit of that. Hotels are expensive out here, though. I'm so glad that I'm staying at a an apartment. It's like that's the biggest cost that like the people bitch about. People bitch about Thailand being expensive now. In fact, the tourism has gone way down, which is kind of a cool thing. I mean, but at the same time not, because you know, people, you know, a lot of people make their money off of tourists, right? So that's sad, and that makes life tougher. But the biggest complaint that people that used to visit Thailand make about it is that it's more expensive than it used to be, and I think it's mainly hotel prices have gone way the fuck up. And so, and I noticed that, like, when I ended up staying in my friend's hotel room. He had reserved a hotel room, but he was not gonna, he was gonna use, he was gonna go, he had gotten his, like, he was gonna go straight to his apart, or, like, what was he doing? Oh yeah, he was doing an Airbnb, which are, those are kind of dodgy, actually, out here. You know, there's something, they don't want Airbnbs competing with hotels, right? But he stayed at a, so anyway, he had a reservation that he wasn't going to use, and I asked him, and I was like, hey, what's going to happen? You know, can you get your money back from this? And he was like, no, I can't. And I was like, okay, well, I need to put down something as my accommodations on my passport. So let me just, you know, give me that information. I'll put it on my passport. I'll stay there. But I looked at the bill, and it was not cheap. It was not cheap at all. It was fairly not as expensive as where I'm from. Oh my God, chat, Seattle is crazy. The time that I had to stay in a hotel in Seattle most recently was like I arranged to do some house sitting for a friend. What, you might know this friend. Maybe someday I'll ask her if it's okay to tell the story, right? But anyway, I was supposed to house sit for her since her lease was running out, and she was going to a different city, and so she was like, yeah, you just like house sit for the last 2 months, and then, you know, right? So I go there, and the freaking landlord had changed the locks on her apartment, so I wasn't even able to get in. So I'm sitting here with all of my stuff in a U-Haul, and I'm like, what the fuck do I do? I thought I was just gonna slip over to my friend's house and stay there, and it turns out, nope, you're not. And so I had to get an apartment, or sorry, I had to get a hotel. And chat, it was $200 on the street with the cheapest hotels, the street where all the sex workers hang out, right? That there's a certain place in Seattle that is, I guess, kind of known for gambling and known for sex work, and also, you know, has cheaper hotels, because maybe some people don't use their hotel room as long. I don't know what the story is, right? But yeah, the cheap hotel rate in Seattle was $200 per night. It was fucking ridiculous. But you know what else is ridiculous? The fact that I have jibber jabbered, I have yapped for 1 hour and 46 minutes. It's not my intention. Let's just go over what we got for bonus content. So like I said, we're gonna try to do the Jubilee thing. Let me know in chat if something goes wrong, if anything goes wrong, if anything looks weird, because I don't like, I think what they do is they send me like an email when they take it down, but there's nothing that like alerts me. So let me open up my email too. Just so I have this open. Okay, so yeah, so we're gonna watch the Medhi Hasan thing as much as we can. If it doesn't work, then we're gonna have a choice, right? And the choice is gonna be between me covering different content and everybody going over to Twitch. And given the fact that when I asked earlier if people have Twitch accounts, like most people said yes, then I think that's what we'll do. I think we'll watch on Twitch if YouTube does not work, right? So anyway, after the stream, after the wait, in fact, we do need to do, I desperately need to do a subathon sometime on Twitch really soon, because my, the subs are crashing. The subs are crashing on Twitch. So, I mean, that would be a great time to do that. Twitch is best, says Globbits. Yeah. I'm not surprised you feel that way, being on Twitch yourself at the moment. But yeah, you'll get some company, Twitch, if this doesn't work on YouTube, right? If we get in trouble on YouTube, then we'll come over to Twitch and we'll do things there. And then afterwards, we got the chance to do some bonus content. If we end up, wait a minute, have I even tabulated this? I feel like I haven't. Nope, I definitely didn't. Imagineer, how did I, oh wait, no, I did see. Okay, I'm just making sure, like, I read everybody's super chats. So there, it sounds like there's some place, I need to go to the market to get maybe my Thika. Although maybe some 7-Elevens sell them as well. I haven't seen one yet, but I also haven't been to the really big 7-Elevens here. Either way, where are we at? The 60, we're at 60. I think we're at, chat, I'm gonna call it 69. I might be wrong. Maybe we're at 68. But I think I'm gonna put 69. Wait, what am I doing? So we're at 69 out of 100. If we get to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll stick around and do some extra content. The content that I do is going to correspond with what wins the poll. Right now it looks like Bad Empanada versus Willie Sloptuber is in first place. Second place, Francesca, and talking about Epstein on MR, which is not behind by much. We're all talking about like 3 points. So definitely make your voice heard. Go ahead and vote if you haven't already. 78 of you have. If you're watching on Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube to vote. That's the only place that you can vote. I'm not telling you have to watch the stream on YouTube. You can come over, you can vote, you can go back if you want to, right? So watch wherever you're comfortable watching. And we're at 72. Look at that. Z just became a sponsor. Thank you, Sasha G, for the gifted membership to Z. Z, you just got weaseled. Wine and Dine and 69. Okay, so we're at 72. But yeah, go ahead and vote if you have not already. You'll have to come over to YouTube to make your vote. Also know that, yeah, the things that make this number go up are when you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, or if you gift a membership, or 2 or 5 or 10 or however many, as Sasha G just did, that counts towards it too. If you support me on Throne, which right now I am crowdfunding my Vietnam trip. I think we're at like 25% of the way there. So we're a quarter of the way to paying for my ticket, my airfare, and my hotel in Vietnam. I'm going to be doing that next month. If you want to support, if you want to help me be able to afford those tickets, that's when I'm going to be getting my visa to be able to stay in Thailand a little longer and learn the language and start going to language school, which I've already put down the deposit on. I'm ready to start it. Yeah, I think I'll be starting like around September. I think is like when I'll matriculate, when I'll start my Thai language course. But yeah, I was thinking more about like I don't know. I really should look into like college around here, because I was I was like a year and a half away from a doctorate in the US before COVID hit, and I've got a lot of credits that I'd like to put to some use anyway. But that's what we're doing with that. If you sign up for my Patreon, that counts towards that. If you support me on Twitch, that counts to that as well. Whether it's you using a Twitch Prime sub to get yourself a free sub from Twitch, getting yourself free emotes as well. It costs you nothing. It just you just have to hook up your Prime account to Twitch, and it will allow you to have a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If that streamer happens to be me, you'll get the emotes, you'll get all the stuff there, and that's how that works. You can also get yourself a sub for $6, or you might be gifted one by somebody being very generous, although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. Don't you need to do a thesis of some kind to be a doctor? In a lot of cases, yeah, it depends on what doctorate program that you're working on, actually, is and all. You have a master's? No, I just have like 3/4 of a, you're like, you know, some percent, the majority of a doctorate program completed. So, yeah, I should look into that. We should learn the language together as a community. But anyways, so there we are. We're at 72 right now. If we get to 100 by the end of the thing, we'll get some bonus content. We'll get one of these topics. The other thing you can do is that when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see come up as our bonus content, and I will actually take your donation, turn it into a percentage, and add it to the topic of your choice. Those are little bonuses for each topic. Every time you say Willie, you know, you super chat and you say Willie Mac, then I put 5% there, or you know, so on and so forth. Right? You can put your money towards one of these topics and influence the poll a little bit. Or if you want to fight the influence of big money in politics, you can also say Vox Populi, which is you saying, I'm going to go with what the chat's ordering. You look at the chat and you say, I'll have what they're having, right? Whatever the chat is saying right now, I want to support that. And your Vox Populi actually subtracts percentages from everything else, right? So it's an anti lobbying kind of thing. What is my field of study? Medical. I probably shouldn't go into much more detail about it, but yeah, my undergrad work is in exercise science and nutrition, and my my graduate work is in medicine. So anyway, let's get to what we're doing here, and but instead I'm streaming for you. Wow, how isn't that amazing? You should consider yourself lucky, I guess, or I should consider myself lucky to not be you know, palpating prostates for a living. That might be a little much. Anyway, chat. So yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're going. Let me know when you donate which of these topics you want to see. Or if you want to just support what the chat is, you know, doing, you can say Vox Populi. And that's how we're going. That's how it's going to work. And let's make it happen, chat. I am procrastinating so hard because I'm like scared of like what YouTube is going to do to us, right? What will YouTube do to us? I don't know, chat. But first, we got to make our preparations here, all right? Apologies for the somewhat substandard quality as I increase the magnitude of the blocker here. We got a blocker. Nope. Let's try filter. Nope, that's not filter. Let's try filter and make it less opaque or more opaque. Okay, that looks good. And then little cherry on the top, or shall we say a weasel on the top. All right, so this is what I've been told is the magic formula, all right? A GIF right in the middle of the image itself may protect us. It may protect us. Yeah, me too, girly bear. I've got like I know way too much now to not do something with it. So, and like I said, if I'm gonna end up like, if I end up like, you know, staying in Thailand, I want to be able to contribute. Like I want to be able to use all my skills to do something good for the country that was cool enough to let me stay here when in my time of the time that I was in danger in my own country. So anyway, we're not talking about tea here. What are we talking about? We are talking about YouTube, and we were talking about a certain channel which has gotten me in a lot of trouble. That is not how you... Everybody thinks that Hasan Piker, Medhi Hasan, and Hasan Minaj, that they are 2S Hasans. And while 2S Hasans do exist, and they are valid and awesome, no, all of these Hasans have 1S, so including Medhi Hasan. So let's try this out. And again, chat, let me know if anything happens. I'll try to watch my email. Oh my god, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Is there anything else we need to do? Narwhal, is there anything else we can do for extra safety? For added safety? The Hasan Triumvirate, that's right. Hasan Parker. The only thing I can think of is maybe adding a filter on the audio. Testing chat. Wait, no. Did that change anything? Did the music change? Do some ASMR fruit slicing? I mean, I'm definitely going to be doing some fruit eating during this whole thing. Only other option was to play a game on the side as well. I feel like I've kind of got the game thing covered with these, with the jellyfish. The only other thing I could think of is if I take the media source over the window and then make the media source okay, that's interesting. What do you think about that, chat? Is that gonna save us from the weasels? We can go to Twitch. Yeah, that's what we'll do if anything goes wrong with this. We will be going to Twitch. So get ready for that. Get your Twitch accounts open. Get your Twitch accounts logged in, I guess. Just in case we need to do that. But I don't know, chat. Oh yeah, I gotta ask you, how did the sound change? All right, the music sound is what I'm talking about. Is it different? Did anything change? Is the sound different? Here, I'll show you again. All right. Like, so that filter right there, did that change anything? That's off. And that's on. What do you think, chat? Is there any difference? Any difference between those sounds? That's on. It's on now. Now it's off. It's off now. And I'm talking about the sound of the music is what you'd be listening for. No change, no change, no difference. The sound is deeper? Huh, interesting. Wait, it's deeper without it or with it? crisper? On is crisper? Oh, interesting. Look, we're just gonna have to do a test case, maybe. I think that's the only thing that we can do. Let's try a little test case here. With some MR.
And I think that there's a sense of like a clear story of a group of elite people that are getting away with the worst crimes that could have ever been done, and that there's a cover-up, and if Trump's participating in that cover-up, it's bad for his brand. That's my contention.
Yeah, I think that's the and
Okay.
if it gets bad enough, then he has to blame somebody, and that's really where this could have value.
So people are not hearing a difference here. We're not hearing a difference, right? Because I need to make it somewhat different. Let's try this again. Filters. All right, I'm gonna put Sam back on.
It's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna scare any voters.
You hear the echo. You do hear the echo. Okay, so there is an echo. That's perfect. If there's not much difference, but there is an echo, that's exactly what we're looking for. All right, that's the best I can do. I would do a reverb, except that for some reason the VST suite doesn't come with reverb. It's like it's got everything else. It's got delay. It's got echo. It's got this. It's got that. It's got it's got EQ. But they just didn't do echo. Okay, is it an obnoxious echo, or is it a? I do hear an echo. Is it an obnoxious? Does it make it hard to hear the sound? It's not great for me. Okay, so what you're saying is it's too much echo, right? Because that's what I need to fine tune. Because I don't hear the echo. I don't hear what's on your end. Yeah, I turned the wet way down. All right, what does it sound like now?
But I do think that it could create pressure on him enough where he would be worried about.
Is this doable?
That where he has to throw somebody under the bus, which could be really inconvenient. But even the problem with throwing her on the bus on some level, though, is
it was too much. Okay, so we can turn it down even more, because I think that only hear echo for 2 seconds. No echo. I mean, I've got it turned way down. Wait, oh my god, chat's hearing different things. It's manageable for me, but I also watch streams while playing games and commenting and crocheting. It's doable? Okay. So right here, that's what we're saying.
There's clearly something
it's doable
there. And I don't know how they satisfy the desire for it other than like, I don't know, you start.
Okay, so for the record, chat, it's different. You do hear an echo, but it's not obnoxious, right? It's not like I can't understand what they're saying. That's obnoxious. Like, it's not the kind of thing where you're like, because we don't want to have it, if somebody clicks onto the stream, they're just going to think my audio is busted, right? Because they're going to think my video is busted too. You don't hear the echo. Wait, Narwhal, do you hear the echo? Do people hear the echo? Because we do want you to hear the echo. We just don't want you to don't hear it now. Okay. Well, you do need to hear it somewhat, just like we want to make it not obnoxious, right? So let me see. Let me just try to add back some of this. All right. So let's see if we put it at. All right.
Starts a war, but here is Ron. I mean, honestly, like at one point, he'll do something to change the narrative. But here is Ron Wyden, the Senate Finance Committee. This is fascinating stuff because there is an element to this.
What about now, chat? What about now?
Epstein stuff that is not as sexy in some respects, literally, but like, or rapey, but it speaks to the more the elite stuff. Like, how did this guy amass his money? What was going on? How did this dude who was
Is the echo still gone, or is it? Because I turned it up a little bit. What do we think, chat? No echo, but it's slightly less crisp. See, we don't actually want no echo though. Like, this is the whole thing. We can't. It's got to sound a little different, but not bad. Like none for me. Oh my god. It's less crisp. Reverb will do that. I mean, there's no. I can't actually do reverb. It's this is delay. This is echo. All right. I think what I'm getting is that I need to turn it up slightly. Because what we want is like the just right below obnoxious, right? We don't want it to be obnoxious, but we do want it to be different. So how about that, chat? Is that different?
Substitute teacher end up hobnobbing with all these people. It wasn't his talent or his conversation skills. There was something else going on. Here is Ron Wyden on the Senate Finance Committee yesterday.
Last year, the Biden administration allowed our investigators to look at portions of the file. We did that at the Treasury building. Here is what it says. Treasury's Epstein file details, Mr. President, 4,700
pitching it to make Sam into a chipmunk. Unfortunately, no echo still? Sounds the same as the original to me? Oh my god. There was an echo at some point, right? There was actually an echo. What I'm dealing with here is like, you're on a delay too, right? So when I'm reading your comments, I'm assuming that they are, I'm assuming that you, when you say there's an echo or there's not an echo, that's like, you know, right now. And maybe for some of you, you're hearing the echo or not hearing the echo and then answering a little bit later because the delay. Hear an echo, but only when they pause. All right, let's turn this up to 30. 30. Right around 30. There we go. 30.5.
and 25 wire transfers. Let me repeat that. 4,725 wire transfers, adding up to nearly $1.1 billion flowing in and out of just one of Mr. Epstein's bank accounts. If you ask me, that is more than 4,000 potential lines of investigation.
This is actually material that we need to cover. None. You don't hear any at all? I've actually turned it up now.
Right there. Hundreds of millions.
Oh, sorry. Let me be really clear. I am not talking about my voice. I am not talking about the sound on my voice. That is not what I'm talking about at all. I'm 100% talking about the sound on the video specifically, right? So like, yeah, you should not hear any echo on my voice. I don't think I hear it. I turned it up though. So you're hearing, yeah, like, okay. So you're hearing echoes after it's paused. You're just not hearing them. Go to Sam's commentary here. Yeah, so we are talking about Sam's comment. We're talking about the MR sound, like, right? Not my sound at all. My sound, I'm not asking you about that. I'm only asking you about the sound on.
More.
Yeah, I am very much still timing the echo. And as soon as I get it timed, we can start, right? That's why I'm asking for your help. Sounds fine to me. So we're not, yeah, okay. I'm not doing a good job of communicating. I need it to sound not the same as the original, right? Here, let's I guess we'll do it like this. Because like I just need people to lock in for a second. Once we get this done, we can go, right? I just need to confirm that there is an echo there, but that it's not obnoxious, right? So right now I'm playing it with the echo, all right, like that.
Flowed through other accounts. That's even a lot more to investigate. The file shows that Mr. Epstein used multiple Russian banks, which are now under sanctions.
Okay, that's the echo, chat. That's what the echo on. Now, what I'm asking you is that sound different? As in, is there an echo on that sound that you don't hear when I do this?
Process payments related to sex trafficking.
I imagine those banks were also used for a lot of other things too. I mean, it really does.
Wait, you can hear it now? Wait, I'm sorry, chat. Do you mean like, okay, I'm so confused because it's off. It's off. There's no echo. You're hearing it when there's no. Yeah, the last thing that I played was no. I hear no echo. Yeah, there should be no echo here.
Raise questions.
Right.
I think
this is the original.
But just my experience.
Yeah, that should be no echo. And then when I hit this, boom.
Is always just sort of like they are usually hiding something other than what people think it is in these situations. And that there's
so right there is where you should hear the echo. Yeah, JB, but I feel like the delay is only 5 seconds. I mean, look, there's the delay from the delay itself is 5 seconds or so. There's also a delay on like, you know, how fast you can type. It all sounds fine to me. Yeah, see, that's not the you can hear it quite a bit, but is it obnoxious? There's no echo either way. Some people are hearing it, some people are not hearing it. That's totally listenable. Wait, so right now, is there an echo?
The exposure is to other things that we're not supposed to see. And Besant has apparently been stonewalling a lot of these questions for a while about the finances. And I mean, who knows where the next sort of like break in the dam is going to be.
It's interesting that Wyden is the guy doing this because his father, Peter Wyden, was a journalist with really good sources. He wrote one of the first good exposés on the CIA's involvement with the Bay of Pigs planning and fiasco.
Okay, we're just gonna have to take it here, chat. I really don't want to get fucked with by Jubilee. Like, I hate getting big-footed by like larger channels, whether it's Ethan Klein, whether it's, you know, or whether it's Jubilee. All right, I guess we should try it.
My family lineage is settlers from the 1500s.
Okay, so we're definitely not going to start off with their... All right, we'll start off right here.
Conservatives. Is, you know, anti-crime.
Okay, so his first proposition, since I didn't play it, is the idea that Donald Trump is a pro-crime candidate and is pro-criminal. Obviously, he's talking about January 6th and probably also talking about Donald Trump's own crimes, of which there are many, some of which he was convicted for. I think 91 counts he's been convicted for. A lot of the counts he would have been convicted for had it not been for our fucked up system of justice, Merrick Garland's absolute just cowardice, you know, and then in the middle of the fucking 2 years, he allows charges to go forward, right? It's just like, I'm sorry, like it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating, right? But Donald Trump himself is a criminal, and Donald Trump has pardoned many criminals who have in his mind, on his behalf committed crimes, right? In fact, this is a big thing that people, since we don't know the identities of ICE agents, there's every chance that either some of the people they deputized or some of the people that are working as ICE agents are either Gen 6ers, Proud Boys, 3%ers, other people who would have been, just had too dirty of criminal records to be able to function as ICE. All right, let's are we so far so good though? Red tie guy, whole vibe. Oh god, red tie guys in general, when they're wearing that red tie, it's to look like Trump. Can you pitch the audio up or down? I can't. I'm limited. I probably just need to download more VSTs, right? And then I'd be able to pitch it up or down. I'm just limited. They don't give me anything good, right? What I need is a reverb or reverb would probably be the ticket, but they don't have reverb in this set. Let's go. Let's try this.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Medhi.
I would just like to ask, what makes someone pro-crime versus, anti-crime?
I think when you're soft on criminals, when you let criminals out of prison, when you pardon people who've assaulted police officers, you're pro-criminal. Donald Trump pardoned almost 1,600 people who were involved in January the 6th. I think 600 of them had been charged with assaulting a police officer or obstructing a police officer. 170 had pled guilty to assaulting a police officer. 70 had pled guilty to assault with a deadly weapon. J.D. Vance said, we're not going to pardon the violent criminals from January 6th. Donald Trump pardoned all of them. Are you okay with that?
I would say January 6th is a very special case. I would say
January 6th was a very special time and place. All right. Yeah. Jan 6 in 2020 was a very special time and place to be. Maybe it meant something, maybe not. In the long run, but no explanation, no mix of words or music or memories can touch the sense of knowing that you were there and alive in that place and time. In that corner of the time, in that corner of time and the world, whatever it meant. Sorry, that was actually Hunter S. Thompson.
it's almost a climax.
Sorry, yeah, 2021.
Point in history. I would just prefer
A climax point in history. Libidinal, chat, is a word that often gets associated with the MAGA movement, with Trump himself and with his fans. And I think we're seeing that. Like he's talking about January 6th like it's an orgasm.
phrase the question this way. Right now in the LA protests, if they were to, just for example, they were to rush the capital of LA, I mean,
I love all these hypotheticals, right? Because they'll take things like, well, there were protesters at a public building in Portland. Isn't that the same as January 6th? Yeah, and if the protesters broke the law, they got arrested. And definitely, chat, if the protesters were stomping on cops' heads, then yeah, even if the police were overwhelmed, chat, they would have taken that video, they would have figured out who did the crimes, who did the assault on police, and they would have locked them the fuck up. Chat, you had somebody during the Portland protests literally be extrajudicially executed, right? You had somebody get killed by federal agents for his actions, not against cops, not against federal officials, but against a fucking Patriot Prayer member who was in the back of a truck shooting people with frozen paintball pellets, right? And from what he said, putting people's lives in danger. We don't actually know what that situation was because that man never got to go to trial. He was killed by Trump's goons. So that the real circumstances of what happened there, whether he actually was, using his gun in self-defense or to protect people, we'll never know. But yeah, nothing even close to the absolute brutality towards police officers would have even been possible to happen in any of the BLM protests, right? That they'll always cite, well, the BLM protests, they were burning down the city, they were burning down all of Portland, they were doing this, they were doing that. Bull fucking shit.
They'd have to move over all the homeless people living in tents on the steps of the Capitol. But if they were managed to get into the Capitol and they were just protesting, peacefully, let's say police.
I love these sorry, chat. I'm pausing it too much, but these assholes that don't live in Los Angeles, that don't live in New York, they're imagining what it's like. Oh yeah, well obviously there's tents on the Capitol steps because everywhere in LA is covered in tents and sleeping bags and people laying on the ground in some kind of fentanyl inebriation, right? They just make these assumptions. Yeah, crime everywhere. You walk out, you get robbed. You step in human shit. I don't know. How do they know this shit when they've never been to these cities? They're afraid to go, but they're sure. No, I heard it on Fox News. Okay, keep on trusting Jesse fucking Waters.
Police officers were rushing them in. They were letting them in and saying, hey, you guys can go in. Like we have many testimonies that say.
What about the violent ones, though?
Okay, violent ones like
what? Like a man named David Dempsey, a judge, a Reagan-appointed judge, sentenced him to 20 years in prison. He stomped on police officers' heads. The judge said his conduct was exceptionally egregious.
Okay, what is this? David Dempsey was sentenced to 20 years in prison by a felony for felony counts of assaulting, resisting arrest, and impeding officers with a deadly or dangerous weapon.
He attacked police officers with flagpoles and pepper spray. Donald Trump pardoned him. There's a man named Daniel Rodriguez. He got 12 years in prison for taking a stun gun and tasing a police officer in the neck and giving him a heart attack. The judge said he was a one-man army of hate. Donald Trump pardoned him. Does that not make Trump pro-criminal? He's letting violent criminals out of prison.
I would say no, it doesn't make him pro-criminal.
You're okay with that?
I did not say that. I said that one pardon against somebody.
It was 1,600 pardons. 600 of those were people charged with...
one example that you just gave me.
I can give you more. Should I keep going?
Fine. And I'll say the exact same thing every single time.
Do you see what his line of reason is here? And chat, I got a question. Like, how many of us or Americans, right? How many of our logic circuits are just absolutely cooked like this? Do you see what he's doing? He's like, well, one incident does not constitute a pattern of criminality. Therefore, when you bring up one specific incident, right? Case in point, here's the time. Well, that was just one, right? And then Medhi's like, actually, there's 1,600 more. And he's like, yeah, and each one of those is also just one. We take it down and we consider them one and one and one and one. And since one thing is not a pattern, therefore Donald Trump does not have a pattern of criminality. Even though if you count them instead of as one and one and one and one as 1,600, what is that other than a pattern of criminality? His brain is cooked, chat. This guy has put his fucking head in the microwave. It's pudding, chat. It's fucking, this should scare you. This should fucking scare you. It scares me.
Argument will fall apart because it's not just one example. If I keep going,
yeah, exactly, Sivian, and they're not applying that logic to their complaints about LA, New York, or Portland, or any of the protests, or like it only takes one. What is it called? Like a oh my god. incident. It takes one incident. It takes one anecdote. Yeah, to prove whatever they want to prove in their motivated reasoning. Like, this is the whole thing. They're just like, there's not a thought there of like, is my reason motivated? Is it very clear that I am twisting and turning and doing mental gymnastics to protect my dear leader, which should be embarrassing to you because it shows you as being a fucking disingenuous fascist, right? And it's not even a thought there. They're like, no. The mental gymnastics is good. The mental gymnastics is impressive. That is logic. Sophistry is now logic. Sophistry is laudable. Sophistry deserves praise. That's amazing. That's amazing what you did. Take that incident, you know, after bitching about people fighting back against cops, like what, throwing back a flashbang grenades, throwing back a gas canister, something like that. You know, oh, they're fighting the police. Oh, that's very bad. Oh, why are they not arrested immediately? It must be because Biden. It must be, God, it wouldn't have even been Biden. We're talking before Biden, right? The cops are liberals. I don't know what your fucking explanation is for that. But then you see somebody literally trying to kill and fucking curb stomp, it sounds like, a cop. And they're like, no, that's no, because one of the cops said it was okay to go inside. One of the cops who was under threat of having their life taken relented and said, do whatever you want, just don't kill me. And you're like, yeah, the cops said come in. They said come in. They never would have gone in without the cop. They were fucking killing the cops to get in, right? Because the cops were in their way. What the fuck kind of logic is this? Oh my God, chat. Already my fucking voice is cooked.
Go for it then.
Okay, Shane Jenkins got 7 years in prison for 9 criminal offenses, attacking police with a deadly weapon, destroying government property.
How do
Trump pardoned
pardons
him.
that probably shouldn't have happened turn into pro-crime?
So you've agreed that they shouldn't have been pardoned?
Sure, but
Yeah, they're pardons and they shouldn't have happened. They happened. He said the pardons happened. Is that somehow like Trump like just didn't notice that somebody put something in front of him and he signed? Oh, was that a pardon? Did a pardon happen? Oops. I'm sorry. A pardon happened. Well, look, nobody's perfect. All right. Nobody's perfect. All right. Trump does his best. He's a law and order candidate, but yeah, maybe some pardons happened. That's really unfortunate. They don't fucking happen. He signs them. He purposefully signed. He campaigned on signing them, and then he fucking did it. He did what he said he was gonna do. And you're all like, oh well, that was a little mistake, a little bit of a, maybe the auto pen. Did the auto pen go nuts and start signing shit itself? What are you fucking talking about?
But that wasn't your claim. Was January 6th? Your claim was Trump is pro-crime.
Yeah, because he pardons criminals.
Okay, I would say that that's a fault.
Let's talk about non-January 6 people.
Okay.
He's pardoned people like Paul Walchuk recently, who took millions of dollars from his own employees, was sentenced to tax crimes, had
to buy a yacht, chat. This guy bought a yacht. He didn't pay his employees, right? Wage theft is, I think, what they would call this. He was convicted on it, and the judge said, listen, and this like, I know most of the time for this kind of shit, the perpetrator does not get a stiff criminal penalty. But because of how bad this is, I'm going to make sure you do some time in jail. And that just got taken away. And also he was going to have to pay back his victims. So the people whose wages he stole to buy his fucking yacht, he was going to have to give them the money that he owes them as part of the sentence, right? That went away. Trump did a pardon that made somebody who stole people's wages. In other words, they worked and they didn't get paid. And the judge said, you have to pay them. And Trump said, oh, pardon. No, you don't. Keep the money, keep the yacht, live big, vote Trump. That's what happened.
To pay back $4 million. Trump pardoned him. He bought himself a $2 million yacht. Why is he pardoning criminals like that?
Well, I don't know. I don't think you should. I don't think really presidential pardons should be a thing at all. But I don't.
So do you see these? I'm so afraid of any sound, chat. But I think that so you see these red flags getting raised. This is not, believe it or not, this is not the red guard or anything. This is they raised the flags, I think, to say that this guy's not doing well and we should bring on somebody else, right? But de facto, what it becomes in this case is their arguments are getting cooked, right? When they're raising the red flags, they're like, this doesn't look good. This is bad for the movement. This is like, we're getting exposed is what they're essentially saying. But yeah, when enough of them raise the red flag, I think then his time is over. Somebody else goes up. So that's what's going on here.
I agree.
I don't think that.
All right, pause.
That means something.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thanks.
Isn't that wild, chat? Like, can you imagine? Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of let's say you're in a courtroom or something like that, and you got people sitting at the defendant's desk and people sitting at the plaintiff's or the prosecution desk, and as the prosecutor is talking, people at the prosecution desk like raise flags and raise flags and raise flags, and like when they think it's not making a good argument, or he's getting in his own way, or he's saying something that's actually going to help the other side, they can shut him up they can like pull him back. Let's get another prosecutor out there. All right, you try now. Red flag, red flag, red flag, or the, like it's crazy. It's crazy. This is, but this is just the format of Surrounded. See, I'm so worried about those sounds. I feel like those sounds are what's going to get me like in trouble. I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to figure out how their mechanism like works, how their content detection shit works. And I'm just like, I don't know, maybe they copyright the sounds, like, right? Maybe it's like the assets.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going? Medhi.
What is it?
Medhi.
You're from Northern UK?
Medhi, the guy that you signed up to talk to when you agreed to be on the show, right? That the word that was on there as the person that you're gonna surround, the person you're gonna debate against, was that's how that's pronounced, right? So since you read it and never really knew how to say it, there's the correct pronunciation for you.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm from London, North London.
Okay, fair enough. What's your ethnic background, if you don't mind asking?
My parents are from India.
What's your ethnic background? You don't seem like you're from around here. Are y'all from around? Why are you in America? Why are you allowed to be in America with black? You don't have white skin that you're. Oh my God, this guy.
Perfect. Just getting premise here. First of all, I want to say
The premise of Donald Trump being pro-crime.
No. I want to concern myself with why you care about what's happening in the U.S. first and foremost. Secondly, I want to say this.
Yeah, why do you even care what's going on in the U.S.? Maybe because I'm living here? Why do you care what's going? He should care. He's got more right to care than anybody there. Chat, him having brown skin means that he could literally be arrested by ICE for nothing, even though all his paperwork is in order, even though all of his citizenship is fine, right? He could be arrested by ICE and sent to fucking CCOT with no due process. Why do you care? Ask a better question.
Wait, the argument,
Yeah, Medhi's a U.S. citizen. Medhi lives here. He was a MSNBC host. Now he works on as a YouTuber. He lives in America now, right? He does American politics. He lives in America, and he's got, I don't know. Does anybody know? Is he natural? He's a dual citizen. Is that it? So he does. Yeah, he has U.S. citizenship. You don't look English. Yeah, exactly. I had a friend chat that relayed her experience of growing up. Like her parents were white. She was, brown, and she lived in a small town in like the Midwest somewhere. And she'd been there all of her life. But when she worked at a gas station, I think as a summer job, what was it? I'm trying to remember, but in high school, she worked in a gas station, right? And she'd have people come in and they'd be like, "Where are you from?" And she'd be like, "I went to kindergarten with you. What are you talking? Like, I went to middle school with you. Where am I from? I'm from here. I was born right? I've never known anything other than here. I am from here, right?" And people just like, "No, but where are you really from? Where are you actually from?" Like, right? It's never enough. She would just get so much shit, and she's literally like fucking local to that place. The only difference is that like it's a very white Midwestern city, and people just couldn't quite get it through their heads that she's one of us, right?
People who live in the US not care about.
Let's not interrupt each other, because I have this thing, people know I have this thing I have to stay calm. Okay, so here's the thing.
So he's trying to physically intimidate Medhi. That's an interesting technique. Just let you know, I have violent propensities and I can't always control them, especially when I get interrupted. And chat, here's the deal. This kind of content requires interruption. You can't do it without interruption. You could maybe do it with a moderator where the moderator is like, your time to speak, your time to speak, your time to speak. There's no moderator here, right? So if you're going to do content where you go back and forth, even the Majority Report, they interrupt each other all the fucking time. It's one of the most frustrating things about it. But you know, if you want content where people are going to do the banter, they're going to bounce back and forth, you know, off of each other, right? You're going to have interruptions. When I'm on a Discord call with people, I interrupt them and they interrupt me, right? This is just like you can't be like, yo, you better not interrupt. I have a violent propensity and I can't guarantee your safety exactly if I ever perceive you to have interrupted me. The other thing about that, chat, is I'm pretty sure that people will accuse each other of interrupting them when they're the ones that are doing the interruption. So it's fucking ridiculous. And look at this guy too. Seriously, look at this guy. Can we just like, I mean, I know I've like nerfed the visuals for this, but holy shit, this motherfucker is a nightmare. Like, he looks like a fucking Trump voter. We're staring into the mouth of madness, right? And a weasel, luckily.
I am happy that he released J6. In fact, so much so that I was prepared to protest if he didn't. Okay. So when
were you gonna do a violent protest? What kind of protest were you gonna do? Were you gonna invade the White House and maybe you're gonna zip tie Donald Trump until he releases the Jan 6ers? Is that what you were going to do?
You say, are you okay that he's pro-crime? Sure, because you know what? We're changing the definition of what crime is.
Wait, when he says that, I don't know what he means. I've seen this on MR went over this. A few different people I've seen go over this. Does he mean we're changing the definition of crime as in he thinks that you, the left, has changed the definition of crime? You said that people burning down cities were peaceful protesters. So, right, you're saying things that aren't a crime that were a crime. You said that Derek Chauvin committed a crime when he was a cop in pursuance of his duty of protecting and serving. That's not a crime. And you're like, is he saying you have, or is he saying we are now changing the definition of crime? Is he saying the quiet part out loud of like, look, we're in control of the country. We can say what's a crime and what's not a crime. And now we're deciding that stomping on cops' heads in order to abduct members of the legislature is not a crime if you do it for Trump. If you do it for Biden, maybe it is a crime.
You don't think stomping on police officers' heads is a crime?
I don't think it's no longer a relevant conversation anymore. You're
really?
arguing. No, it's not, because you know what? Okay, have you seen the U.S. in the last 4 or 5 years?
Yes, I've
BLM protests. Have you seen? Okay, myself have been involved in these protests. I've seen egregious things that you couldn't even imagine.
So
being done to conservatives. Then? It's not about that. It's about tribal warfare.
I wish he wasn't lying. I can think of some egregious things I'd like to do.
Okay. That's where we're at in the U.S. I don't know where you're at in the UK. You're from India, so I don't really.
I'm not from India.
Oh, sorry, your parents are from India, so
I'm an American
you
citizen.
have your own stakes.
I'm an American, you know.
You're an American citizen?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know how you got that, but fair enough. Here's the thing.
Are you an American citizen?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
Not sure how you got that. Okay.
Born here.
Okay.
Born here, and my family lineage is settlers from the 1500s, so I have.
People have pointed this out ad nauseum. Settlers from the 1500s. That's pretty fucking early. But yeah, no, I mean, the thing that Medhi didn't hit him with is that being an American, being born in the United States, no longer entitles you to citizenship if Trump gets what he wants and what it seems like the Supreme Court might be willing to give him. Yeah, he said settler. He said settler. He didn't. He actually. Yeah, I mean, this is saying the quiet part out loud.
Have some stake in the claim here, okay?
But you're
a little different.
But you're a descendant of immigrants, settlers,
I didn't know.
Colonialists.
Yeah, colonials.
You don't look very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites are Native Americans. What are you talking about?
You're not.
What are you talking about? Whites are Native Americans.
Really?
I think
what was happening before the 1500s?
I think you're getting confused with it.
I don't mind going on a tangent. But what was happening before the 1500s?
Calm down. I think you're getting.
What was happening?
calm down.
Happening before the 1500s.
There was indigenous people here that came here from
Do you know
Asia.
what indigenous means?
Listen, before
Indigenous
America,
people can't
you
come
let
from
me
somewhere
finish?
else.
Why do you ask a question if you're going to interrupt?
I'm not sure if you know what the meaning of indigenous means.
I do know what it means.
The funny thing is that what he's trying to do is nihilism, so he gets to call it how he wants, right? If he makes it so nothing means anything, then now he can claim that whites are indigenous. Like we've been here, or his family's been here since the 1500s, right? There, that counts as indigenous now. But then the First Nations people, because their ancestors came across the land bridge from the Bering Strait was, it was either a land bridge or covered in ice when that was traversable. They came in prehistoric, like not prehistoric. Wait, would it be in very ancient times, right? And very very long time ago, right? People from the Siberia essentially crossed into North America over the Bering Land Strait, and their descendants became First Nation, what we refer to as First Nation people, right? And then but he's like pointing that out. Well, even they weren't here when the dinosaurs were around. That's right, because human species didn't exist when the right. So it's kind of like, but if he's gonna use that as a standard, what he doesn't realize is that when you do nihilism, you undermine everything, including your claim that there's a problem. Okay, so if not even like the people that cross the Bering Strait to North America can claim like that as like their land, and there's can say that there's like a problem with people taking that from them, then how is he able to be like, to look at Medhi and be like, well, you don't look like you're from around here, son. When did you get citizenship? Should that, I don't know how you got that. You're supposed to be, he doesn't realize that he's undermining his own argument too, right? If nothing matters, then fucking open borders would be the correct moral, they like, and obviously he's not arguing for that. He's just trying to undermine. Anyway, it's frustrating. Like I said, brains are cooked.
They came here first, right? They came here from Asia by way of land bridge. Have an argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson or anybody else about that. I don't care.
Is he an American?
I genuinely don't care. Yes, he is.
Okay, just checking.
My point is, okay?
Nothing to do with crime. So far, you've agreed with me that these people are
criminals. Because you're derailing, dude. I'm trying to stay on track.
You literally sat down and asked me where I'm from. I think you derailed this conversation from the get-go.
I think you got offended by that, but
I'm not offended. I'm just wondering what it has to do with crime.
I'm always curious.
We're going to talk about immigration. Don't worry, later on. You can come back.
I hope so.
Right now, you're doing a very bad job of making the case that he's not pro-crime and pro-criminal.
I just got a round of applause. I could probably get another one, actually, if I asked for it.
Wow.
So I don't think I'm doing
as bad. Is this how you get rounds of applause? You sit in a room with 20 people who agree with you. Wow, amazing. Amazing. That must make you feel good.
You know what? I'm actually
20 people
glad
who agree
you're
with
getting
you
this
applauded you.
emotionally outraged right
Wow.
now. This is great.
I love it.
Do I have to say anything at this point, or are you just going to keep going?
No, please.
Okay.
Make your claim.
Well, my claim is that I don't care if it's pro-crime. You want to go back to the topic of conversation?
That's fine. We agree then. He's pro-crime and you don't care.
But I have a question for you, though. Do you care on the opposite side of the spectrum?
Yes.
Do you care about law being administered to the opposite side of the spectrum?
Yes. I think anyone who assaults a police officer shouldn't be pardoned. I think that Donald Trump shouldn't have pardoned 9 Republican members of Congress who were convicted of crimes, and I don't think Joe Biden should commit. I don't think Democrats should pardon Democrats.
Fair, but I don't think you understand where we are in the U.S. then.
I think I do.
No, because you're arguing from a position of like a U.S. that doesn't exist anymore. Okay. We're headed towards
nihilism, no laws, nothing matters.
It's not about
everyone's pro-crime.
It's not about that. It's that conservatives conservatives for too long have been playing it safe. They've been playing by the law. They've been playing by the law. Yes, they have.
Maybe you missed the Bush presidency. Did you live here during the Bush years?
Conservatives are
didn't
so
play by
concerned.
the law, George W. Bush, nor did Ronald Reagan.
Let's be respectful to you. Let me finish.
I'm not sure you've been that respectful, but okay.
I'm trying to bring it back, so let's both bring it back, okay? I'm conservative.
I love that whole, remember when he threatened him? You better not interrupt me. I'm prone to violent outbursts, right? Medhi just called his bluff.
Okay?
Really?
Let me tell you this. We do play it too safe. We've been playing it by the book for too long. Okay. At this point, gloves are off, right? The left has made their point. They're willing to do.
I want to point out this is also Ethan Klein's argument about CPS, not so much to like associate this guy with Ethan Klein or anything, but to point out that he's making a bullshit MAGA level argument when he says gloves are off, CPS. Denham's did CPS, so.
Police force in Washington, the left.
Yes. Are you kidding me? The left? Are you insane?
Police officers.
Look. Okay, look at LA right here. You think those stand down?
You think the LAPD are a bunch of liberal Marxists?
No, but I think they listen to liberal Marxists who tell them what to do. Okay. I think they listen to who signs their paychecks at the end of the day.
Can I just check, because you're doing lots of little diversions. We both agree Donald Trump's pro-crime, you're just fine with it.
No,
is that the position?
I don't
That's what you said so far for about 5 minutes.
I don't agree with your definition
What's
of
your
crime.
definition of crime?
It doesn't
Stomping
matter.
on a police officer's head is not a crime. That's your definition of crime as the Native American.
Yeah, the funny thing about the red flags is like they keep on using them. Like, in fact, most conservatives on this show, when it's a person on the left in the middle, they'll sort of use them to stop the bleeding on an argument that's going badly for them. But really, what it is it should be it should be a towel. It's throwing in the towel on your boxer. Like, that's what that is, right? I mean, they're doing it to try to kind of save the bacon of their argument, maybe get somebody in there with stronger arguments, right? But in reality, what that is just like my fighter's fucking cooked. Let's get him out of there before he fucking, gets CTE. Like, my dude's going down. We don't have a chance. This is I don't want to see this guy suffer anymore.
I am Native American.
If you say so.
So, going back to the topic at hand, we have different definitions of crime because you're talking
convenient. There's a criminal code in this country. It's called a U.S. criminal code.
You know what? Let's focus on what we agree on. I'm sure you and I actually agree on a lot more.
Do we agree that people shouldn't stomp on police officers' heads? Can we agree on that? If you don't agree on that, then I really think this conversation is kind of pointless.
No, because first of all, you're saying what? That the police have the authority, that they're given the authority. I don't accept the authority that's been given by liberal
conservative position. I'm the conservative or pro-police.
Then you don't know what a real... Hey, listen, you're in a room with juggernauts right now, okay? I'm telling you right now, you are going to be blown open if you think...
Did he say something about gender?
Yeah, if we're going to struggle with the English language for the next couple hours, then
what you're up against right now, okay?
100%.
Yeah. Newsflash, the conservatives are liberal to me, okay? Neocons, the libertarians, all those mainstream people, they might as well be leftists to me, okay? That's how far to the right I am. Do you understand my position? So when you say...
I kind of guessed it.
Okay, so newsflash, this guy's a danger to himself and others, all right?
When you say, about obeying police, why would I give the authority to police? Do you know here in America?
Do you think Donald Trump should be pardoning 9 members of Congress who committed financial crimes? Are you pro financial crime? Are you pro financial crime?
Blown out. Yeah, he newsflashed him. Here, let me switch back to this and read a super chat here. Charlie Kelly says he's afraid. He's afraid thinking Medhi was charging up the Shahada and the and beam him with the with an inshallah. It's like Kamehame inshallah. Is that how that works? Something like that. But there's another one biting the dust. They give him a longer chance. They actually cheered this guy for a moment there when he said, "Whites are native to American, bro." They're like, "Oh yeah." And this is how echo chambers work, right? If you say that shit in a room of 20 people and it cooks, you are under the impression that this is these are bars. When in actuality, you just sound like an idiotic racist. Anyway, chat, let's proceed.
Right.
Do you know
right,
who Thomas
pause.
Timbo is?
Pause.
I think the people who clapped you have voted you out.
All right. Head back to your seat. You've been...
I've got to pick my nose and eat it before I go back to my seat now. I need a little snack. I ran out of my beaver nuggets from Buc-ee's, and I need to eat some of these boogers.
Voted out by the majority.
Nice to meet you.
Hi
Hello,
there.
sir. How are you?
Hey, so I'm going to be as respectful about this as possible, but the truth is your claim is completely bad faith. You do not care about being anti-crime. You yourself are pro-crime. Your side is pro-crime because you're a progressive.
How am I pro-crime?
So I'll give you an example.
Ooh, see, now I don't like this. I don't like Medhi letting him run the conversation, right? At least point out that he's derailing. That what was asked of him was to defend Donald Trump, all right? And just one little claim of bad faith, it like allows him to now go on the offense. Did he really just shake his hand? Yeah, it's kind of awkward. Like after basically physically threatening him, yeah, he shook his hand.
All right, so your side, not Donald Trump, has passed a series of laws in California. Let's go with California. It's where we are right now. It's where I'm from. I don't know. Are you from California?
No.
Or okay. So in California, for example, the state legislature, completely progressive, just passed a law that limits sex offender registration to 10 years. It was life before.
Completely progressive? Chat, you want to name off any Californians? Is that, how do you say it? Any California people in chat want to name off some of the things that the supposedly progressive state legislature has just approved? I feel like they signed off on some pretty bad stuff that Gavin Newsom also crime. You can say that they're on the left, right? You can say that Gavin Newsom and the California state legislature is on the left. I feel like it's pretty ignorant to. I just broke a dish. God damn it, chat. God damn it. Read the fact check. Okay. I don't understand it when I move into a place and the dishes are not mine. How is it so fucking easy to like break dishes? Like it's just. California has a tier-based sex offender registry. Those who commit misdemeanors have to register for minimum 10 years, while those who commit more serious sex crimes have to register for 20 years to life.
That's pro-crime. The legislature in California, which is progressives again, has passed a law that says the voter-induced three-strike law is no longer absolute. If someone murders someone, stabs someone, in three...
Here's another one. California voters changed the state's three-strike rule in 2012 so that the mandatory 25 to life sentence is only imposed on serious or violent offenders. In 2021, the legislature ordered a mandatory resentencing for those with certain enhanced sentences. Yeah. This was the law that famously, I think, put somebody in a 25 to life situation for stealing a slice of pizza. It's literally like is it 3 felonies or is it just, I think it's 3 felonies, right? But maybe it didn't used to be. I don't know. But like, I mean, I've heard stories about these like three very minor offenses adding up to a life sentence for somebody. That is why they changed it in 2012.
Separate occasions. A judge now does not have to give them life. That's a progressive law. That is pro-crime. You support that, don't you?
I actually don't support sex offenders coming off a list. I think they should be on for life.
Okay, so you disagree with progressives.
So hold on. You and I both agree that sex offending is a bad thing, especially child sex offending, right?
It seems like
misdemeanors can apply too sometimes.
like you and I agree on that.
I agree
the
on that.
legislature of California doesn't.
So I'm not here to debate that.
Yeah, and the thing about laws that like allow that sort of thing. So, are there some judges that are going to be bounds of reason in some cases? Yeah. But because of this thing called implicit racism, which is racism that we have but don't realize, right? If you've Obama actually described a situation in which a black person walked by his car door late at night one time and he locked the door, right? And that was Obama kind of, relating to racist white Americans in order to make sure that, that racism didn't derail his candidacy. But yeah, like a lot of people, will have, even without having like conscious racist thoughts, right, they'll have unconscious racist thoughts. And so when you've got something like this 3 strikes law, right, that allows the judge to, at certain times, like say the accused is white, and they're like, I'm gonna send this young woman to jail for stealing a pizza slice. That seems a little bit strong. But somehow when they see like a black person, in the defendant's chair, that seems okay, right? That's what these kind of laws allow, right? Is that implicit bias to sneak in, and sometimes maybe some not so implicit bias, right? So let's be real, judges are old as fuck.
The legislature of California. I'm here to debate
You're
Donald
progressive.
Trump being pro-crime,
But
and
you're
I'm saying that Donald Trump was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell. When Ghislaine Maxwell, who's the worst child sex trafficker of our lifetime, she's serving over 20 years. Do you know Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yeah, she's actually not. Jeffrey Epstein's the worst sex trafficker.
He's dead. I'm talking about people alive right now.
It's interesting though you didn't use his name, right? Wouldn't he be the one who did this?
Oh, great. I'm glad you brought up Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, before he died, did an interview with Michael Wolff. He's on tape. I don't know if you've heard the tape. He says, my closest friend was Donald Trump. I was his closest friend. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if you've heard of him. He tweeted recently that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files. Yes. And Ghislaine Maxwell, who was the right-hand woman of Jeffrey Epstein, when she was on trial for child sex offending, which you and I are opposed to, Donald Trump stood up and said, good luck to her, I wish her well. So yeah, that makes him pro-crime and pro-criminal if he's being soft on child sex traffickers,
well, you just said they
like
were his
Epstein.
Friends. He's
No, I'm
clearly
saying he was
something.
friends. He was friends with Epstein. You haven't seen the videos? They danced together, partied together. Epstein said I was his closest friend.
He's not supported the pedophilia part. The only people supporting
Actually,
pedophilia
that's
are
not
the
true.
left.
Trump gave a speech about 20 years ago where he said Epstein's a great guy. He loves young women. A lot of them are very young. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, laugh, laugh. So yeah, I think he's pro-crime and pro-criminal.
So you think
and I think he's soft on sex offenders.
Do you have any friends who are criminals?
Not that I know of. Certainly not child sex offenders. No, do you?
If it came, no, of course
The
not.
one thing that I haven't seen break through to MAGA yet, and a decent amount of stuff has, even though you see those polls that say 80%, 88%, 90% of Republicans support Trump, right? Some of this stuff has started to break through, but it's broken through as in Donald Trump doesn't have the courage to take on the deep state, or Donald Trump is somehow using this as leverage or making a deal or this or that. The thing that doesn't break through is the very obvious conclusion that Donald Trump, he just said Donald Trump supported, he was friends with the guy. He didn't support the pedophilia. It looks now like Donald Trump did the pedophilia, right? Just an unbiased perspective, looking at this shit from the outside with no skin in the game, says it looks like Donald Trump did, you really have to, you really have to do some mental gymnastics to convince yourself that there's not a strong chance that Donald Trump predated underage girls, right? At this point. And that's the part that hasn't broken through. So I feel like we need more, I feel like we need to rub their faces in it a little bit. President PDF, the pedophile in chief, Donald Trump, right? Yeah, I'm sorry, but you got to start talking about this stuff, even if we're only talking about allegedly, all right, which is what I'm saying here. We got to put it into words, and we got to rub their faces in it a little bit.
Okay, so we're both in agreement again. So why are you defending Donald Trump?
If it came out tomorrow that one of your friends was a child sex
you know
trafficker,
what I'd do?
You'd stop being friends with them.
Yes.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't say...
then I'd go on TV and I would say, oh, look, Mr. Hasan was friends with this guy 10 years ago. Therefore, he's pro-child sex trafficking.
What if Mr. Hasan said, I wish them well when they're on trial? Wouldn't you ever go at me for that?
You wish your friend well on trial?
Yeah, child sex trafficker. Would you be mad?
I wouldn't wish someone well, but that's
Donald
your
Trump
gotcha.
Did.
That's your gotcha.
It's a pretty big gotcha.
He wished a friend
pretty
well.
big gotcha.
Okay.
He praised the woman for child.
That's your gotcha, but the thing is, I actually do gotcha. I actually gotcha. And those red flags should be coming up right now, because this guy's getting cooked. Save him. Save him. Come get your dudes. Come get your dudes, Groiper.
Now, as you're trying to get back to Donald Trump on a personal level, let's talk
says
policy.
His name
What's his policy?
Oh, you want to talk policies?
Yes.
So when he left office in 2020, he left behind the highest murder rate for over 100 years.
He left behind the highest murder?
Yes.
That is the most bad faith claim you could possibly make.
It's a fact from the CDC
and
data.
you know what? Here's why it's bad faith.
Can I finish a sentence? And then you can come back in.
You're just lying to people. Donald Trump...
I'm lying?
Yes,
can I finish the sentence?
Donald Trump does not cause the murder rate. Murder is a state-level crime.
That's hilarious.
Gavin Newsom is more responsible for the murder rate than Donald Trump is.
That's hilarious. So Donald Trump's not responsible for the murder rate, but other politicians who are Democrats
Yes, because it's a state-level law. That's like saying I'll say Republicans are too. State governors who are soft on crime are the ones that are responsible for murder rates.
Let me finish a sentence. When Donald Trump left office in 2020,
they literally hung Laken Riley's corpse around Biden and Kamala's neck. Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit of hypocrisy here.
Between 2019 and 2020, according to data from the CDC, from the FBI, from Pew Research, the 30% increase in the murder rate between 2019 and 2020. It was the single biggest jump in the murder rate since 1905.
And
so he's pro-crime and pro-criminal.
Who's doing the murdering?
The murderers.
So aren't they responsible for the murder rate?
But why did it go up on his watch?
What?
Why did it go up on his watch?
Gee,
He's
that's
very
a real
bad.
hard. That's
He's
a real
very bad
hard
at fighting crime.
That's a real hard one to figure out, right? We shut down the whole economy during COVID. We told everyone they couldn't go out unless it was to violently protest. We told people that if a cop tries to arrest you, that cop's probably going to get charged with murder.
No, I think the pandemic had a lot to do with it. But the pandemic didn't finish
that?
in 2020.
What?
The pandemic didn't finish in
No,
2020.
but you asked why the murder rate went
and yet,
up.
if we're
The
going to
murder
play the
rate
what
went up
about game,
because of
you
all
guys
these
blame Joe
factors.
Biden for crime for years.
What Joe
For
Biden
years.
actively induces policies that are pro-crime. I'm asking
So
you
does
for
Donald Trump. Okay.
Name the policy
I'll
that's
name one right
pro-crime.
now. I'll
Please,
name one right
I've asked
now.
you for like 10 minutes.
I'll name
Please
one right
do
now.
that.
No, you haven't actually. You talked about
some of-
California legislatures. He pardoned violent criminals
That's
who
not-
then went
that's
on
not a
to
policy.
commit
He
other
did-
crimes. You don't think releasing violent crimes into
A
the
pardon is
community?
a one-time thing. What's his policy
know-
he has pushed?
A
Name
one-time
law he has
thing.
signed.
A pardon
What
is a
law has he
one-time
signed?
thing. Is a policy is not one-time
That's
thing.
like Jimmy Carter pardoned the
You
draft. No,
guys
listen,
may want to dodge January 6th, the pardons.
I'm not
A pardon is you could say it's a one-time thing, but it's an override of the justice system, right? It's you taking the laws made by the legislature, signed into law by the executive, all right? And then, upheld by the judiciary, and then implemented, through criminal proceedings, given their due process, and then adjudicated as guilty, and saying, yeah, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I'm going to override this one. All right? This person was adjudicated guilty of a crime, was given a sentence, and I'm going to override that now. It doesn't matter. Yeah, what the fuck is that other than pro-crime?
That.
Then
Jimmy
deal with
Carter.
it. Did you agree with
I'm
him?
gonna right
Do
now.
you agree with
Jimmy
him?
Carter
Do you
pardoned
agree with
draft
the pardons?
dodgers. Does that mean his
I
policy was
don't
no one
support
has to...
Jimmy Carter. Do you
Okay.
support the pardoning of people who went on to be prosecuted for sexual
Did he
abuse of a
bring
7-year-old
up?
child?
Did he just bring up Jimmy Carter pardoning draft dodgers? People who didn't want to fucking murder Vietnamese children, didn't want to burn their fucking skin off of them, didn't want to cause birth defects for years and years and years with Agent Orange, and Jimmy Carter given, a blanket pardon for those people. That's the issue. January 6th, no, that's totally fine. You should do a pardon for skull fucking cops, right? That deserves a pardon. But I'm sorry, refusing to murder children, no, that's an unpardon. They can never be forgiven.
Illegal gun possession, reckless homicide.
Now, see,
These are people
there's
who
more bad
released-
faith. See,
these
there's
are people
more
who
bad
released
faith.
from
He
prison.
didn't pardon someone for sexually abusing a
No, but
child.
they went on to be
pardoned
convicted
someone
of it.
for
So
rebelling
that's-
against the government that they believed
No,
had
they-
rigged elections. That's what he pardoned them for. He didn't pardon them for sexual child abuse.
But they were criminals who committed those crimes. He let them out. So that means the crime rate goes up.
So you say they're criminals because they did the crime, right?
Yeah.
Would you extend that to illegal immigrants, that they're all criminals because they committed a crime? I have a
Guess what? It's not a crime. It's a violation of a civil law. That's a civil procedure. That's a civil penalty. That's not crime. That's not crime. That's not a criminal proceeding.
Supreme Court, we're going to talk about immigration.
Someone who's illegally entered the United States, not a criminal, but
not
somebody who
according to
illegally
the Supreme
entered the
Court.
Capitol
Not
is.
according to the Supreme Court of the United States.
The Supreme Court has said that anyone who enters the United States
The
illegally
Supreme
is not a
Court,
criminal.
and we could
What's the case
jump
site?
to
Can I get the
future
case
claims.
site? Can I get the
We
case
can
site?
jump to 20. You want to get the case?
The case site, please.
You
said the Supreme Court
the
said,
citation of the case.
Yes, that entering
It's
the United
called-
States illegally is not a crime.
It's called Arizona versus United States 2012. Go look it up.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you, sir?
Nice to meet you, Medhi.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. I really just more want to get an understanding. When you say pro-criminal, what do you mean?
I mean that when confronted with people who've committed criminal acts, Donald Trump has been either soft on them, friendly with them, pardoned them, and of course, let's not forget, I mean, we've got 5 minutes left. I'm surprised it hasn't come up earlier. He's a convicted criminal himself sitting in the White House.
Okay, I want to
34
make sure I
felony
understand you correctly, because
Yes.
I don't want to strawman you.
No,
You're saying
I appreciate that.
every time that he's been confronted,
Not every time. I didn't
most
say the
times,
words every time.
most times,
A lot of the time.
a lot of the times,
Yes.
he's leaned towards criminal activity.
I didn't say criminal activity. He has committed crimes.
Endorsed criminal.
He's been indicted for
Correct.
88 different criminal offenses in 4 different jurisdictions by 5 different grand juries. He was convicted himself on 34 different criminal offenses by a jury of his peers. But let's park that for a moment.
Okay.
Separate to his own crimes, when
Right.
confronted with the crimes of others, or the alleged crimes of others, for example, a Chinese crypto billionaire
Right,
called
right.
Justin Sun, who was being investigated for market manipulation, Trump dropped the case, invited him to the golf course,
Right, I get
invited
it.
him
So
to the White House,
plenty of examples,
and the guy
plenty of
invested
examples.
$70 million in Trump's
Okay,
cryptocurrency.
so what I want to ask you
That's
this.
pro-crime in my
so
view.
is it possible, because remember, the burden of proof's on you, right? You have to prove, is it possible that all these things that he's done that supposedly make him pro-crime, is there's another reason for the doing it? There's other justification. For example, let me give an example, and then you can rebut it. The J6.
Yes.
Is it possible that he could have done this to unite the country, to move past, to go to a new chapter? If it's even
To unite the country. What is this guy smoking? This isn't a popular move, right? Even with Republicans, there's Republicans who have trepidation about this kind of thing.
I think you would have to admit that there's another possibility, therefore he's not pro-crime, at least in possibility.
So let me agree and disagree.
Yep, okay.
So I agree with you that the intent could be different. I don't think
So understand when they say impossibility, what they're doing, right? This is an attempt to adopt a standard of proof, the kind of standard of proof that applies to a criminal in a trial, right? So if there's a shadow of a reasonable doubt, you're supposed to find that person not guilty. That doesn't mean you're saying they're innocent, because when you say not guilty, that is a different finding by a jury or by a judge than if they're actually innocent, right? Yeah, he's trying to shift the burden of proof in a conversation, mind you, right? Which the conversation isn't trying to find, like, according to the standard of law. Like, is it possible that this guy is not pro-criminal? Yeah, he's taken a fucking criminal defense standard of burden of proof and applying it to a conversation.
Sitting there saying, how can I increase the level of murders? Let me release some murderers.
Right.
I'm not saying he did that on January 6th. I don't think he was trying to unite the country. That's where we disagree. That's bullshit. In fact, he divided the country further. But intent doesn't really matter to my claim. If he's releasing violent criminals,
wait.
it doesn't
Intent
matter.
doesn't matter?
No, he's pro-crime and pro-criminal.
No, but that's a big indictment to say pro-crime. That means
If I'm
he's
confronted,
for crime.
I'm confronted. Well, he is, because for example, I gave an example.
No. It could
Can I
be
finish?
possible.
I didn't
Okay, sorry,
interrupt you.
forgive me. Yep.
Your friend earlier, your ally, said, where has he done stuff that's increased the crime rate? I'm telling you, people have been pardoned who have been convicted on multiple other crimes. These people who we pardoned had previous criminal records. They were not just some folks chilling around go, we're against the takeover of our country, we're opposed to rebellion. A lot of these people were already hardened criminals, militia members. He looked at those people and said, you know what? They've been convicted, in many cases, by Republican judges, but I'm going to let them out. Yeah, that makes
Can I
you
ask you a question?
pro-criminal.
Is it possible?
Very
Again,
much so.
all I'm trying to-
And if Joe Biden had done it, you'd be attacking him.
Sure. Is it possible that their conviction was part of a plea? It's like, oh shit, I can't get out of this, so I got to take a plea deal.
Oh, great question. That's a huge problem in our justice system. The police system is a huge, is a huge issue. The plea, what it does, chat, is it incentivizes innocent people to plead guilty. And there's a reason for this, right? Because we don't put enough resources into the judicial system to actually have all the trials. We don't have enough judges. We don't have enough lawyers. We don't have enough court time. We don't have enough anything to actually take everything to trial, like even just criminally, right? And so they got this whole, the plea system allows the prosecutor to essentially waive like an absurdly severe sentence over the head of the accused, and to say, if you don't want Jolene Cujo to be sentenced to 25 to life, then even though you were not the you were not the agent of murder or the accessory to the murder, and that was your boyfriend, you were gonna cop to that plea, get his worthless ass off, and you're gonna serve essentially like her lawyer, I mean, this is from a manga chat, and obviously Hirohiko Araki does not know the American judicial system that well. I mean, just as an example, if you've seen JoJo Part 6, right? The police system is essentially used to get innocent people to plead guilty, right? To save the court time and money. And that's some bullshit.
Some of them, maybe.
A lot of them, maybe?
Others we saw with our own lying eyes on tape, battering police officers.
So I want to
did you watch live on January 6th? What happened?
To be completely honest, I'm pretty novice on this.
Okay.
I'm more trying to target. You're saying he's pro-crime. In my head,
I'm
just
saying,
thinking this logically. Let me finish. If I can finish for 1 second. If thinking this, there's a possibility that he might have had other reasons. For example, unifying the country. Next chapter, right? That could be the reason. Therefore, it's not pro-crime. There was other reasons. I'm just saying that's a possibility. And if that's
I'm saying it's a possibility, but I'm saying it's irrelevant because if you're knowingly releasing violent criminals out into the community, pardoning, not just releasing, then yes, you are being pro-criminal.
Yeah.
I've interviewed police officers.
I don't know about that case.
I've interviewed police officers who have been assaulted, beaten, had to retire from the police office, broken bones.
Can I move really
Let me
quick
say this out.
yeah, go
I'll finish.
You're about to get fucking shit canned, dude.
I've interviewed these police officers. They've been beaten by people who they've then seen walk off the streets and then carry on threatening them. Yes, when Donald Trump is responsible for that, you're definitely pro-crime.
Okay, I doubt a lot of the sources, but
you doubt police officers who testified to being assaulted.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thanks.
Yeah, hey, if only the testimony of police officers was as easy to impeach in other cases, right? There are definitely cases where police officers have planted evidence on people and or testified falsely in order to secure a conviction, right? But generally, the court will look upon their testimony if there's nothing disproving that, right? If there's nothing conflicting with a police officer's story, they'll take the cop's word over your word 100% of the time.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Nice to meet you, Medhi.
So you claim that your main claim is that Trump pardoned some people from January 6th. By the way, I was there. I saw it all firsthand.
You saw it or you did it? Were you
about a football?
Did you go in?
Field away. The smoke in my eyes. Bloodied. It was crazy.
Bloodied. Bloodied. The thing about it was, chat, the cops were barely able to fight back, let alone like do the kind of damage. Like, look, in a protest, right? Like the LA protests, right? A reporter got shot in the leg with a rubber bullet. People got, fucked up by flashbang grenades. Like a lot of people got hurt. A lot of people were bloody, right? And January 6th, there were, maybe canisters of tear gas, but that's about it. There wasn't, the kind of attempt to shut down the protest because honestly, the Capitol Police were not, they were not sufficient to even hold back the Jan 6ers, let alone to.
Day.
Were you convicted of any crimes?
No, of course not, because I didn't enter the building. Staying very peaceful. But your entire claim is that he pardoned.
That's not my entire claim.
Your bet's basically you keep bringing it up. All you do is bring it up.
Okay, I'll mention some other people.
Let me say this.
Are you okay with his pardoning of Paul Wolchak, who stole money from his employees?
You keep talking about
or 9
partying.
former members of Congress. That's
you keep
my
talking
claim.
about partying.
He keeps pardoning criminals. That makes him.
You know who else pardoned a big criminal?
Go on.
Hunter Biden was pardoned by his father. He did crack cocaine, and he had hookers there too.
I'm with you all. I'm with you all.
But then why don't you claim that Biden? Why don't you claim that Biden?
I think Joe Biden in that instance was pro-crime. He shouldn't have done it.
Well,
he
so
shouldn't
he
have
was
done it.
overall pro-crime just because he did that.
No, but Joe Biden didn't just. So if it was just a pardon, then you'd be fine. But I already mentioned there's also the fact that Joe Biden wasn't actually a convicted criminal in office. Trump has committed crimes. Trump hangs around with criminals. He spent much of the 80s hanging around with the New York mob. He hung around with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Well, that whole that's.
Hey, what's this one say? I almost wish we could leave this part of the screen alone just to be able to read it either. According to Fear City documentary and other reports, Trump worked with the media on certain construction jobs that involved unions, supply contractor companies that were under mob control. Wait, is he going to talk about Trump? This has been a, unspoken fact, I guess, about Trump and his organization for years and years and years.
wasn't actually a convicted criminal in office. Trump has committed crimes. Trump hangs around with criminals. He spent much of the 80s hanging around with the New
Oh, yeah, that's what he's, okay.
mob. He hung around with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Well, that whole
I can keep going.
Jeffrey Epstein lived in West Palm Beach, the area, and that's the closest golf course you can go to.
Do you think?
And he's very,
do you think
very
Donald
rich,
Trump is in the Epstein
so
files?
he paid.
Do you think Donald Trump is in the
As
Epstein
soon
files?
as Trump found out,
Do you think Donald Trump is in the Epstein files?
No, I do not. And here,
What, is Elon Musk lying?
Let me explain. Let me explain this.
Okay.
He lived in the area in Mar-a-Lago, near Mar-a-Lago. So
He didn't meet Epstein from living in Mar-a-Lago. They moved, Epstein, I think, moved next to him because of their prior friendship and association, right? This is,
he bought, obviously, a ticket to go in there.
Yep.
As soon as Trump found out that Epstein had done all those bad things, immediate ban
That's
from
not true,
Mar-a-Lago.
but okay.
Immediate ban
It's not
from Mar-a-Lago.
true.
Yes, it is.
That's not
Yes.
okay, a book called The Grifters Club alleged Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago for hitting on another member's daughter.
It is 100%.
In fact, Ghislaine Maxwell recruited some of the girls that were abused from Mar-a-Lago.
During deposition, Virginia Joffrey said she was approached by Ghislaine Maxwell about giving massages to Epstein while working as a spa attendant in Mar-a-Lago.
So listen to this.
From Mar-a-Lago. That's pretty outrageous, right?
Elon Musk tweeted that out in a fit of rage, okay? Do you
Sometimes
really,
people
do you
tell
really
the truth
think,
when they're angry.
Do you really
the
think,
truth comes out when people are angry sometimes.
So Cash
we
Patel,
might see that today.
Cash Patel literally said that Elon Musk had no access to the Epstein files. So
Cash Patel said that Epstein killed him.
Cash Patel says a lot of things. Like, let's just remember who we're talking about here, right? With Cash Patel. So this guy, that's your character witness right there.
Himself. Do you agree with that? I'm angry sometimes.
So Cash
we
Patel,
might see that today.
Cash Patel literally said that Elon Musk had no access to the Epstein files. So
Cash Patel said that Epstein killed himself. Do you agree with that?
Whatever he says goes. Then yeah, I don't care.
You do?
He knows more information than I do.
A lot of MAGA people are upset.
He knows
with
more
Cash Patel
information
for
than I
saying
do.
that.
But
including maybe some of your cohort here on this show today.
But here's the actual claim.
Suddenly people are trying to vote you out because you said you agree with Cash Patel on Epstein.
He knows more information than I do.
Pause. That's time. Please return to your seat.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. Take care.
Surrounded is now.
As a podcast? Okay, if you say so. I feel like the visual, as much as we're blocking some of the visual here, I can't imagine what this would be like as a podcast. I mean, I guess it works. It's mostly a conversation between Medhi and someone else, so you could probably cut it up in a way that.
Nice to meet
pleasure
you.
to meet you, sir.
Medhi, lovely to meet you.
Oh, wait, this guy's pretty unhinged, right?
So I would say that with Trump being anti-constitution, I don't really care, to be quite frankly.
Okay.
Because in regards,
It's your big moment, guy. It's your big moment. Say, fuck the Constitution. Fuck those founding fathers.
to the Constitution is a document that should seek to serve us.
Yes.
And when it fails to seek to serve us, that can be amended. Laws can be changed. And quite frankly, the fact is, we're defending things in this country that shouldn't be defended. The First Amendment should not defend pornography and making children and women be victimized. Making women and children be victimized as a result of that. I think things like blasphemy shouldn't be allowed per the First Amendment. I think that, quite frankly, there are a lot of legal processes that are enabling criminals and bad people to fully enact their will in this country in the name of the Constitution or following the Constitution. So, quite frankly, if Trump is anti-Constitution, good, and I think he should go further.
So this is wonderfully revealing of the modern conservative mindset. So I appreciate you spelling it out so openly. Just checking, do you support the Second Amendment?
I do.
Okay. Surprise, I was shocked to hear that. I'm saying that Donald Trump is defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He's thinking of defying the 12th and 22nd Amendments. You're saying you don't care about the Constitution, but actually you do because you quite like the Second Amendment. You just don't like the bits that you disagree with. Can I just be clear on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm more than willing to amend it and include
whenever
the
it's in
Second
your
Amendment.
favor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So can Democrats do the same when they're in office?
No, absolutely not. Because
so you don't
it's the
believe in
friend enemy.
democracy?
No, I don't. Absolutely not.
What do you believe in?
Autocracy.
By who?
Honestly, quite frankly, anyone who is in line with Catholic teaching.
Donald Trump is not Catholic.
Of course, he's not. I completely agree,
so
and that's
you
part of
support
the problem.
Trump? You don't support Trump?
No, I don't. I didn't even vote for him. I wrote in like John.
I'm sorry, but this is more de facto support of child molesters here. If the Catholic Church, Catholic teaching though, oh God. So here's the thing. He doesn't even mean the Catholic Church. This guy probably thinks that the Pope is woke and, that Catholicism has lost its way ever since Vatican II. Back before, like, this guy's arguing to make Catholicism anti-Semitic again, in all likelihood, right? But like, did you see how everybody clapped with the Catholic thing? That's why I titled this stream "Goat versus Groypers." All right, that's what we're dealing with here. Understand that these aren't even really Catholics. They're people appropriating Catholicism in for their own theocratic fascist means, right? The Catholic Church, in its present form, not trying to take over any governments. There was concern about that when John F. Kennedy was elected, that if you elect a Catholic, that the Pope, since the Catholic has to do what the Pope says, then the Pope is, you're technically electing the Pope as president, right? People, but yeah, this is some sick shit. And I feel like Catholics need to do something about this. Like, they're gonna take the fucking church down with them. And in reality, this doesn't have anything to do with Catholic teaching. This definitely doesn't have anything to do with the church. And it's just another red flag to look for, right? When you see, Catholic teaching, right? When you see banned pornography and all this shit, you're listening to Nick Fuentes' reheated Giardia diarrhea, right? Spewing out of this, just in big clumps, spewing out of this man's mouth, right? That's what he's doing. He's like lapped up all of Nick's like diarrhea shits in the diarrheas. Is that what he said? All of Nick Fuentes' diarrheas, and he's regurgitating them for the pleasure of this audience. Let's not pretend Catholicism is defensible. Do you think that's what I'm doing, Lena, or are you just here for drama?
Pork or someone. I can't even remember.
Why did you vote if you don't believe in democracy and you want autocracy?
Well, because quite frankly, I voted. I kind of voted just to.
Catholicism, as I alluded to earlier, has a huge load of baggage, right, in the form of the multiple victims of child predation, right, by Catholic priests and other officials. And the church itself has done a lot to protect these people, to move them around, to deny victims any kind of justice, and to fight them in court ultimately, right? So no, they're not defensible, but they're also not doing Nick Fuentes level theocratic fascism, right? They're not Matt Walsh, right? That's Vatican II. That's the old Catholic Church that was formerly anti-Semitic. And you can make an argument that, an organization retains some of its culture even when the leadership and the formal rules change. So yeah, it's definitely not an organization that I would praise, but at the same time, it's not what these people are talking about isn't exactly Catholicism. They're like making up a new, version of the Catholic Church that has a lot more to do with Fuentes than, with Catholic. I went to Catholic high school, Chad, and they taught me that the Bible, the first few books of the Bible, were not written, as I had learned in my Protestant church, were not written by Moses. They were written by you know, specific authors. Like within Genesis, you got like multiple authors, right? So, you know, I mean, like say what you will about it. It's not a great organization. In fact, organized religion in general, I'm not super in favor of, but it's not what these guys are trying to turn it into. And I wish that the Catholic Church would push back on this and, you know, like they need to do what they not like us, right? Because, this is something a little different. This is something a little different, but yeah, no, point taken that the Catholic Church has a lot of historical, you know, guilt to take account for.
I came with this argument, but I'm bored of my own argument. I'm much more interested in this. So
yeah, absolutely.
How do we get to an autocracy?
I think, quite frankly, that if we are able to enact local leaders...
Who is the we, by the way?
I think, quite frankly, these far-right conservatives sitting right around
White
me.
people?
Yeah,
No
absolutely.
So,
well,
some
actually,
of you guys,
I have quite.
Some of the people in this room don't make the cut from what I can see visually.
Actually, hold on for a moment. I do think that there are people who happen to not be white who do actually have history in this country and have roots in this country. For instance, from the Mexican-American War, we subsumed a lot of territory of people who have far stakes in this country who happen to be Hispanic or what have you. I'm for defending the traditional demographics of this country, which is majority white, and should stay that way.
How does the United States... I mean, we've gone so off topic, but how does the United States look like under you? Sorry, what's your name?
My name is, my name's Connor.
I'm sorry, you can't answer what is your name? That's a tricky question. Does he have a YouTube channel and he was thinking about like saying, my name is, political, pundit, 81205. And then he's like, no, I better just say my name.
Meet you.
Took a little bit of a doubt there.
Oh, well, I use a pseudonym online.
Fair enough.
But fair enough.
How would Connor's American?
Okay, it was. He's got a handle. He's got a Twitter account that he thought about introducing himself as.
Look, what would it look like?
Well, quite frankly, I think we would deport people who shouldn't be here.
No, I didn't ask about deporting. What does the government look like?
What does the government look like?
Yeah.
I would say, quite frankly, it's under a sort of benevolent leader such as
Where does he come from?
It could.
Benevolent leader such as Franco. Okay. Benevolent. Oh my God. I mean, Chet. I'm assuming most of us in here know what Spain went through in the wake of the, you know, like they look. Fascism got cleared out of Europe at you know, Victory in Europe Day, and Japan in you know, VJ Day, which I call VJJ Day. But the Franco-fascist government lingered on and on and on, and the Spanish people suffered from it. That's a fucked up thing to say. Benevolent leadership of Franco?
Could be a kind of aristocratic class, could be someone
who picks the autocrat?
Frankly, the people. I mean, we could hold a vote on it. Kings were
isn't that democracy?
Well, sure. You can have a vote to get to that stage.
And then no more...
He just wants to be able to say specifically who gets to vote, right? And maybe throw any of those votes out of names that sound African American or Spanish. I don't know.
Votes afterwards.
Absolutely.
Wow.
100%.
Wow. And if that autocrat kills you and your family, you're fine with that?
Well, I'm not going to be a part of the group that he kills, because that's the whole thing.
How do you know?
Carl Schmitt
Autocrats tend to kill everyone,
Carl
even their own
Schmitt
supporters.
makes this point very well in his work. It's the friend-enemy distinction, right?
Carl
liberals,
Schmitt, the Nazi.
Oh my God. Chat, wasn't this correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but for President Sunday, in his old thumbnail, the one with the octopus reading the book, right? The book that the octopus is reading, I believe, is Carl Schmitt, right? I'm not saying that Sunday is like doing a dog whistle or he's like a crypto Nazi or anything. There's probably a reason that he's got the octopus reading Carl Schmitt, but I believe that was the that's where I remember the name Carl Schmitt from.
Theoretician.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't care.
Are you a fan of the Nazis?
I frankly don't care being called a Nazi at all.
I didn't say that.
Doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, remember, it's cool. Wait, should I show you how cool it is, chat? Yeah, we're pro-Nazi Fred Gutfeld on Fox News apparently now. Nazi.
This is why the criticism doesn't matter to us when you call us Nazis. Nazi this, Nazi that. You know, I'm beginning to think they don't like
Nazi, Nazi, Nazi.
us. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks. The way they were able to remove the power from the N-word by using it. So from now on, it's what up, my Nazi? Hey, what up, my Nazi? Hey, what's hanging, my Nazi?
Nazi, please.
Thank God you did a hard eye there. What does it tell you, though?
So yeah, funny enough, chat, there is like, look, within the deep, dark Enlightenment corners of the right-wing movement of the MAGA movement, frankly, there are people that have a long-term goal they don't want the Nazis to stand for like the ultimate evil, right? They think that's a huge problem. The fact that the mythology of World War II is that the Nazis were like irrefutably evil, and that anybody that's doing that again is wrong, right? They want to move on from that. They want to center other things as the greatest evil, right? There's literally a project to try to rehabilitate Nazi, or at least to try to neutralize the kind of valence of the word into something that's just well, that was another historical movement, and right.
This is why the criticism.
Anyway.
Didn't say that. I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that, but...
What about the persecution of the Jews?
Well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic.
But you don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews?
I think that there was a little bit of persecution and
we
stuff
may
like
have
that,
to
which is
rename
bad.
this show because you're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
Hey, what can I say? You know, he's like...
I think you could say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am. Absolutely.
I'm just checking who's clapping just to get my set of where everyone is on this. Because you know that millions of people are going to be watching you on YouTube and checking out who the fascists and the Nazis.
Yeah, you can get the claps from 20 people in the room. Just don't think that represents, let's hear this monstrous laugh again. Here, I almost want to move the weasel slightly. We move the weasel a little bit, just like over here. I want to see that fucking monster laugh.
Absolutely.
All right, Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you could say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am. Absolutely.
I'm just checking who's clapping just to get my set of where everyone is. I think you could say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Oh my God.
Absolutely.
I'm just checking who's clapping. Fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Fascist.
Yeah, I am.
All right.
Absolutely.
I'm just checking who's clapping just to
That's
get my
amazing.
set of where everyone is on this. Because you know that millions of people are going to be watching you on YouTube and checking out who the fascists and the Nazis are.
I'm not ashamed of that whatsoever.
No, clearly you're not.
During the pre-war period, prior to World War II, it was only those parties that properly enacted the people's will. That's why they won. The conservatives were fat cats.
Are
They
you
were
in favor
aristocrats.
of,
They didn't care.
favor of killing people who aren't like you?
Quite frankly, I'm not.
Those eyes, yeah. No, the laugh, the eyes. I mean, this guy's a monster. Schmidt's concept of the political is on my shelf. I'm not trying to damn anybody who, has, Schmidt's work as a. I'm not. Just to be clear, this is not me calling President Sunday a Nazi. I'm just pointing out that was the book in the thumbnail. Now, whether Sunday's an ANCAP or not, that's a different question, but we'll get to that on another day.
You mentioned Franco earlier. Franco killed a lot of innocent people.
Oh, well, he killed communists. He killed people who raped nuns and killed priests.
What about children who he killed and women who he killed?
What are you talking about? He never killed any women or children. He was Catholic,
He only killed combatants.
He was Catholic! Catholics have never done anything bad to women or children. What is this factoid? Franco and his forces killed or executed 150,000 people. That includes members of the Catholic clergy who were deemed either liberal or loyal to the Spanish Republic.
Only kill combatants.
Never killed any innocent people.
The white terror was only punishing those people who did acts of terrorism. And again, are you supporting like raping innocent women? Nuns, dude. Killing priests? I mean, priests don't
nuns, dude. You trying to rape a nun over here?
Brandish guns and kill
people? You just
people?
refuse to condemn the Nazi Holocaust, my friend. I don't think you're in a position to ask anyone any questions.
I quite frankly don't care what you think about me. If I'm a Nazi and being a Nazi,
is mutual,
if being a Nazi means upholding human dignity, because I even believe in your dignity. I don't. In a state that I was running, I wouldn't want to hurt you or anything like that. But quite frankly,
I don't debate fascists.
Okay. So do you concede then? I mean, why?
Do I concede you're a fascist who won't condemn the Nazis?
Yeah.
Yes, I concede that.
Okay, great. So I mean, what are we doing here?
What the fuck? Did he think he just got a concession?
Because I mean, you just seem offended.
What you're doing here,
you just seem offended, to be quite frankly. Like
I'm offended by people who can't condemn the Nazis. Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, I condemn the evils that they did, but I don't really care about being. Yeah, sure. I don't care about being called a Nazi. Is the whole thing.
I never called you a Nazi.
I care
you
about
called
doing
yourself
the right
a Nazi,
thing.
a fascist, and a General Franco supporter.
Well, yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was so super cool, quite frankly. Because the whole
and
thing.
you don't believe in democracy.
I don't believe in democracy.
What are you doing here at a televised debate?
Because,
this is democracy. Not what a debate and disagreement.
Because it is the means to.
Okay, let's not confuse a televised debate. Certainly not Jubilee with democracy, but yeah, point taken. Point taken, right? If he's a Nazi, you know, this is not how they
to support an end. The reason we have free speech now is because we want to be openly talking about our opinions so we can get the state that we want. But it doesn't mean upholding free speech after we win. Again, I mentioned
the only good thing about this fascist moment we're in is that you guys are so open about it.
The whole reason I mentioned.
Quiet part.
Oh shit! Wait! We've seen him before. Wait, chat. Oh, this was somebody that was on Sam Cedar, right? This person right here. Am I crazy, chat? This is the dude. Dude can act like this because he knows he's safe to do so. Let's hope he's not safe long term. Let's hope that Medhi's right and that these people identifying them as fascists, has social consequences, at least down the line. This was, this was the person that I feel like, was this the one where Cat Turd or somebody, quote, retweeted this? And I was like, yeah, look at this based conservative destroying this SJW here. And this dude was the SJW, right? He just read the aesthetics of this person and the aesthetics of Sam Cedar and was like, oh, obviously Sam Cedar is the based conservative in this equation. I think this is the same guy.
I'll keep saying it.
Chat, do you want more of these? Like, should we do like a subathon on Twitch or something like that? Where, again, this is like the riskiest kind of content that I could possibly do. So far, so good. Nothing as bad has happened. Make sure to remind me to take off the audio filter and stuff like that after this. But yeah, we could probably. I mean, I never watched the Sam Cedar stuff because I was sure I would get shit canned on YouTube. There's a lot of these. Candace Owens has had one of these. Jordan Peterson has gotten cooked in one of these. Ben Shapiro, I think, had some bad moments in one of these. Medhi is giving the correct response. They don't deserve to be humored, and look at how quickly he shut off he shut him right up. Yeah, that laugh when he realized where he was. Oh yeah, and the Ahmed. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me, Raif. I mentioned that one earlier too. Yeah, Ahmed, Ethan's friend.
The reason I mentioned Carl Schmitt earlier, and you kind of blew past him, is the friend-enemy distinction.
You blew past. Okay. No, this is probably interesting stuff to talk about. In fact, I've seen the friend-enemy dynamic like brought up in other context. I mean, that's like an influential little giblet of Carl Schmitt, apparently. Friend-enemy distinction. But yeah, it's not. Anyway.
Even liberals, when they take power, they want to enact policies and they want to enact protections for their people and their ideas, and they're willing to punish their enemy. And so I'm the same way. I'm like, hey, if you're going to punish me, I'm going to get in power, and I'm going to frankly punish you when you try to punish.
That's why, chat, I always say that John C. Woods might have been onto something in Nuremberg, right? I don't support a lot of, like, you know, government violence as like law enforcement, right? I don't support the death penalty, for instance. But I do support an unlimited amount of violence in self-defense. And I'll say that 10 toes down, all right? Defend yourself and defend, you know, your and when it comes to people that are the architects of something like the Holocaust, right? We learned from Hitler that putting a dude in jail wasn't enough. We learned from Trump that putting a dude in jail wasn't enough. Sometimes, chat, you need to hand them a firearm and give them the chance to solve the problem themselves. And if they don't solve the problem, chat, then we take a very short rope. And we give that to them instead. And that's what John C. Woods did. John C. Woods did not have a limit on how far he was willing to go against the architects of the Holocaust, right? And I believe that that's justified not as punishment, not even as a, you know, what a disincentive, not even just to, like, you know, like as a deterrent, right? But as self-defense. If you've got somebody that's shown the propensity to engineer a genocide, you're not safe sharing the earth with that person, all right? And I'm questioning, chat, right now whether we're safe sharing the earth with this person. But anyway, I'll leave that up to you.
Leverage power against me. Just that simple.
I'm not sure what you want to say.
Hey, it is what it is.
All right. Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I can't say the same, but thank you. Good to meet you, Medhi.
Good to meet you, sir. All right. So I kind of want to start at the basics or the foundation. I want to see.
Can I just check?
Yes.
Are you a fascist?
No.
Okay.
I don't. I describe myself as, I think, just a Christian.
Fair enough.
I'm a devout Christian.
Good to hear.
I'm just a theocratic fascist. That's all.
I want to start, like, what is your connection to the Constitution, and why do you love it so much? Like, what makes it so important that Trump would defy something like the Constitution to you personally?
Great questions. My first connection is I'm an American citizen. I naturalized American citizen, took a pledge to this country, to the Constitution. As a previous speaker has said, Constitution's not perfect. A lot of things I don't like about it. I don't like the Second Amendment. There's various amendments. I don't like the way the Senate is set up. I'm sure there's things you don't like about the Constitution. The difference is, I don't think you can just illegally defy the Constitution. I don't think each and every one of us can just make up whatever we want. Certainly presidents who are elected with an oath, right? Donald Trump took an oath to preserve, protect, defend the Constitution. And now when he's asked on television, isn't it your job to uphold the Constitution? He said on NBC, I don't know, which goes against his oath. And
President Trump was asked by NBC if everyone, including those in the country illegally, is entitled to due process under the Fifth Amendment. Trump responded, I don't know.
Identifying specific amendments where he is violating. He's only 6 months into his presidency, defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He wants to defy the 22nd Amendment and be president for a third term. This is the problem we have right now. Free speech is under assault. The free press is under assault. Due process is under assault. The right to be in your home and not be invaded by federal agents, the Fourth Amendment, is under assault. So that, for me, is a problem.
Okay. Well, I'd like to start to say I really don't find the Constitution that important. I find it to be like a 300-year-old document. And it was created to defy the country that subjugated your ancestors in India. And then your parents probably moved from India to Britain. And then you move here to tell us that we should listen to a piece of paper that you were never even connected to begin with. So I want to say, like, if I don't care about it, why do you care about it so much?
How do you run a country without any kind of laws or due process? And by the way, you do care about it, because without the First Amendment, you wouldn't be sitting here.
Well, I agree with the First Amendment, and I think.
So do you agree with Donald Trump's crackdown on the First Amendment? He's imprisoning people for their speech. He's threatening free speech media organizations. He's threatening peaceable assembly. These are all rights under the First Amendment. Why aren't you bothered by that as a conservative who claims to love the First Amendment?
So I don't like the First Amendment. I like free speech.
Okay,
so
the First Amendment is what guarantees free speech. I'm from the UK, by the way. I'm from the UK,
and you guys
which
don't
is a
have
democracy.
that.
We don't have the First Amendment. No, that's one of the things I do like about the Constitution. I wish the UK did have a First Amendment.
So people
I'm a
that get
journalist.
arrested for praying outside abortion clinics and stuff like that, right?
So you're opposed to people being arrested for speech crimes, I assume.
Well, it depends what it is. If it's
Yeah, the Constitution isn't important because it's 300 years old, but we do need to follow the Bible. Yeah, no, that one's good. Well, you got to understand, Bivon, God, came down for each of the people that wrote down verses of the Bible. God grabbed their arm and forced them to write just like the exact way that it was actually God that wrote the Bible. And how do we know that? Because the Bible says so. Even though I don't think I've ever seen where it says so. Is there a verse in the Bible that is like the other thing about the Bible is so they weren't verses, they weren't books of the Bible to begin. There wasn't a Bible. There were scrolls. No. Before there was scrolls, there was oral history. There was oral tradition, and the tradition was to recite this stuff, right? So you would, that was how it was remembered. It is that people would commit it. So somebody would say it to them. They would commit it to memory. Then they'd say it to the next generation. Right. And then eventually they got written down in scrolls. Some of the scrolls were canonized. Some of the scrolls were looked at and said, no, this isn't going to be in the Bible. Right. It was like a political process to decide what makes the cut and what does not, what is now considered apocryphal, what in, some other, branches of Christianity consider, have more book, like Catholicism, for instance, has more books. There's a dragon. That's what makes Catholicism so cool. There's an actual dragon in the Bible. So, but yeah. The belief of theocratic fascists like this is that every word of the Bible was divinely inspired, and so the reason that it's important is that it wasn't written by man; it was written by God. All right. And it's again a self, it's a self-justifying thing. It's a circular logic. How do we know the Bible's true? Because it says it's divinely inspired. How do we know it's divinely inspired? Because it says so in the Bible. It just, wasn't intended for lay people to read. Yeah, originally it definitely wasn't. In fact, for a long time, a telephone game? I mean, a little bit, yeah. People are not worried about the First Amendment because their speech isn't threatened. I'm not so much saying that there was a good Bible at one point and then it got corrupted because people played the telephone game and things got changed. I'm just saying that these were just oral traditions, right? And then they got transcribed into scrolls and canonized and then read by people that couldn't even imagine the lives of the people that wrote that stuff down, couldn't even imagine the what that history was like, and then they interpret it. For instance, spare the child, spoil the rod. Have you heard that one? A lot of conservative Americans, a lot of theocratic fascists interpret spare the rod, spoil the child as meaning not only is corporal punishment violence against children, compulsory coercive violence against children, not only is that okay, it's necessary. And if you're not beating your kids, then you're not a good parent, right? That's what you spare the rod. No, use the rod, hit your kid, right? That's what they interpret the Bible as saying. In reality, chat, the rod that they're talking about, if you actually care about history, right? And the actual traditions of sheep herders in the area, right? That rod was never used to strike a child. It was never used for punishment. That rod was to beat wolves, all right? Spare the rod, spoil the child. If you don't drive off the wolf, your child might be eaten. That's what they were saying. It wasn't about corporal punishment at all. It was about beating up wolves that were trying to eat your sheep and your kids. That's what spare the rod, spoil the child was about. But you ask any of these motherfuckers, and they're so sure that it justifies beating their children, which they'll be like, no, it's spanking. It's good for the child. It's different than the beating the child. Beating the child is an uncontrolled, this is a very controlled dispersal of violence against your children, right? But this kind of parenting is what creates conservatives in the first place. The fact that people are acting like that, the fact that people still, use violence against their fucking kids to try to get them to do what they want them to do is the whole reason that the conservative mindset can exist. Schofield Bible was funded by Zionist oilmen and was a fraud. I've never heard of that. These people sound like they'd be at home in a theocratic country. Also contradicted by Jesus himself in the New Testament, saying better a millstone were around the neck than they who hurt the least of these, points to the children. Yeah.
It's like the people.
So you're like one of the previous speakers. As long as it's someone who agrees with you, you don't mind the crackdown.
No. I support.
Either we consistently support principles or we
free
don't.
Speech 100%.
Okay.
I don't think anyone.
So do you think Donald Trump is defying the Constitution by cracking down on the First Amendment?
So I think he's cracking down on free speech, like the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil, who was just
released from prison by a judge, saying his First Amendment rights were violated.
And I agree with the judge, and I disagree with Trump deporting them. But I think that's more a matter of free speech and not.
Oh wait, they don't like that. They don't like him. Yeah, sorry, you're a lib.
The Constitution.
They're gonna vote you out.
I think
that was libbed up, chat. That was libbed up. How dare you? How dare you, sir?
It's pedantry at this moment. I think you've conceded that he is cracking down on free speech, which is the First Amendment. So he is defying the Constitution. So it's a pleasure to be in agreement with you, sir.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thank you very much.
Good to meet you,
going?
sir.
I'm Medhi.
Medhi, great to meet you. My name is Kai. Do you, Medhi, believe that the Constitution is important and good?
Overall, yes.
Do you believe that that Constitution can be eroded through democratic processes?
What do you mean by erode?
The original intention of the Constitution being destroyed through a purely, democratic or legal process.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
Okay.
I think if you're democratically amending the Constitution per the rules of the Constitution, that's fine. If we could find a constitutional way to get rid of the Second Amendment, I'd be pro that.
So let's pose a hypothetical wherein the entire population of the United States has drastically changed.
Yes.
And the population now has completely different intentions about what to do with the country. Let's say it wants to give it all back to Mexico, dismantling the United States of America. If that's the case,
give the territories that were taken from Mexico back? Is that what we're talking about? Because it's not the whole United States. Have you ever heard of the Louisiana Purchase? Have you ever heard of the 13 colonies? That wasn't taken from Mexico. Like, what? I just don't know how ignorant some of these people are.
Then what's the use of the Constitution? It hasn't defended the country. In fact, it's allowed for its destruction.
I don't understand
I would agree with him, but for completely different reasons. I don't think that the Constitution has proven to be any sort of defense against tyranny. But probably for completely different reasons as this guy,
The premise, how did the whole country change?
Demographic replacement, mass migration.
The Great Replacement. Can you imagine Goofy saying the 14 words? That's this guy. Well, Mickey, we must defend the white children's right. Like, I don't remember what it actually is, right? But this is Goofy doing 1488. This is Goofy doing fucking.
I mean, we're seeing a change in demographics, and there's
what is the. I do want to talk about immigration today.
I hope we talk about it.
Everyone's itching in this group to get to immigration.
Yes, sir.
I've saved it for you all. But given we're on the sense of the Constitution, and you asked the question, what is the proportion of immigrants in this country? What proportion of the population is foreign-born?
It's very difficult to measure because the actual projections of the number have been changing more rapidly.
But what is currently? The best estimate of official estimate.
I think it was about 15%.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just under 15%.
Which is, by the way, more actually than the original estimate was.
Oh crap! So, chat. How did we get to 3 hours? Yeah, we just had another butterfly goal.
15% of the people are going to change the country, change the Constitution. How's that going to work? It's actually a nightmare. As someone who wants to amend the Constitution and get rid of things like the ridiculous way the Senate is set up, or the Second Amendment on guns, or various other things, it's really hard to change the Constitution. They made it almost impossible. You know, the last time we had a constitutional amendment?
You know
like
what?
20, 30 years ago.
I understand, which
and
is
it was
why
all, I think members of Congress pay.
Which is why
it's impossible.
I get it.
So where are you getting this scenario where 350 odd million people all become foreign-born migrants or the children of migrants, immediate migrants, even though America is a nation of migrants?
Yeah.
And then abandons the Constitution and gives the country back to Mexico. Outside of your imagination, where is that happening?
Let's bring it back to the actual discussion. What you did is you entertained my hypothetical, but then instead of sticking to the point of the Constitution, you said, well, how would you bring about your hypothetical? And then when I gave
you missed out the part where the Constitution is quite hard to change.
Hold on. I understand that. I gave you.
I also wanted to get a sense of where you are, and you're a great replacement guy. So that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, and you're a real good journalist because you don't talk to people who identify as like a political ideology. I mean, that's a very liberal idea.
I don't debate fascists. I'll talk to them, but I wouldn't debate them.
Frankly, that's upsetting. I think there's a big problem when we value freedom of speech so much, but any real journalist is not going to talk to somebody because they identify with the politically incorrect ideology.
Just talk to the guy in front of you. What are you talking about?
You literally stopped talking to him, and then everybody had to vote him out.
Debating versus talking is very different.
Okay.
It's pointless, right?
Okay.
He doesn't believe in free speech. Okay. He doesn't believe in democracy.
He was freely speaking with you. You're the one who shut up.
No, he said it very clearly.
Okay.
He said, I support free speech so that I can get one election.
For the record, chat, the people that shut that guy up were his own cohort, right? They raised the red flags. It wasn't Medhi has no ability, right? These people come on and they can talk for 15 minutes. If the people in the room like what they're saying, they will have a conversation with Medhi Hasan for 15 minutes, right? It's only when they raise the flag that gets, shortened.
After one election, my guy comes in, and after my guy comes in, nobody gets to speak or vote again.
We all listen to your
Why would I debate that?
We listen to your conversation. Let's bring it back to this topic. Let's bring it back to the Constitution.
Please do. First, fourth,
Medhi brings this guy back again. What, to talk about immigration, I'm guessing?
14th Amendment.
Yeah, how many of these people have just, completely, have just, brought up another subject entirely?
Those are the ones I'm saying Trump is defying. Do you support that or do you deny them?
I believe that the Constitution is valuable because it represents particular interests of the founding stock of Americans who made this country.
Founding stock.
Great.
Do you think due process is important? Some would say that's at the very core of American Constitution.
And
Fifth Amendment.
And what I think makes the Constitution function, what allows it to save this country and to actually make it work, are the people who are...
I'm not sure where you're going with this argument.
Hold on. I'll show you.
Is Trump defying the Constitution? That's my claim. You can have these weird hypotheticals
We're taking it into a different meta, which is, what's the function of the Constitution?
I'd rather not have your...
You already did.
Yeah,
literally just 5 minutes ago when you took it to immigration.
Now I don't want to.
Okay. Let's bring it back.
I want to bring it back to the First, the Fourth, the Fifth, and the 14th Amendments, and the 22nd Amendments.
Either you say, hold
on, you got two very good positions here. One is to say, I don't think he's defying them, and I'll say why you're wrong. Or you say, I don't care that he's defying them, as one of your colleagues said, in which case, I don't know where this conversation goes because you don't believe in democracy.
That's fair. Do you think it's wrong to dismantle the Constitution?
So there's two options ahead of you. Do you agree?
This is important.
Do you agree? So is Donald Trump... Okay, let me ask a question back since you're asking me questions. You're not answering the basic point.
Well,
do you think Donald Trump is dismantling the Constitution? Can we agree that Donald Trump is dismantling? Because I'll agree with you on that. I think he is dismantling the Constitution.
I think he's
illegally, unconstitutionally.
I think he's interpreting it in ways that are more...
Which judges do not agree with him on.
Okay,
Which the Supreme Court has not agreed with him on.
And the judges don't agree with the people who wrote the Constitution.
How do you know that?
Okay, let's take your example of the Second Amendment. Let's say that a bunch of
judges... I didn't
judges...
give the Second Amendment.
No, hold on.
Fourth, you don't want to talk about the ones I've given.
You're interrupting me.
Because you're ignoring me. First, Fourth, Fifth, 14th, 22nd Amendments. Those are my amendments that I came with today. If you don't want to debate them, just say so.
I'm trying to understand your ideology.
Say so.
You believe that dismantling the Constitution
won't
is
talk about the
okay
first,
when it's
fourth,
about parts
fifth,
of the Constitution
14th,
that you disagree with.
22nd Amendments.
You would be fine getting rid of the Second Amendment, even though that would be a dismantling of the Constitution.
No, because it would
Your
be done
problem-
via constitutional means. I'm not the one sitting here like your pal.
Okay.
Chat, this guy low-key looks like a younger President Sunday with a chin. You know what I mean? This is like...
You have agreed. You have agreed the
I'm
Constitution.
Not the one saying you just get rid of them willy-nilly.
All
I
right,
don't
now
agree.
We're ramping up. We're ramping
I
up.
don't agree that Joe Biden should come in and say by executive order, if Joe Biden put out executive order saying Second Amendment no longer applies, I can round up everyone's guns. I don't agree with that.
Your result is exactly
I don't
the
agree
same.
with them. No, but I don't agree with the method of doing it. It's unconstitutional.
That's fine.
He would have been defying the
That's fine,
Constitution,
but-
and I would have said so, but you can't bring yourself to say so.
Do you see it?
We've been sitting here for several minutes. All of your friends have seen me ask you several times, do you agree that Donald Trump is defying the First, Fourth, Fifth, 14th, and possibly 22nd Amendments? Your
I know
colleague
those,
at least admitted
I understand,
that he's defying the First Amendment.
I understand that you came in here. What you are attempting to do is simply frame this conversation like you did with the first claim about Donald Trump. But then when anybody asks you any kind of question that presses you to the least degree
No,
about...
I answered. I said I would dismantle the Constitution, but I would do it constitutionally, not by executive order.
So what I'm trying to get to is to prove to everybody who's watching that what you care about is not the Constitution in what it represents or creates. You care about the Constitution only insofar as it allows you to achieve your political worldview. We agree on that.
No, I care about the Constitution
You agree with the
because I
Constitution.
don't think presidents should be fascist dictators and violate the Constitution. That's what I'm saying.
You care.
And he is different. I don't think the president should have the power to lock you and me up if we write an op-ed that he doesn't like.
That's awesome.
I don't think the president should be able to crack down on us if you and I decide to go protest outside his parade. I don't think the president should be able to deprive you and I of due process or come into our homes without a warrant.
And I think,
well, let's end an agreement then.
All right, pause. You've been voted out.
I'm glad
It's
we
good
end
to
on
meet
agreement.
you. It's good to
meet you, Kai.
The sound always reminds me of Fallout New Vegas. Is it the sound like when you I'm trying to remember where the sound comes from. Is it when like an enemy dies or something? No fan of hers, but have you noticed Sunday and a couple of others are just dogging how awful Philosophy Tube's channel has gotten? I haven't really kept up with Philosophy Tube. I am aware that Sunday has a lot of critique for Abigail. But yeah, you're right. Sunday and some of his orbiters, I guess I'd say, have been going hard on Abigail Thorne. Was it ever since the Nietzsche? And the thing about Sunday, though, is that, like, okay, no, look, chat. Like I said, I haven't been keeping up. I can't render a judgment. I'm not gonna make a judgment about something that I'm just not up on enough to know. I haven't watched Sunday's content. I haven't watched Abigail's recent content. I will say, however, that there have been the longest running set of allegations against Sunday is that he gets obsessed with female creators and he goes too far with them, right? And it's not beating the allegations here, I guess, but yeah, for all I know, yeah, I mean, he might be right about, in his criticisms of Philosophy Tube. Also, Michael Burns, right? That's the other guy Sunday's going after right now. President Sunday has orbiters. Yeah, Brooks. Wait, who else? There's like one other orbiter at least, right? I mean, I feel like I'm insulting Brooks. For the record, chat, I've never seen anything objectionable about Brooks. I almost feel like sometimes Brooks is like the voice of Sunday's conscience. He's like the Jiminy Cricket for, I don't know, chat.
Hey, how are you? I'm Medhi.
Hi, I'm Jessica.
Nice to meet you.
How are you? So Trump is defying the first, fourth,
fifth, and 14th, and maybe the 22nd soon.
Okay. So I want to focus on the first.
Okay.
God damn it,
and the
chat.
fifth.
Okay.
I really liked this dish. This was like my favorite dish.
So you
Aiko, yeah, I guess you'd have to call Aiko. She's not really doing it on her own anymore.
say that Trump is defying the First Amendment? Can you give me an example?
For example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events. A Trump-appointed judge said that was against the First Amendment. He's been cracking down on media organizations he doesn't like over their speech. If they say stuff he doesn't like, for example,
Cracking down how?
So, for example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events because
I
they
can't
said,
go to the White House.
Yeah, Brixton, good point. Yeah, so when we talk about orbiters and those that they orbit, it's kind of defined as who has the most gravity, who has the most visibility, who has the most clout, right? So even if Sunday became enamored in Brooks's content, it would still, the center of gravity is on Sunday. Although he did restart his channel, so who knows? I don't even know where Sunday's new channel is at. Seeing how President Tonsilstone has talked about and interacted with women before, I'm not surprised that he also harasses them. That's just something that people have said. I haven't. I've noticed the pattern, but I haven't looked into, like, for instance, the not so erudite. She seems like a pretty bad person. She's standing strong with Destiny still. Yeah, I mean, not so erudite is, fairly reprehensible in and of her own. But I guess how long he kind of keeps it up. Then again, I mean, Tyler's not a woman, so he's shown his propensity to obsess about content creators who are not women as well.
It's the Gulf of Mexico. That's not how it works. They were already at the White House. He deprived them of access, so he punished them for their speech.
But are they allowed to go to the press?
Which is why a judge he appointed, Trevor McFadden, said this was contrary to the First Amendment. A Trump-appointed judge. He's called MSNBC and CNN.
Are we still? Which question are we on, chat? Did we moved to the second question, didn't we? Donald Trump is defying the Constitution. Okay, yeah. And then the third one, immigrants overall are good for America. Fourth one, Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing.
CNN illegal. Media organizations are not ipso facto
But that's free speech.
illegal.
He can call them whatever they want.
Attacking the media?
Yeah, he can
by the
attack
president as the executive?
Yeah, he can
And
say whatever he wants. That's literally the First Amendment.
He can say whatever he wants.
Absolutely.
But the media can't say what they want.
They do.
But he's going after them. He's suing them. He's using lawsuits to crack down on the press.
They
Presidents
use
have not done that
lawsuits
before.
to give him 34 felonies that Hillary Clinton did.
No media gave him a lawsuit.
No, but people
we're
on
talking
the
about media.
Democratic side.
We're not talking about the Democrats.
Okay. So he can call them whatever he wants because that's the freedom of speech.
I really wish he would have dug in on this and taken her on that, because she just said that people on the Democratic side gave him those charges, right? And this is a central lie of MAGA philosophy that needs to be debunked. The idea that Donald Trump's legal troubles are due to anything other than the actions of Donald Trump is something that needs to be pushed back on, right? Because they've literally said, and look at with so many things, right? With the way that they view January 6th, they're worried about, is a protest movement maybe responsible for destruction of property or theft of property that happens in the wake of the protest, right? That's the question that the right wing has posed, right? Has tried to assert that yeah, there is. That's the protesters doing it. It's not just random people that are there at the same time, doing it. No, that's the protesters' fault. That's the protesters' intent, right? In terms of, property crimes. But when we're talking about violent crimes against law enforcement, somehow that they get a little wishy-washy. Well, the Democrats did steal the election, so it's wild.
He threatened to imprison reporters.
He absolutely.
He wants to imprison. He said reporters should go to prison for reporting. He threatened some of them with prison.
President Trump suggested jailing reporters who publish classified or other sensitive information if they refuse to disclose their source.
Prison rape, right? That is against the First Amendment.
Okay.
I feel like he's talked about more than just that. I feel like he's done that's one thing of charging journalists with spreading
he's threatened to imprison reporters. He wants to imprison. He said
publish classified or other sensitive information. So yeah, this would preclude the Pentagon Papers from ever having been released, right? This would throw a lot of people in jail. who published classified information when it was in the public interest to know. And I feel like Trump's gone beyond just threatening to jail reporters who publish classified information. I think there's been, just obviously there's been lawsuits against those companies, but I feel like there's also been like legal criminal threats against.
Reporters should go to prison for reporting. He threatened some of them with prison rape, right? That is against the First Amendment.
Wait, he threatened someone with prison rape? When was that, chat? When did he make a drop the soap joke or something? I actually don't know what Medhi's talking about here. Asking how banning the Associated Press is against the First Amendment.
Okay. How is that against the First Amendment?
You don't think sending reporters to prison for reporting that he does lie?
Did he do that?
He wanted to. He said so.
Okay,
I would like them to go.
I would really like to.
So other people stopped him doesn't mean he's not defying the Constitution.
So he
also said if you turn up,
he can want to do something.
Yes.
That doesn't mean he will or he can.
Okay.
And I think he's very.
Well, I've already
aware
given
of
an example of something he did do to the Associated Press, but okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the Associated Press isn't allowed in the Oval Office, which is his office. That's his executive space.
Okay.
And they are allowed in the press room, just like CNN, just like The Guardian.
Which he thinks are illegal media.
Sorry, it's supposed to be fake news, CNN. That's not. We don't just say CNN. We say fake news, CNN.
He can think whatever he
calls the media the enemies of the people.
You called him a fascist.
Yeah.
you can say whatever you want.
Yes.
Yes.
But the president is. I'm not the president of the United States with the executive power to crack down on the media.
The First Amendment only applies to the citizens, but not the president.
I never
of the
said that.
United States.
In fact, Donald Trump runs his mouth more than anyone.
Absolutely, he does.
And he doesn't just say stuff. As I said, he actually does stuff. He actually does crack down. For example, you Fifth Amendment.
Yes.
Due process.
Yes.
Judges have actually said you have violated due process.
Yes, except for
people on trial.
people kind of forget the Clinton, the 1996 Immigration Reform Act, where you can get limited due process when you have expedited.
American citizens?
No.
What about American citizens?
Who's getting deported? That's American.
2 American children have been deported multiple this year. Have you not been?
No. Their parents have been deported, and their parents say,
No, the
"I'm
father
gonna
was
take
American.
my baby."
No.
Was mom legal?
We don't know because they didn't go to court, and the judge.
They
by
don't
the way,
have to go to court.
Yes.
That's not a part of the due process.
Are you a lawyer?
I'm very aware of it.
Are you a lawyer?
Do I have to be? We're making an argument.
Are you a lawyer?
We're making.
It's a simple question.
No.
Are you a lawyer?
Okay, we're making an argument.
I'll take that as a no. A Trump-appointed judge in the case, not some Marxist lefty judges you people like to call them. A Trump-appointed conservative judge said you cannot, it is illegal and unconstitutional to expel or deport an American citizen without meaningful process. He said that in April. So that was an act that Trump did. It wasn't speech. He got rid of an American citizen from the country without process.
So
That's the Fifth Amendment violation.
Since I'm not up to date on that specific
I can give you
case,
more.
I'm sure you can. So.
Well, you weren't aware that American citizens are being deported. It's a pretty big story.
Yeah,
Maybe if you read the fake
went
news, you might know.
What?
If you read the fake news, you might know what's going on. A lot of American
how
citizens
would I know what's
have
going
been
on if
deported.
I read fake news? I don't watch CNN or Rachel Maddow.
That's,
Sorry.
That's why you don't know that your fellow citizens have been deported this year.
My fellow citizens.
Are they
no.
not? American citizens haven't been deported?
Okay. When a child goes with their.
Wait, did she actually run out the clock? Is she the winner, chat? Is she the winner?
All right, guys, that's time. Please return.
That's actually time. I think she's the only person. Am I right, chat? Is she the only person that's gone the distance? That's kind of wild. Because there was not anything really exceptional about her. It's not like she was doing really well. She wasn't getting like crushed like some of the people were, which I think is what happens. I think that the red flags come out when they're worried that this exchange is going to make them look bad, right? I think that's how they're using the red flags, basically, to stop the bleeding. And since she wasn't, there just wasn't as, as much of an engagement, I guess, between Medhi and this woman. So, yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say
Okay, so before we go any further, chat, I want to check up and look at what time it is, because I've been streaming for entirely too long. I'm willing to go a little bit later, like as much as like 6 hours if we hit the bonus goal. I'm not sure whether that's going to happen or not today. Let me go check and see what the poll is doing currently. But yeah, I've gotta somehow I've been doing like 8 or 9 hour days, and apparently that takes it the fuck out of me. I don't mean to be taking it as many days off, but I've just like overexerted myself time and time again. So I got to cut it off at some point, and it's going to happen like earlier. Sometimes I try to go a little longer to see if we do hit the bonus goal. But and we're fairly close today. Yeah, Willie Mack versus Bad Empanada still in first place. Second place is now Francesca Talks Epstein on the Majority Report. Legal Mindset allegation response. That's Legal Mindset responding to Alex Novell's allegations against him, is in third place, and Richie Torres versus Zoran Mamdani is in fourth. I have not logged anyone putting their donation towards a certain one of these topics, right? Which you can do when you donate, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker. You get yourself a membership. If you gift a membership, if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Throne, or if you support me over on Twitch, you can, even through a Twitch Prime sub, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I'll add it to the right up there. Otherwise, it just sits at 0,000 and doesn't really go anywhere. So I'm just reminding people that you can do that when you support the stream with your donos. And let's see, where exactly are we at here? Looks like we're kind of done with, okay, there's 4 segments, there's 4 questions. The other thing is I want to try to start not watching all of any content, right? So if you remember from the Ethan Klein thing, there's 4 standards, or wait, what is it? 4 something? 4 aspects of fair use. Okay. So the 4 factors of fair use, which means if you ever get charged with infringing somebody's copyright, and you can render a fair use defense, right? And whether or not it's accepted goes by these 4 standards: purpose and character of the use. Did you use it educationally? Did you commentate over it? Is it for commercial purposes? 2 is the nature of the work itself. Is the work primarily factual or creative? If it's creative, there's less of a standard for that, right? So you can't watch movies and react to them, or listen to music and react to that, right? Using factual, news articles, scholarly books, or the news itself, right? You're more protected there. Using songs and novels and movies, you're not as protected. 3 is amount or substantiality of the portion used. So this is the part, right, where so the first 2 I'm doing pretty good at, right? I always react a lot to anything that I watch. That's not a problem. I don't, tend to react to a creative work, but more so like a, news article, news broadcast, or a YouTube commentary video or something like that. So I'm okay on that. Amount or substantial, I always want to cover everything, like cover a complete, whatever is out, whatever the work is, right? I always try to cover the whole thing. And that is for several reasons. I don't want people to come back and say that I cherry picked, and that there was like another section of the work that if I'd watched that, I wouldn't have been able to support the opinion that I rendered. So there's reasons that I try to include the whole thing. I also worry that maybe there's something that I missed, right? Sometimes with Ethan's crash out, oh my God, like there's this one that I didn't really show you. Here, let me show you this right now. I want to show you what I'm talking about, all right? Okay, so that's interesting right there. That's Ethan Klein's numbers for YouTube and Instagram. He's down on all of his channels are down on all of his platforms, while Hasan is up. Remember, the content nuke was supposed to kill Hasan's career and, I don't know, make a career for Ethan. It kind of has had the opposite effect. All right, so this is something that I missed from. God damn it! Where is the from Ethan's stream? Like, I don't know. Like, it feels like 2 years ago at this point, right? I completely missed this one thing that Ethan said. Let me see if I've got it in bookmarks. Oh, here we go.
Let's say that.
So this is what I mean. You know, especially with Ethan, because he just goes on and on and on in his hatred for Hasan, in his you know, coping about people saying that he's wrong on Israel Palestine. He just goes on and on and on. So there's bound to be stuff that I missed. Like, here's an example of something that I completely missed from this was the Monday, I think, after October 7th.
Let's say the Native Americans, they come to your neighborhood and they just start burning people alive, killing people, kidnapping kids, desecrating bodies. And the first take is, you know, I support the Native American revenge. I support Native American militia. I support Native Americans. It's like, what? Let's say the Native Americans, they come to your neighborhood and they just start burning people.
Yeah. We need to get into that at some point, right? I have the actual episode where this happened, and I do want to rewatch at least part of that. But just the you know, the takeaway, chat, is that in the future, I am going to be trying to protect myself, protect my career, protect my channel, because I don't want anything stupid happening to my channel because of Ethan Klein's, you know, just capricious nature, capricious and vindictive nature. The Jubilee filter, yeah, is still on. Sorry about that. But just to let you know, I'm not gonna watch this whole thing. All right. In fact, I don't know how much more of it I'm gonna watch. We've watched about half of it. We're at 77 out of 100. I'll watch a little bit more of it since we're so close. I think we're 23 points off of the bonus goal. If this thing gets to 100 by the time I end stream, I stick around and cover another topic. Right now, the topic that I would cover would be Willie Mack versus Bad Empanada, but it looks like we're not quite there yet. I want to see. Wait, actually, you know what we should do? Let's see if there's any clips that give us a. Wait, what is the last? I want to read the last one. Clips of Medhi Hasan, Jubilee. Okay, so the amount or substantiality of the portion used. Yeah, I feel like in the past I've tried to cover things comprehensively. I think I just have to drop that going forward. As much as I want to not miss something, as much as I want to hear people's arguments out and you know, not give them the opportunity to accuse me of cherry picking, I think I just have to let that one go, because that is a standard of fair use. And that's the one that I feel like I'm in the most danger from. Yeah, so even a small amount may weigh against fair use if it represents the heart of the work. Yeah. So what, like the thesis of a video essay or something, I guess? And then 4 is effect on potential market value of the work. So this is the one where Ethan is trying to invoke the fact that they said, like, watch the video ethically on my channel rather than giving views to Ethan Klein. You know, that this doesn't actually speak to that. This doesn't preclude a affirmative fair use defense from Denham's at all, but this is what he was alluding to, right? Often considered the most significant factor. So they say number 4 is the most significant. And assess whether the new use harms the market for the. So this is you know, whether it can function as a market replacement. And obviously, I commentate way too much on stuff for anything that I do to be a market replacement. So I think we're good on number 4. We're good on number 2. The only exception I would say is when I cover maybe the Amon animation videos. Those are, if Amon animation wanted to invoke his copyright, against other people, he probably more than like Ben Shapiro, right? If I react to Ben Shapiro talking about a news story, that's going to be different than Amon Animations doing a creative work, even though it is about the news, even though it does function as commentary of the news, right? But for the most part, I'm good on number 1. I'm good on number 2. I'm good on number 4. We got to get better on number 3. And I guess the only other thing that I need to do is, what the fuck am I looking at? Oh my God, chat. It's that moment. Wow, people on Twitter are zeroing in on the exact same monstrous fascist laugh. Yeah, this guy.
Right?
No, I'm not. You're leveraging
Do you know nobody
a
on
position of
quote unquote
emotion.
my side of the aisle is trying to deport you? The only shutting
Actually,
down
yes,
is being
they're
done by
trying to.
you.
They're actually
The only
trying to
shutting down is being
genocide my
done by
entire
you.
race. So what are you talking about?
Oh my God.
talking about?
Okay. So what I'm seeing from this one is that we definitely need to take a look in here. Yeah, immigrants. God, I am like, I'm kind of and then there's a section, I guess one of the debaters makes a claim that Medhi wants to go after and getting rid of birthright citizenship. Okay, so it's worth it to watch a little bit more of this. Again, I don't want to watch the whole thing. I just gotta get, as much as I'm drawn towards that, I gotta get that out of my head. I'm a little bit too much of a perfectionist too, and that is why, chat, I've been doing 9-hour streams recently. That I cover a topic and I want to do like the whole thing, right? So I gotta break myself with that. Anyway, chat, if you want bonus content, we got 23 more points to make up. We've got, I don't know, 15 more minutes of the stream. So yeah, speak now with your support, or forever hold your peace, and we'll hold off on the Willie Mack versus Bad Empanada for at least another day. But yeah, just so you know, that's what I'm thinking, and I'm gonna try to stream for a little bit longer. Oh my God, chat, I'm gonna go for 5 hours. I think ideally I would do like a 3-hour stream, and then that gives us a chance to do like 1 or 2 hours of bonus content, which I really believe in the bonus content. I like letting the chat choose at least some of the topics, the chat that's actually there, like watching, rather than people that are just like on Discord and they're like, "Ooh, I want to watch this," and they never show up for the stream. I want to kind of honor the people that are here and give them the choice. That's why we have the vote for the bonus content, and so I want to kind of maintain that. I don't want to, because the one way to fix it would just to be like, okay, bonus content from now on is only 10 minutes. I don't think that's very satisfying. It's certainly not satisfying for me. I doubt it would be satisfying for you. So we can maintain that. Then like I should be like trying to do like 3.5 hours of just the free half, and then save like 1 to 2 hours or 3 if we really need to for the fun half, right? So that's what I'm looking to do. Again, I'll stick around. I'm gonna watch at least a little bit of this Medhi taking these people on over immigration, and if we get to 100, we'll do the Willie Mack versus Bad Empanada. If we don't, I'll say bye-bye and I'll end the stream. But yeah, I've still managed to, looks like I'm going to do at least 5 hours today. So not quite where I need to be.
You're a white genocide guy?
Yeah, he is. I guess we'll watch up until the part until we get to the white genocide guy.
That were born here.
How does that sound?
That's not true. Where'd you get, what's the basis of your claim? for
Are
that.
you talking about people that get naturalized in the process of becoming
Yes.
American?
14th Amendment. Have you read it?
Okay, yes, I have.
Citizenship clause. It
so
says any persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States.
I'm aware of that.
There's about 40 to 50 million naturalized.
Medhi versus the pink shirt, bro. Did we do that, chat? Have we done the pink shirt, bro? I can't tell what anybody's wearing because of the interference, chat. It's almost like we're watching it on a it's almost like a pay-per-view channel that's like barely coming in. She just released a new podcast on it with a lawyer like last week. It was a good overview. Wait, what are we talking about? Yeah, I thought the same thing, Brixton. Jubilee filter definitely does reduce the chance of your reaction being it functions to make it less of a market replacement. The problem is, chat, so those are the standards for whether I can do an affirmative fair use defense, right? That is if I get detected and by the by their content ID system and then selected for litigation, right? So like two things have already gone massively wrong at the point where I start worrying about fair use. Ideally, we just don't even get detected and selected, right? But the filter does kind of make that less likely to happen. So there's a pink shirt guy I'm hearing about. It's like my old TV. Wow. Does it really look like that? Is that what like isn't it more like static though on an old TV? Is this what it would look like? Or would it be all like I've seen this like the the swirly stuff? The static? Anyway.
Americans
I'm aware
in
of
this
that.
country.
Yes, but
You didn't seem aware of it because you said Americans versus immigrants.
So, but are you understanding that the process of getting all these immigrants that come in here we've been also the millions of immigrants, it's up to the millions, it's for the last 20 years now, and it has dramatically affected Americans here in the country, which
Positively, I would argue.
people like me and everyone around here, we cannot find homes or even get jobs within our own fields that we go to college for, that we get into debt for. And because...
So you're getting fucked over by capitalism, right? You're not getting paid enough, even though you're building more value for your employer, right? You're contributing more to your employer's profits, but you're not getting cut in for those increased profits, right? So you're getting fucked over on that side, and then you're paying too much for the products that you need to support your life, right? So you're getting fucked over by, let's see, capitalist and, capitalists. But the solution is fuck the immigrants. Am I right, chat? That's what she's come up with. It's definitely the immigrants' fault. It's not. I'm not getting paid enough by my boss. I'm getting charged too much at the store, especially the grocery store. And chat, it's literally to pad the pockets of the capitalists, right? They raised, there was some inflationary pressure during the pandemic, right? But they raised their prices over what the market demanded, what their bottom line demanded, and they have been making record profits. A lot of businesses have been making record profits, right? But no, go ahead and blame the immigrant, I guess.
More blue collar work, especially in construction.
Oh wait, is the pink shirt guy the guy that debated Sam? I don't think we've seen pink shirt guy yet. We'll make sure to watch him.
Agriculture and so forth, and the hospitality industry, we cannot get jobs in those fields.
Oh yeah, super ironic. Just vibing 420 points out that Jubilee ostensibly wants to open up debates, but copyright strikes react content. I found that pretty. In fact, if you go back, chat, a few years ago, there's a video of the people that the head honchos at Jubilee talking about how they want streamers to react to their content. And it's just like, I don't know what happened. All I noticed, chat, is that as soon as because I have covered Jubilee, videos without any incident before. I've covered them with no problems, right? And then I criticized them for one of their debates with Blair White, where I noticed that they were bringing in people with media training on the right-wing side, and they were bringing in like just regular people on the left-wing side. So what you had is essentially ringers, right? If I set up a pickup basketball game, or not even pickup basketball game, but like a basketball game, like an informal amateur basketball game, and I was like, yo, you bring your friends, I'll bring my friends, all right? And my friends are like LeBron, right? That's not going to be a fair match. And I'm comparing Blair White to LeBron. God, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. But what I mean is that, like, so anyway, I felt like they were trying to kind of put their finger on the scale towards the right, and that criticism, ever since then, I've had nothing but trouble trying to react to Jubilee.
So it requires.
Are you looking for a job in construction?
I am
or
not.
agriculture?
No, I went to
Just joking.
college.
Okay.
Many people here are in college or went to college, but we can't even find jobs in our fields. Also because of the H-1B visa program as well. But in regards to just your claim about immigrants specifically, we cannot even get jobs to pay for housing.
Unemployment is at a record low right now, even under Donald Trump. And I'm not a Donald Trump fan, but I would say unemployment under both Biden and Trump has been at record low levels.
Yeah, but the jobs that we have are shit, and the unemployment rate constantly, and this is going back for years and years and years, undercounts things like people not having sufficient employment, or people who have left the job search because of inability to find a job.
Okay, is this in regards for American citizens?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm unaware of that statistic, but from what I see, from what I can
I'm an immigrant
here,
and an American, and I employ many American citizens, both naturalized and the ones born here.
And
I employ Americans.
My parents came
Americans as defined by you.
My parents came as immigrants to become naturalized, so I'm not necessarily opposed to immigrants.
So you're the child of immigrants.
Correct. I'm a child of immigrants. I was born
But you
here.
don't accept that immigrants are.
No one has ever seen Blair White and LeBron in the same room at the same time, says Charlie Kelly. Yeah, no, this is making me isn't that Jink's argument against trans participation in sports, right? Like, so LeBron James can come in and say, I'm a woman, I self-identify, and then we're supposed to let him play in the WNBA? Like, right, that's his argument, is trans LeBron. I feel like, no, wait, did he even say, maybe, I feel like somehow he didn't say LeBron. Did he say somebody like more old school? Did he say like Scottie Pippen or something? I feel like pink hair guy is behind him. Have we seen that guy yet? He's got the backwards baseball cap that lets you know he's cool.
Americans.
Not at this moment.
So your parents are not Americans?
Not at this moment.
So
no,
hold on, your parents are
they're
not Americans?
citizens. They became naturalized.
You just said you can't be citizens by being naturalized.
No, I was born here, and I'm not
Yeah,
opposed
you're born
to
here,
naturalization.
right? But
I
are
never
your
said
parents,
that I'm against naturalization.
Are you against naturalization?
No, I never said I was against
You
naturalization.
did. You began. Everyone was here. They can play it back on YouTube.
Wait, they don't like what she, like, I'm sorry, is she, it sounds like the room does not agree with her. Unemployment rate is also only people who are getting unemployment benefits oftentimes, and that doesn't last long. Yeah. Majority of unemployed people just don't count. They don't want to count. They don't want you to demand full employment, which the government can, and at various times in our history has provided, right? They don't want that to happen because they need unemployed people to suffer in order to incentivize people to work for, frankly, not enough money and not good enough benefits, right? They need you to see people suffering on the streets to keep you, scared enough to be a, malleable, manipulatable labor pool.
You said Americans or immigrants. Are your parents Americans or immigrants?
No, my parents are United States citizens.
But they're immigrants, you said.
No, they came here as immigrants. However, but
So they
I want
are
to make the
immigrants.
claim that we cannot
I came here as an immigrant. I'm
but
an immigrant.
at this point, when they came, the
I think
United,
that
the
people
United
aren't
States
happy with the way
economy,
this is going for you.
the United States economy was not at.
I'm surprised they haven't pulled her yet.
It's better now. The American economy is better than it's been
Not
for
from
many
the-
years.
not from the
And I can say
statistics
that
I
as someone
see.
who doesn't like Donald Trump.
We're
Which
giving
statistics are you
millions
seeing?
and billions of dollars
Which
to
statistics
people
are you
of,
seeing?
minorities as well.
I want to actually say on one hand, I don't know. Like, I get what Medhi's saying, but it may not be a historically high unemployment rate. It is a historically tough time to survive in the United States because of the issues that I just listed. It's not just, you know, it's not just yeah, I mean, like, the first thing would be, you know, your pay rate. The fact that the minimum wage hasn't gone up. It's at $7.25 in some places, right? And hasn't gone up for decades. And certainly, like, the median wage has flatlined since the 70s, right? People cannot survive on 70s level wages, and that's what we're being forced to do. I actually do think that there are some problems with the economy, some fundamental problems that they're not for fucking, you know, they're not showing up on the stats necessarily that you're looking at, but they are very real. And this is why Kamala Harris lost in 2024. She and Biden wanted to say, look, the economy's better than it's been doing in a long time, Jack. Look at that. What are you sad about? What are you upset about? And the problem was they didn't have that connection to people on the ground actually in the workforce trying to make ends meet. And the fact that it's actually quite hard right now. The rents have gone way up. Yeah.
Well as
the reason the economy is doing badly now is because Donald Trump's tariff policy. Nothing to do with migrants. In fact, the congressional.
We can't even start businesses.
I'm an immigrant. I started a business.
No, I understand because the SBA is giving people billions of loans.
I didn't take any loans.
They're giving them
from
billions.
SBA. I didn't take any loans.
I'm not
from
saying
SBA.
you did, but I'm saying that statistically speaking, they're giving billions of loans.
So should we do
to these people.
statistics? According to statistics, immigrants are 80% more likely to be entrepreneurs than native-born Americans.
Sure,
They're more
absolutely.
likely to start businesses.
No, I'm aware of that.
I hate when people cite the unemployment rate and assume it's valid. Yeah, and that's why I always try to bring in a few things. In fact, I talked about during the election, I talked about the misery index, right? Which is a very old school, not often talked about anymore. I guess it became really relevant in the 70s during the stagflation crisis. And yeah, when we're having, you know, not just inflation, but price gouging and, you know, a very fucked up housing market going on, I think that, you know, and even the misery index, I think, is insufficient, right? I don't think the misery index is trying to capture inflation and unemployment. And I still think that it misses a lot of the actual misery being experienced by people.
Hire Americans.
No, I'm aware
right?
of that.
Immigrants
but
are more likely to pay in taxes than take out in benefits. They're more likely to add to innovation and jobs and wages. This is what the statistics show. The Congressional Budget Office. Let me just finish my point and then let you come back in. The Congressional Budget Office, which is bipartisan, Republicans and Democrats both use it. They have said that the immigration surge that you mentioned will lead to an extra $9 trillion of GDP over the next 10 years. That amounts to $65,000 per American household. That's $65,000 for each and every one of you holding up a red flag.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Miku. The misery index, because it's it's partially based on the unemployment rate. That's why it leaves out a ton of people. And there's more to, you know, misery than just the unemployment rate and the rate of inflation, right? And yeah, like you know, specific markets that are really like housing, right? It doesn't measure the effect of the overpricing of basic housing on people's lives.
Okay, I understand
All right,
that, but
pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Medhi.
Healthcare too, says George Jackson. Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot more of the effect of increased price of healthcare. In fact, we're already seeing that. I think if you're, you know, if your coverage falls under the, you know, Obamacare rubric, you know, you're going to see the rise in healthcare cost right away. If you're, you know, covered by Medicaid, you'll start to see that in 2026. Yeah, you're going to see.
What's going on, man? Nice to meet you. All right, so first, before I start, I need to know what you mean by.
That's the pink shirt guy. This is the guy people were talking about, right?
Good. I can talk about the economy. I can talk about culture. I can talk about all those things. I need to know what you mean.
All of them.
All of them.
I'm saying immigrants are good for the economy. They're good for
You think
culture.
lower wages are
They're
good for the economy?
society. Where's the lower wages?
What do you mean, where's the lower wages?
Where are the lower wages?
Yeah, so you can
What's
look
the
at
basis for saying there are lower wages?
Sure, so you can look at like the STEM industry. It's been in like a complete and total recession. There's been tons of studies.
The STEM industry? It's not an industry, dog. That's like a science, technology, engineering, mathematics, right? It's like a field of. It's like an umbrella term. I don't know what the STEM industry. What the fuck does this guy think the STEM industry is?
Like from the Economic Policy Institute that shows that like companies like Tesla, companies from like Silicon Valley, they engaged in mass firing of workers, around 35,000, but then they hired around 12,000 H-1B visas, and it's kind of just standard economic thinking.
It's not standard economic thinking. The vast majority of economists and economic studies suggest that there is a negligible, if no impact.
And also, you shouldn't be wanting to go for standard economic theory because most of these economists are capitalists, right?
On wages over time
that's not,
from
that's
immigrants.
Just,
in fact, your colleague mentioned earlier, construction, there is actually evidence in construction, yes. But in some...
Yeah, he's trying to say tech. He's trying to say, yeah, Silicon Valley, basically, is what he means. Tech, startups, shit like that.
Industries, in some areas, there is an impact. But overall, no. In fact, a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research found that migrants since 1965 have raised wages.
Who's that? I'm not going to see the Iranian Zionists defend murdering Palestinian babies. Oh my God.
Raised innovation.
Who's that by?
Well, look, Chad, if you want me to, I can put that on. Maybe I could put that in a bonus topic for tomorrow.
National Bureau for Economic Research.
No, hold on. That's where you publish studies. I'm asking
yes,
for
I didn't memorize the names of the authors.
Yeah, I know you didn't. Right?
Can you give me the authors you've got?
Yeah, hold on. The study you're talking about is from Giovanni Perry, and what he did is he didn't account for aggregation issues, nor did he.
The vast majority of studies.
Let me speak,
please.
Yeah, thank you. Right.
Yeah, I'm sure you got something great to say.
So listen, he didn't account for aggregation issues, right? And when you look at like the spatial approach, which is what all these economists use, you're not accounting for the fact that when immigrants come into an area, natives leave. If you look at an occupational approach, where you look at the specific firms that immigration is going into, like Kim, ETAL 2013 did, you find a net negative impact when there's a 10% increase of immigration. You find around a 0.5% decline in wages when it comes to the specific occupations they're going to.
So
I love it. You got the right idea by trying to get your wage up, but you're targeting the wrong thing. The person controlling your low wage is your boss. All right? And you're too much of a coward to fight the real boss. Your boss.
Studies are flawed.
So 0.5%. Weigh that up against what I just mentioned from the Congressional Budget Office, which is a massive boost in GDP per head, which you're not counting for. Massive increase in tax revenue. Immigrants actually funding the deficits and debts by paying way more in taxes proportionately, including undocumented immigrants. And what's interesting about wages is I'm in a room full of, I don't know what to call you anymore, conservatives, Republicans, fascists, I don't know.
Groypers.
One of you has proudly said
You can
that.
call us correct.
One of us proudly. Oh yeah, correct. I'm in a room full of correct people, but do any of you actually care about wages? Because for example,
I actually do.
For example, do you support raising the minimum wage?
Absolutely, and you can't do that when you're bringing all these people coming into
that's
your
not
country.
the reason the
Yes,
Republican
it
Party.
is.
You can. It's a law. The minimum wage is a law. The minimum wage is not like, what does he think the minimum wage is? This guy thinks it's like the lowest wage anybody's paying. Right? You can't change the minimum wage when you have immigration? Bullshit.
He blocks the minimum wage. You think Republican politicians don't vote for an increase in minimum wage because they're worried about immigration?
Did I say I voted Republican? Did I say I voted Republican?
Well, I'm in a show that was called 25 Far-Right Republicans.
That doesn't mean I'm going to support every single Republican
candidate.
candidate.
So you and I, good. So you and I, let's agree. We both support raising the minimum wage. Yes,
100%.
$7.25 since 2009. It's lost 30% of its value. If you care about wages, we should be raising the minimum wage in this country, not scapegoating migrants who aren't the cause of low wages in the country. You know who's causing low wages? Billionaires, millionaires, and people who won't pay fair wages to their wages, regardless of whether you are an immigrant.
And the government for not passing a fucking minimum wage for more for decades and decades.
Or a
I
native
get the
born
monologue right now. Let me respond.
You had
right?
one. You had one
No,
with your,
yeah, but-
one study that had a 0.5% impact. Go.
Yeah, and your study like sucked that you didn't even know who wrote it, right? So like, let's get back to the point,
because,
right?
Because I don't need
and
to
there
know
it
one
goes
study.
again. Yeah,
the
let's hear it.
majority of studies say that wages are not impacted
The
by
majority of your
migration over
studies
time.
are flawed. That's what I'm
They're not
telling
my
you.
studies.
But you're not saying how they're flawed. You're just saying they're flawed because it's convenient for your argument. Therefore, I flick your pathetic little argument away like so many micropeens.
Neither of us are economists. It's the economist studies.
Don't assume who I am.
Are you an economist?
I could be.
But
right?
are you?
I could be.
Are you?
I'm not going to tell you.
Are you?
I'm going to major in economics, right?
Are you an economist?
No, not right now.
Okay, so when I said neither is economist, I was correct.
Just don't assume.
To use your favorite word.
See here, dude, this is nothing of substance. You look at the red flags; they're coming up. Let me get to
That's
the point.
great, but
so
you're
when you
not an
talk about
economist.
when you talk about the CBO, one thing you're not accounting for here is that they're assuming an equilibrium, right? Do you know what that means? You shouldn't make these type of assumptions. You said earlier that unemployment.
Do I
was
know
like
what it means? I thought we're not doing assumptions.
Okay, hold on. You mentioned we were like.
I think what he's saying is that we all know, he thinks, that when you cut taxes on the wealthy, that the economy does better, right? I think, is that what he's saying? Like, I hear Republicans make this argument with the CBO all the time, right? Is that they feel like it's unfair to say the big beautiful bill is going to is going to increase deficits by $3 to $4 trillion because they're not accounting for the economic stimulus. It's going to start raining down upon all of us, right? Reagan proved this was true, right? Didn't Reagan lowered people's taxes, and that caused the the job creators to create more jobs? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. It's been debunked. In fact, it was never bunked to begin with. George Bush, George H.W. Bush, George CIA Bush himself made fun of Reagan's, trickle-down economics because it's just so obviously bullshit.
At like 4.2% unemployment. Yeah, that's counting people who have part-time jobs. That's counting
That's how
poverty
it's always
wages.
been counted.
Yeah,
I'm against poverty wages.
Oh yeah, good point. Even minimum wages only apply to able-bodied citizens. There are still a lot of states where disabled people make 30% of minimum wage. Prisoners make like the firefighters in LA, for instance.
Yeah. Yes. If you go to like the local.
I mean, and actually, they're probably getting some of the higher wages amongst people, in prison, right? But there's still those wages. What was it? What did we determine? It was like $7 to $15 a day or something like that for, was it 12-hour days?
Calculated a way where it's like functional unemployment.
Okay. That's a fire alarm, but it just stopped. I think we're okay.
Okay. If you account for things like just people who make around $25,000 a year, people who have fallen out of the labor market, people who only work part-time, if you count all of those people together and then add on the unemployment, that's around 25% of the population. So when you go, we don't have jobs, we don't have people to do this, and that, and the other. No, yes, we do. Okay, we don't have a labor shortage. We have a good job shortage. And when you keep bringing these people in, and they're taking those jobs.
The good job shortage is the fault of big firms, employers. I'm an employer. I can say
Who hires
that.
the immigrants?
Who hires the immigrants?
Yeah.
Employers.
Exactly. So
But
when you bring up these big firms,
okay, so
that's the
let me
way
ask
that
you.
keep
Let me
wages
ask
down.
you a
You
question.
understand that, right?
So let me ask you a question. If you got rid of all immigrants coming in tomorrow, moratorium, you think?
I mean, like his prescription. He's saying some things that are true, that Medhi should have probably mentioned because and in general, like you don't hear this shit enough from Democrats. But at the same time, like his prescription of like making it illegal to bring in H-1B visa workers, right, would just move those industries to other countries, right? He thinks that somehow, in some cases, the reason Americans aren't getting those jobs is because we don't have the educational system to produce people to be able to do those jobs, right? So there we go. There's another thing that Trump is fucking up completely, education. Normal prison wage is like 10 to 75 cents per hour. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous.
You think that Republicans and employers of big firms suddenly raise all the wages?
You notice
That's
how
what
you
you
didn't answer
believe.
what I said. You
That's
notice
what
how
you believe.
It was a complete. Your ankles
That's what
all
you
right?
believe.
You pivoted the hell
That's what
away
you
from the
believe.
conversation.
Is that what you? I'm on
Are
the
your ankles
subject.
okay?
Do you believe that when
Are your ankles okay? Oh, because you pivoted. Wouldn't it be more of a concern with the knees? I don't know, Chad.
wages? I'm just wondering how naive you are. You believe that the 1% will raise wages in the federal wage
They will
if
be
we
forced
stop
to.
immigration.
They will be forced to. When you
being as
increase
naive.
labor's relationship to capital, okay, and you give labor more bargaining power because you're
But
tightening
this
the
is a very
supply of
simplistic
labor.
understanding of economics because you're
Okay,
not,
explain I'm wrong.
I'm telling you how you're wrong.
I'm here.
Because you're ignoring the fact that when immigrants come into an area, they spend money. They create jobs through
About
their
about
presence.
1/5 of their monthly
They spend-
income leaves the
they
country.
That's a good thing also because you don't like US aid, foreign aid. So this is the point. They create
Don't
jobs. I
assume
came
that.
into this country. So far, every one of my assumptions about you has been correct. But listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like. I should get the
That's why people wanted me to watch Pink Shirt Guy.
hell out.
Yes.
Why?
I don't want you here.
Why?
Because you come here and say all this bullshit
Why?
about how Americans are lazy.
Why?
You push your left-wing
I never
politics.
said Americans are
I don't
lazy.
know why you say this.
I never said Americans
yes,
are
you
lazy.
are. You're
The only person
saying
attacking
immigrants
people
have to
is
come
you.
into this country so they can do jobs that we don't want to do. That's
I never
exactly
said those
what you
words.
said.
When did I say
Oh,
it?
really? You
When
didn't
did I
say
say
that?
it?
So
Where
why
are
do
you?
we...
This guy needs to get down. And I want to see him go to work in a slaughterhouse. I want to see him put in 10 hours a day at a slaughterhouse, okay? I want to see this guy out in the fields making those quotas, picking fruits and vegetables. Because he says that you know, being pro-immigrant is saying that Americans are lazy. That saying that these are jobs that Americans won't do and can't do is accusing Americans. Prove to me that Americans are not lazy and get your ass down to the farm. All right, because mommy wants some asparagus. All right, and that asparagus is not going to harvest itself, sir. So prove to me that Americans aren't lazy. And oh my God, this guy's fucking ridiculous. Wow. And then he's just like, get out. He literally said, get out. Bro said, get out.
YouTube. Guys watching on YouTube, rewind to the time where I said immigrants are doing jobs we don't want to do. When did I say those words? Words that came out of my mouth.
Okay, so why do we have to bring in immigrants? Why do we have to bring in immigrants to the country if we have people who are going to do the jobs?
Pause. You've been voted out.
I mean, the fact is we don't have people that are going to do some very important jobs. We don't invest enough in education to, you know, have people that are competent for other jobs. And
Nice talking to you.
You're going to have to go.
Nice talking to you. You're going to have to go, bro, is what he said as I left, to an American citizen. Good to know where you stand on immigration. It's not about immigration, is it?
I feel like you're going to want to go. And I feel like the rest of us are going to want to go. Look, Trump shutting down the border in the beginning is maybe about keeping people out of the country. All right. By the end of what Trump does to this country, it is going to be shutting down the border is going to be keeping Americans from leaving. All right. Shit's going to get worse and worse for us. You're getting a little sense of this now in the UK with some of the moves that they made to isolate themselves and how, you know, difficult, how much more difficult it's becoming in the UK to make ends meet, right? And these are the same assholes that were like, these Eastern Europeans are coming. Okay, they didn't talk like that. They were like, these Eastern Europeans are coming in and taking all jobs. I do say, we must get these immigrants out of here. Nigel Farage, but yeah, now they're wishing that you know, the Polish workers would come back.
That's what it's not about. Hey, how you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you. How are you?
Not bad. So, what type of immigrants are we talking about?
Oh, wow. Wait, chat. I'm sorry. Are we watching The Holy Mountain here? What's going on? Did we just enter into cinema?
Like any immigrants or are
immigrants? That's what I said. Immigrants
are illegal
overall.
immigrants. part of it too?
Undocumented immigrants also contribute
Illegal.
greatly to the U.S. I say undocumented. I don't think people are illegal.
So, let's put it this way. I mean, I'm an immigrant too,
Are
from
you?
Iran.
Okay.
There isn't even
How
a
do you
U.S.
feel about the fact that people here want you out? Are you okay with that?
I'm here to debate you, not debate them.
I mean, you're all on the same side. You're part of one group.
No.
You've been clapping each other.
No, I mean, there are conservatives here, there are far-right people here, there are Republicans
But how do
here.
you feel about that guy wanting me and you to leave?
But, you know, let's
I'm just wondering. Wait, this is the topic of immigration.
It's not
how
about
do you feel about the guy?
It's not about my feelings towards them.
Okay.
It's about staying on this topic.
Okay.
And
Immigrants
talk
are good for America, yeah. You and me, we're good for America. And the guy over there wants us to leave. So I'm just wondering how you feel about that.
So I believe that there has to be strict immigration laws.
Okay.
We have to make sure that the people are coming here have the good intent of the United States in mind.
That's not my claim, but okay.
So
my claim is about immigrants are net positive.
If we just open our borders to every single person
No one
that wants
calls
to
for
be
open
here,
borders.
you know, that claims that they have economical hardship in their country.
Who's calling for open borders?
No, I'm just saying, you know.
I mean, it's a straw man, so you're just saying a straw man.
No, I'm saying
you're
that
wasting time with a straw man. No one's calling for open borders. I didn't call for open
well,
borders.
you wasted
I said
time.
immigrants who.
You wasted time trying to cause division between me and my
division.
friends over
He
here.
wants you to leave the country. That's a pretty big deal.
All right.
I mean, you can ignore
Like
it,
you
but
said,
that's your side, my friend.
Like I said,
You
you were
made
the
your
one
bet.
that tried to derail this argument.
Derail?
By bringing that.
It's
Even
literally
though we're
core to my
trying
argument. I'm saying immigrants are good to America. People on your
and
side
I
are
asked
saying
you, what
we
type
should
of-
leave. Not me,
And
me and
I
you.
asked you, what type of immigrants are we talking about? Are we
Immigrants
talking about
overall.
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 So
I mean,
so
we're not gonna.
So
you, want to
believe,
get into, you want me to get into like particular communities? I'm not playing that
So
game.
you believe that people that come here without
Overall,
any
help
respect,
the society.
without any respect to our laws and our border,
No,
you know, are going to be good for this country?
No, of course not.
So you can't say that all immigrants overall.
I never said all immigrants.
Well,
I said
you
immigrants overall. Immigrants overall doesn't mean all immigrants. Sorry to break that to you.
All right, so we have to make sure that the people are coming here have the good intent of this country in mind. Agreed?
Yes.
All right,
Irrelevant
good.
to my claim,
But
but
when you
agreed.
have undocumented immigration going
Yeah.
on,
Yeah.
you can't vet that. You can't make sure about that. Let me real quick, you know, talk about my background. There is no the American embassy in Iran. So in order to come here, you have to stay in line for 4 years, and you have to go through some serious vetting procedure to get here.
I'm sure he doesn't mean stay in line for. He's not talking about being in line literally for 4 years, but yeah, 4 years of I don't know, processing a request or something.
But I made it, and that process has to be in place because I mean you don't want terrorists
But I'm-
to
hold on,
fill this
I
country.
made it.
Did you ever consider that the reason that there are so many undocumented people in this country is because of ridiculous 4-year wait times? Is because there's no pathway to citizenship. Did you ever consider that if we actually fixed immigration, but no, this is the guy that's like, listen, I got here as a freshman and I got hazed after class, all right? And so even though I didn't think it was right for me to get hazed, I actually got a black eye from the hazing and, you know, got kind of fucked up and, you know, right? But because I got hazed, because I had to wait 4 years to get in, you need to wait 4 years to get in. We can't fix immigration. We can't hire sufficient, judges for things like asylum claims when there are more asylum claims going on. And we can't make a pathway to citizenship because, God damn it, I didn't have one. I got mistreated, and so you should be mistreated, and you should be mistreated, and you should be mistreated.
Too, I'm an American citizen. I went through lots of vetting. I took my test.
And that's how
But the guy
it
over
should
there
be.
wants us to leave.
But
he wants us to leave.
When people
so people don't really care about vetting, do they?
But
it's not really about vetting, is it, my
but
friend?
people should not have
You're in
the
denial.
right. People should not have the right to ignore our borders and our laws.
What about those
to
of us who
come here.
don't ignore the borders? Should we get to stay?
Of course.
But he says we shouldn't.
Well, I'm not debating him.
You kind of are because you're all together on this.
No, I'm debating you.
Okay. And I'm pointing out to you that your argument is in bad faith because these guys are actually speaking the truth and you're in denial about who's on your side. He wants you gone.
Like I never claimed that.
They just voted him out. They said you lose.
They're on my side. I'm here to debate you.
All right, pause.
Yeah, they're definitely not on your side, bro. They're definitely not. They voted you out super quick. And you didn't even do that bad compared to the rest of them.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return.
You've been voted out by the majority. Yeah, he's about to be voted out in real life too if he's not. Like, you're gonna feel good about supporting this side of things when they fucking denaturalize your ass?
Nice to meet you. Hey, how you doing? I'm Medhi.
Edwin,
Nice to meet you.
The question is, immigration is good for America, right?
Overall, if you look at the
Guy looking like Guido Sarducci. Yo, here's what I saw, chat. When I saw this guy, I don't know if this is I I don't know if this is this is what it reminded me of. Anybody seen this movie? He'll be back. They're bringing him back. Well, I don't know, Chad. Are we gonna be back? That's the question. We're still at 77 out of 100. I wanted to give it a little bit more time to see if we could hit the bonus goal. It doesn't look like that's gonna happen today. Yeah, this is 5 hours. God damn it! I said I was gonna try to do 3-hour streams and then maybe 4 to 6 hour streams if we hit the bonus goal. But I'm doing so bad on that. It's not Manos. It is not Manos. Good guess though, Daymal. This is actually the Holy Mountain. It's on your watch list, yeah. I need to like rewatch it actually. Sorry, chat. This is for anybody that doesn't know. This is the Holy Mountain. A truly strange movie. I'm trying to remember. Does it start off with the frog, like frogs reenacting like a war, and then there's like 1,000 plastic Jesuses, and then
the net positives to things like our society, our culture, our food, our economy, our general diversity. I know the D word is a bad word in places like this. I think immigrants have been a net positive. I think if you look at your everyday lives, we all benefit from immigration.
And what kind of conservatives disagree with that?
The guy, some of the guys who told.
Oh my God.
Told me to leave this place and go back to
wait.
Not a citizen.
Do you think all conservatives?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, in fact, Ronald Reagan, who's a president I wasn't a big fan of until Donald Trump came along. Now people like Reagan look good in comparison. Reagan said in 1986 our country is a nation of immigrants.
Doesn't he kind of have the David Martinez haircut going?
Our immigrant heritage is our strength. He gave an amnesty to 3 million undocumented migrants. He understood the value of immigration. So I'm with Reagan. Yeah, although this guy's putting his thumb down there. So Reagan's not popular in right-wing crowds these days.
Yeah. Well, he's popular with me.
Good too.
I'm a deferred action.
Good for you. Oh no.
Actually, I was an illegal immigrant myself. I came here when I was 10.
Wait, he's a dreamer?
I'm what you would call a legal alien now. I didn't have any say on my parents', choices.
Yes.
Do I think that they were well-meaning by wanting to bring me over for?
Ooh, see that symbol on his neck, chat? I feel like I've seen that somewhere before, and it's not good. I'm not quite placing it. Anybody place that symbol on the back of his neck?
A better future? Absolutely. I believe that.
Yeah.
Did they break the law? Yes. Do I agree with people breaking the law?
Oh, you can't see it because of the freaking.
Do I think that there's ever a situation where you can break the law for the better or the greater good? Immigration is it's an interesting issue because I do agree with you that.
Oh my God, chat! I forgot to shout out Patreon. I was so far behind, I totally forgot to do. Anyway, I'll shout him out. I'll shout you out on the way out, Patreon. Sorry about that.
Good to hear.
Everyone is an immigrant in the sense. Like, can you tell me a little bit more about your journey?
I've been here 10 years. I'm a proud American citizen. I'm a dual national. I'm British. I'm American. And I am an immigrant who's contributing to this country. So, yes, I'm very much proud of America's immigrant heritage. I'm part of it. And despite what one of the other people said on this show earlier, yeah, everyone here, unless you're Native American.
They fucking kicked him because he was too agreeable? Because he wasn't telling Medhi Hasan to get out? Or because he's not white? What do you think, chat? What do you think's the reason that they kick it? That's record time. That's record time for kicking a dude off. Let's just watch this whole movie instead of the Jubilee. I wish, chat. I wish we could watch Holy Mountain. Although I think it is a Chilean film. You know what? We can't watch it on Discord either because there's some, there's nudity. There's, yeah, it kind of seems like it's.
All right, pause. Sorry, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Thank you, man.
Nice to meet you.
How's it going?
The whole thing, I feel like the whole run for the chair thing is played out I'm always worried that people are gonna bash their heads into each other and somebody's gonna start bleeding on the floor. Yeah, when it's kind of funny when nobody else makes a run for it, like how silly you look. Is it Argentinian? I don't remember. It's either that or Italian, maybe.
Sorry, you've been voted out.
Noise.
Please return to your seat.
Thank you, man.
Nice to meet you.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it?
Oh my god. Well, I won't be judgmental of that man's run because I'm not a reactionary. But yeah.
How's it going?
Actually, a fan. I see you a lot on Piers Morgan.
There's gonna be another. Is Cat Turd gonna bring this up and be like, "Hey, look at this! Look at this libtard getting fucking destroyed by this based conservative," and somebody's has to tell him, "No, Cat Turd, Medhi's the liberal. Medhi's the liberal. The guy that you called the guy that you called liberal is actually the conservative."
Okay, thank you for watching.
Yeah. So, my argument is that Americans are what is a nation? A nation is a geographical location full of people who have some things in common. So I think some of the things typically in history are going to be like race, religion, ethnicity, language.
Why don't they just use buzzers? They must have calculated that this is like, I don't know, more interesting.
These are some of the things that we have to have in common in order to actually have a functioning civilization.
Wait, did he say he was a fan? Oh God, yeah, he will get voted out.
Especially in self-government. I'm not necessarily a giant fan of self-government. I'm a Catholic nationalist. I'm not a fascist. You have to have at least some things in common in order to
Agreed.
actually have a civilization. And the immigrants, especially illegal immigrants that come into this country now, disrespect us. They hate everything that we believe. They don't even speak our language. I watched, after Trump got elected, I watched an interview of an illegal alien woman crying and about getting deported, and the entire interview was in Spanish. That is a spit in the face. It's disrespect. They don't care about us. They abuse our system.
So you've
and
gone from a teleological argument into just a bunch of series of wild, unsubstantiated
Well, I'm asking
claims.
you, what is
I don't accept any of those claims that they
what's
hate
the point of
everything
a
we
country?
stand for, and I don't accept. Well, I'm not going to deal with your teleology. I'm going to deal with the false claims that you
Okay,
made.
go ahead.
There's no what's your basis for saying that all immigrants or all undocumented immigrants hate everything we stand for? It's funny that you said you're a Catholic nationalist. How did most Catholics get to America? Irish Catholics, Italian Catholics. Immigration. Much of the people coming across the southern border are Catholics.
Yeah, I know. I don't.
So it's
that's
really
not-
funny that you say you're a Catholic nationalist, but Catholics came to America.
No, they reinvented Catholicism, right? If you're, Mexican and Catholic, or you no longer count, I guess.
By immigration.
Yeah. So there's.
So immigration is good for America. You and I can agree. Otherwise, people of your faith wouldn't be here.
No. We were here on this side of the world, in this continent,
As the French? As the Spanish?
conquest. We came over here, and
But the big surges of numbers, as you well know, because you're a smart guy,
Yeah.
Italian, Irish immigration waves, Catholic immigration waves.
Okay.
Wait, I don't think wasn't it like the Huguenot? Were the Huguenots some kind of Protestants? I'm trying to remember the French, like the French settlers, like what their backgrounds were. I was thinking Catholic at first. Now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, and I'm not
Are
even
you
claiming.
against those?
I'm not even
Were you
claiming.
against those if you were
well,
alive
I'm
then?
not even claiming that
'Cause a lot of
immigration
people
is
were
bad.
against those.
I'm not claiming immigration is bad in all cases at all times.
What is your claim?
My claim is that immigration, especially now, and especially for foreign people that have nothing in common with us,
It's funny that you say it's
is a
especially now.
negative.
My theory, chat, is that they've adopted Catholicism because it's older, and therefore it's considered more hardcore. Like, right? It's like this weird thing. Like, I'm surprised they didn't choose Mormon or something. Well, because that wouldn't be older, but you know what I mean? It like I think they just were picking one that sounded more strict or more, like. And it's kind of, I think they kind of fucked up in picking Catholicism, but now they're trying to, retcon it more with Catholicism prior to the Vatican II.
Thing.
I've forgotten your name. My apologies. Brian.
Yeah, how many
in every era there has been a Brian who's
French are Catholic for the most part. That's what I was saying too. But I'm trying to remember the particular French that came to the that would have been exploring and settling in North America prior to the prior to the Louisiana Purchase.
Who says, I'm not against immigration, just immigration now.
Okay.
This is what people said about Italians, it's what people said
That's
about Irish
unfortunate,
folks,
sorry.
said about Russians, Poles, and now we're saying about
why
people coming
should I
across the
care about
southern
that?
border. Because you're not being, you're
Why
being a
are-
little disingenuous saying,
okay.
I'm only against immigrants now. This is a trope.
that disingenuous?
This is because it's a trope that's been used by nativists throughout American history.
No.
And every wave of immigrants has come in and faced the same hate and animus and bigotry and lazy tropes. And every wave of immigration is ultimately
Well, I think-
assimilated, integrated,
Here,
benefited the
let me
country. In
make
fact,
a-
assimilation right now, according to Jacob Victor from the University of Washington, assimilation rates based on language and citizenship and naturalization are higher now than 100 years.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, the French Huguenots were Protestant. That's why I said at first, I was like, yeah, he was like, Catholics came to this country actually before, and I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about. I'm like, do you mean as the Spanish? Do you mean as the French? Like, what do you mean, like, Catholics? Yeah, this is what I'm saying, chat. Somehow Catholics worldwide, they need to do a little, I hate to tell, a religion I'm not even a part of, what to do, but they need to do a little bit of gatekeeping, right? Otherwise, your religion is about to get fucked up and you're not going to recognize it in 30 years, all right? You got to make it really clear that these people are not like you, all right? And they're not. They're not. This is bastardized Catholicism. Not to say anything. You can convince your sins on Sunday and you're all good. The Pope from the JFK era was in the OSS, which is the predecessor to the CIA.
Years ago.
Okay, let me make a statement first. I think that you in
You
your own
ignored my statement, but okay.
you in your own person are a complete perfect example of why immigration is negative and why we shouldn't allow people who
Why?
don't have anything in
Why?
common with us. You're pro-abortion. You're pro-euthanasia. You're
pro-euthanasia. I thought
Yeah, you went. I've seen your stuff. You've defended euthanasia.
Pro-euthanasia.
Yeah, on Piers Morgan.
No, I've never discussed euthanasia with Piers Morgan in my life.
Okay, so my point is that you don't agree
Actually,
with
I'm
the
the guy
founders
here.
of this country.
If anyone watching at home, I'm the only guy here who actually supports American values, democracy, free speech, the Constitution. I've got folks here telling me they don't believe in democracy, that they're nationalists.
Wait, why should we care about that, by the way?
Isn't that what America stands for? What does America stand for? So you hate
Yeah, that's right. Bring back excommunication.
stands for, not me.
I'm not even
And in
saying-
fact, all the studies show that immigrants actually are more patriotic.
So the only reason
They have no problem with pedos. That's what I'm saying. I'm not glazing up the Catholic Church here. They've got their own baggage for sure, which was why I feel like it's strange for them to adopt Catholicism as their weird, I don't even know, virtue signal. But also, the shit that's coming out of their mouth is not. These are not viewpoints held by the majorities of Catholic people, right?
Born Americans.
The only reason why, that's the Mexicans in LA right now burning it down, waving Mexican flags.
LA's being burned down?
Please don't send us back to the country that we're waving the flag of.
I've been in LA for a few
Ooh.
days. I didn't see anything burned down.
Yeah, I know the
Where?
riots have ended. That's because Trump sent.
But if
in
it's
the-
burned
the-
down,
It's because the. Oh my God. The soldiers that Trump sent that antagonized people that increased the level of anger that extended the protest, essentially, that fanned the fucking flames. He thinks that's what stopped it. Yeah, this is all you need for a narrative, chat. And Trump's been running this shit on us for goddamn near 10 years. All right. People need to get wise to this, and we need to find some like counters to the shit, right? Because you see how that just works, right? Like, and that's what Trump was thinking when he did that. He knew that sending in soldiers was going to make the situation more tense, more inflamed, potentially, produce, like antagonize people, produce more violence, more, destruction of property or whatever. And that B, that after the fact, he was going to be able to sell this whenever everything does die down. He's going to be able to take credit for it, like he always fucking does, right? Like he starts he joins Israel, he allows Israel to attack Iran, then joins in the war with Israel against Iran, and then takes credit for the peace of a war that never should have happened. We gotta get wise to this. Cannot keep letting them run these narratives.
Where's it all burned down? I haven't seen it. I've traveled around all of LA. You said LA was burned down. LA is 500 square miles. It's not a figure of speech, actually. It's another false claim of yours.
No, they're burning
I support
buildings.
euthanasia. LA's burned to the ground.
Bro, just
Immigrants
listen,
hate what we stand for.
Okay, so
I'm super
so
relaxed.
you're pro-abortion.
But you're just saying one false thing after another.
So you're pro-abortion,
and I'm
right?
standing by my position. Immigrants are good for
You're pro-abortion. You're an immigrant.
I'm pro Roe v. Wade.
Yeah,
Personally, I'm not pro-abortion. If you knew anything about me, you know.
Roe v. Wade is.
All right, pause. You've been voted out.
I was going to say nice to meet you, Brian, but I guess not.
Nice to meet you, soy boy. Oh, come on. When's the Sam Cedar guy going to come up?
You made it.
Great to see you.
I need to pee too, chat, and I'm really scared to leave the... Like, I don't want to leave the video playing.
My name is Cyrus.
Nice to meet you, Cyrus.
I am also son of 2 immigrants, came in legally. I'm also Persian descent.
Fantastic.
Born in LA.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Terangeles.
Yes, yes. Well, I am mainly upset, not at the immigrants, legal or not. I'm mainly upset at Wall Street. I'm mainly upset at the elites, the special interests.
I'm with you.
They are the main reason why we've been having this issue since 1965. And most want to do well. There are a few bad apples, we can agree.
A few bad apples amongst the capitalists, yeah.
But we...
Wait, the Sam Cedar guy just left. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, do we see him? Wait, that wasn't just the Sam Cedar guy, right? I mean, I guess there's been a few guys that... Sam Cedar never makes it. God damn it. They teased us by showing it. Oh, man.
We want to go after the elites. They are the main cause of the problem.
Love it.
And just like healthcare, trade, everything.
Did you know, Cyrus, that the top 1% dodge $163 billion in taxes every year?
Oh, wait, the time... Oh, okay. The time counter is actually for the whole segment. Oh my God, Chad, I didn't even understand how this works. Right? The time, they're not counting down like the maximum, I mean, technically it is the maximum time that a person can talk to Medhi, because if they don't get the red flags raised, then they'll just stay there until the subject, though. That's the time counter for the subject, I think.
Every year, while undocumented people pay $100 billion in tax. So I know where my anger is against.
There are issues with our tax system on the rich, but in a state like California, some taxes are too high. I used to live here, now I live in Las Vegas.
Different debate.
Okay.
I'm saying immigration is good for America.
Depends on the
people
tax.
People like you and me overall are good for America, is what I'm saying.
But
and I gotta ask you. Oh no! Fuck.
They shouldn't have been part. Dodge $163 billion in taxes every year, while undocumented people.
What I was trying to say is that, like, look, he left LA. Let's be real. All right. It wasn't because of the taxes. It was because of the cost. The cost of living is higher in LA. The cost of your apartment, the cost of housing is higher in LA, right? But he's going to identify that it's the taxes, right? Which is
pay $100 billion in tax. So I know where my anger is against.
There are issues with our tax system on the rich, but in a state like California, some taxes are too high. I used to live here, now I live in Las Vegas.
Different debate.
Okay.
I'm saying immigration is good for America.
Depends on the
people
taxes.
Like you and me overall are good for America, is what I'm saying.
Okay, but depends on how it's done.
Yes.
It depends on how it's done.
And how it's been done for the U.S.
I'm not blaming the housing crisis on immigrants, not on wages, but in a state like California that doesn't build enough homes and they're bringing immigrants in, you have to increase supply of housing.
I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
But this is where our anger is at the political.
Is he going to bust out a abundance argument? But let me tell you, there's too much regulation in the state of California to be able to build more houses.
Class.
I agree.
The Democrat Party used to have a different stance on immigration 15 years ago. Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton.
I'm not a fan of that. I'm not here to defend different Democrats. What I will say is
that's our anger.
What I will say is that everyone here actually does think immigration is good for America. Everyone here uses an iPhone designed by an immigrant, is on Gmail designed by an immigrant, is
Hog.
He's on a YouTube show.
But
you
this
guys
is
all came to a YouTube show founded by an immigrant. You wouldn't
Fair
be
point,
here.
but that's
if it
a
wasn't for
tiny
an immigrant.
minority,
So
though.
you all love immigrants, whether you like it or not.
Okay, but it is a taboo subject. Should we be concerned about the demographics? So
no.
Anglo-Saxon, European American, 0% of America.
Anglo-Saxons.
It doesn't matter.
Are they 0% of America?
Well, let's say if it becomes 0%, it should not worry.
They're not going to. Why are you bringing weird hypotheticals?
But there has to. But I mean, they're still part of our country. There's culture. There's.
Yeah.
I mean, even Britain. Like, it
America's
concerns
gone through
me.
many
But it
demographic waves,
concerns me when Britain is changing,
Britain
and it's. you know, it's like they're
Britain's been
losing their
changing for
culture,
years.
but it's
Who said
losing
they're
their
losing
culture.
Who
Are
says
they?
that?
Are they going to try to?
I'm
what
from
are
the
they
UK.
gonna,
I'm telling you, no one's losing their culture. in the UK.
London is going to be very little British in
Who
one
says
day.
so?
What's the plan? That's what we want to know. What's the
You
plan?
just made that up. Have you been
But
to London?
how do we know?
Cyrus, have you been to London?
No.
So then maybe you shouldn't comment on places you don't know anything about.
But what's the plan?
I grew up in London.
What's
London's
the
a very
general
British
plan?
city. I was in London a few weeks ago.
Okay.
It's a very British
I
city.
hope not. I understand that there are people in this audience that don't like me or you in this
Yeah,
country,
they want
and
us
I
to leave.
respect that. There's some that don't even want me to date a blonde woman.
And I respect that. Ooh.
And they want to keep to their own, or ginger or whatever. I respect that, but there has to be a deal
Respect the ginger supremacists?
made. There's Idaho, there's Montana. They can go live in a homogeneous society. I don't believe in force, okay? And I believe that there has to be a deal made. And I think there's upsides and downsides to diversity.
There's a deal made. People have elections.
I don't believe in force, but I'm talking like great replacement rhetoric in order to like do pogroms against groups that I feel like are too, you know, represent too much of the percentages of the population in London.
They vote for elections. And
What's the plan? As in, what's the solution? What's the solution to make London more Anglo-Saxon? But he just said,
I don't believe in force, okay? And
my God, I don't believe in force though. Just ethnic cleansing. That's all. I don't believe in force. Jesus fucking Christ, this guy. Pendulous Dragon, thank you for the $1 for the dancing ferret. That ferret is getting fed, but will it be enough, chat? Because we are swiftly running out of time. We're at 79 out of 100. Is this guy the cuckest cuck? I was about to say, Alice on fire. I was about to say.
And I believe that there has to be a deal made. And I think there's upsides and downsides to diversity.
There's a deal made. People have elections and they vote for elections. And right now, there's Donald Trump in the White House. Not someone I support, but people voted for him.
Well, why did he get in mainly? Because we had
That's a big subject.
2016,
Not sure we have time to get into that.
2016,
There's a lot of
Bernie
reasons he got in.
Sanders. Okay.
Part of the reason he got in is that people in this room want people like me and you to leave, and they voted for him to try and make that happen.
I'm not surprised. One of the Charlottesville marchers doesn't like me. And I've met those people. And I respect their views.
You really shouldn't.
Well,
Don't
they're wants.
Don't respect racists and fascists, is my advice to you.
Well, they have their preferences. You know, that's just, we can't change that.
Actually, we can. That's why I tried to come in today, but anyways.
All right, that's time. Please return to your seat.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you,
Great
Cyrus.
pleasure. Good.
My final claim is that Donald Trump's plan for...
Oh my God. All right, so... Wait, did we see the one dude? Oh, we saw the guy... We saw the guy that told him to get out, right? Oh, did we see this guy?
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
You know
the genocide guy?
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
You know the fact you're
I'm
on mute.
amazed that Jubilee find some of you guys. How do they find you?
Yes,
It's being
they're
done by
trying to.
you.
They're actually
The only
trying to
shutting down is being
genocide my
done by
entire
you.
race. So what are you talking about?
We watched this guy. You know what's funny is as the flag fills up, like we couldn't see it because I have the thing in the way. Wait, maybe you can't see it now. Oh God, it's so hard to see, chat. But that they have a little flag meter that fills up as more and more people raise the red flag, and it starts off with a completely white flag, and then the red kind of fills up below, so it turns into like a Polish flag, kind of halfway through. The Danzig hairline, yeah, big mother energy. Settler from the 1500s. It looks like we've seen most of the does he come back? Is this a little
I'm in a room full of, I don't know what to call you anymore. Conservatives, Republicans, fascists. I don't know.
No,
Are you
no.
a parent?
That's the I think that's the trailer. Anyway, chat, I am trying to like not stream as long necessarily. I still want to do the bonus content, and I want to make sure that we have like enough time, like at least an hour for bonus content would be nice. I guess it depends on, you know, what we end up selecting. It looks like we're 21 points away from it today, so I'm not sure if that'll happen, but I will give you the chance to to keep me on as I'm exiting the door. If somebody, if we do hit the bonus goal before the end of the what is this though? Okay, so they bring back the they bring back our friend from the Holy Mountain. What is this segment though?
So while I can agree with you that there are cases that abuse the 14th Amendment, yes, even they're citizens. About Chinese shouldn't be citizens. That in the debate is already a principle in America.
Okay, wait. So it's wait, where does the birthright citizenship thing come up? We should get rid of birthright citizenship.
Argument. This is the free speech debate camp. It's not your country, my friend. It's our country, whether you like it or not.
Medhi will now choose a far-right conservative to debate for 10 minutes on a claim of their choosing. Okay, so that's where the...
I thought Kai was... He smiled, he laughed, he did it. We disagreed. He did it in... I felt like it was good faith. Let's see.
I appreciate it, Medhi.
He seemed to be in good faith. He seems kind of smart. And, you know, he's one of the few people who doesn't want to deport me. Or maybe not. We're going to find out.
My claim is we should get rid of birthright citizenship.
Why do you want to get rid of birthright citizenship, and how, by the way? Because you know it's in the Constitution. I'm so glad you brought this up.
Yes.
Because it was one of my...
The 14th.
14th. I mentioned it to a bunch of your friends, and nobody wanted to engage in the 14th.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the 14th Amendment,
Exactly.
the Citizenship Clause, which says that if you're born here, you're a citizen of the United States.
Yes. I chose this because it's an extension of the original debate and the immigration debate.
Okay.
I think birthright citizenship, first of all, when it was originally argued, you know, among the people who were actually voting on the clause, right? It was argued that the birthright citizenship was not automatically extended to everybody who was just born here. And we have a long history of that as well, for example, with the Native Americans, who had particular laws that applied solely to them. What I think we're seeing in this country is not everybody is so similarly under the jurisdiction thereof of the United States, right? And by allowing for birthright citizenship and not interpreting the Constitution as we're legally allowed to and restrict, you know, the automatic citizenship of anybody who's born here, we actually remove the issue, for example, of family separation, because there is no incentive of a family to come over to this country illegally and then have a child, which is contributing to the awful situation we have in America of breaking up families. This is not something that I imagine you or I agree with.
No.
The issue is birthright citizenship has incentivized that.
So even if I were to concede that in some cases birthright citizenship has incentivized that, that, you know, I don't like the phrase anchor babies, but I'm not naive enough to pretend that there are not immigrants who come here.
Well, including a few of the members of this panel would be considered anchor babies by people that use that kind of rhetoric.
Yeah, and time the pregnancy in order to get. Of course, you and I can agree on that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you then rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries, goes back before the 14th Amendment. 14th Amendment came about, I think, in 1868, if memory serves me correctly. But the principle underlying it is actually from my other country, the UK, ancient English common law, right? So this was always the case. The 14th Amendment, as you know, because you seem well read, came along and codified what was already a principle in American and English law, that if you're born in the country, you are a citizen. Now, you mentioned the point about jurisdiction. There is that little bit in there where it says subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That in the debate, if you go back and read the debate that the senators had at the time, they were very explicit that that was to do with foreign ministers and foreign ambassadors. Diplomats living in embassies, their kids shouldn't be citizens. Obviously, they're here on their own. You know, the Argentine embassy in DC is Argentine soil. You know? So we accept all that.
Absolutamente, amigo.
But when they were asked about Chinese immigrants, Senator Trumbull, who was, I think, the chair of the Judiciary Committee back in the 1860s during this debate, he said at the time, Chinese immigrants' children, they're citizens. In fact, 1898, as you well know, we get Wong Kim Ark, Supreme Court case, Wong Kim Ark versus the United States. And the Supreme Court says, yes, even the child of undocumented Chinese immigrants is an American citizen. So this is a principle going back centuries. So while I can agree with you that there are cases that abuse the 14th Amendment, that there are issues of family separation, I'm not going to rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries and is backed by a 27-year-old Supreme Court precedent because Donald Trump is looking for ways to cut the number of brown and black people in the United States.
If you don't mind me interrupting, this is where I think it's important as well to go back to what we talked about with the Constitution. When we're analyzing, and admittedly, I'm not as interested in the legal argument. There's obviously many ways to interpret the Constitution, but I don't think, especially among conservatives, that it is positive to use the Constitution to dismantle it. When we analyze the original context, like you were saying, in the late 19th century, our immigration law was absolutely different, including, in respect with the Irish and Chinese immigrants that were coming over. It was absolutely different. Changed.
We had open borders, my friend. Some people in this room would hate it. We had open borders for half of American history.
Well,
what does this say? America had mostly free and open immigration in its early days, but started enacting restriction in the 1880s. Yeah. Included the Immigration Act of 1882, which levied a tax on all new immigrants and blocked the entry of lunatics, convicts, and persons likely to become a public charge.
I don't think that's very true.
It's 100% true.
Well, hold on. If you're comparing the open borders, which I don't concede to, but if you're comparing the open borders prior to like 1910 and prior to the Hart-Celler Act, and you look at the amount of immigration and who was coming over.
Nice deflection. Amount is irrelevant. We did have an open border.
It is absolutely relevant.
Why?
Because the Constitution, like the founding fathers.
Hold on. Your argument is we had open borders, but there were fewer immigrants.
I was about to answer. Okay. It's important to analyze the context wherein these laws and parts of the Constitution arise. The original founding fathers said the Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people and is wholly inadequate to the government of any other, which means the people that wrote this document understood that it would not be able to properly...
Super secular people, let's just be clear on that.
Oh, no, that's not true. They were deists.
A lot of them were super secular.
The majority were deists.
But they were secular. Secular doesn't mean atheist. You know what that means.
I understand that, but deist doesn't mean secular or atheist. It means they believe in a God, but not a God.
They were deists in some cases, and in most cases secular. They believed that their religious beliefs are immaterial. This is what fucking asshole conservatives always do. They'll be like, well, George Washington was a Christian. Thomas Jefferson was so Christian, he even wrote his own Bible. Yeah, and he struck all the supernatural events from the Bible because he didn't believe in that shit. That was his own Bible that he... But they'll try to appeal to the fact that most of these people consider themselves Christian, so therefore it's a Christian nation. They were Christians who believed in governing the country without favor to Christian people. Also, we shouldn't be appealing to the founding fathers like they were demigods, which is what we do in this country, right? If you're a constitutionalist and you believe in that after the Constitution fucking gave us Trump, right? But if you still have faith in that, then you're gonna be citing the word, not the people who in a lot of cases were slave owning scumbags.
That's
I didn't say anything about whether
present.
they're deists or theists. I said they're secular.
Okay, but secular
means you separate church and state.
Okay, well, let's talk. We could even talk about that. That's a perfect example.
You're going to run out of your own time making your argument, which you haven't made so far.
I understand, but the separation of church and state is now completely differently understood than originally proposed. Thomas Jefferson, who talks about the wall of separation, which doesn't even exist in the Constitution, understood it in a different way.
Supreme Court precedent, as you well know.
Yeah, sure, but the precedent of the last 100 years, wherein the country has been completely different from its founding, should not overrule the original intent of the people who wrote the document that you and I are both citing. Okay. Which means,
but I'm not locked into what the people who wrote that. We've had amendments to the Constitution. You know that, right?
I understand that,
okay.
And this is our fundamental disagreement: is that I don't believe.
You think you can read the minds of people in the 1770s?
That's not true.
And I'm stuck.
I just believe this country ought to be more like the country we originally had, and I don't think
that's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
I understand that,
but there's a factual basis to it.
Well, let me try to see what you believe.
Okay.
If we are voting on these constitutional amendments, if we are interpreting them, and our interpretation becomes absolutely, let's say, a 180 from what the original intent of the authors of that document is, are you in favor of that?
I guess it depends on the issue.
Okay, I would say no matter what.
So, for example, take the Second Amendment, which we kind of danced around. It's not been but come up here and there.
Yeah.
You know the debate about the Second Amendment is the fundamental debate is one side says it's unlimited, and the other side says no. What they meant was the militias.
Yeah.
They didn't, and they had muskets. They didn't mean AR-15s, right? So we can have that endless debate, which I really don't care for about that. But to come back to your point about the constitutional principles, the 14th Amendment comes along in the 1860s, so it's pretty old. It's not as old as America, but it comes along, and it's been around for 150 years. So if you want to get away with it,
it was around. It was around before 150 million Americans.
And I'm saying it was around before the United States was even created. It's part of ancient English common law. If you're born in a place, you're a citizen of that place, unless you're the child of a foreign diplomat or on a Native American reservation.
English common law did not exist simultaneously as millions of people coming across the border in a year.
Just to get to principles, your argument is numbers change everything. Because we've got so many more people,
not solely, but absolutely.
Okay.
The demographics of your immigration absolutely change it.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? If you got rid of the 14th,
I love the fact that he's appealing to numbers, right? As in, the bulk number of immigrants is greater than it was in the 1800s versus percentage of the population, which, if you're going to make the argument that he's trying to make, should be your standard.
Amendment. What would be in its place?
I think a citizenship test would be fantastic.
What age?
I wish.
What age?
I think we could administer it in high school.
To everyone?
Sure.
Or just the immigrants?
No, everybody.
And then if you fail it, you denaturalize white American native born?
Maybe you can't get a government job.
Denaturalize that dude?
I think there's plenty of benefits that the government...
There will be no government jobs. What are you talking about? Trump's destroyed all that.
...offers people that you should not be able to receive.
I'll tell you this, right? This might sound bad.
And I think
don't think people care for me anyway, so let me say something you might not like.
Nobody would pass it.
If you have a high school immigration citizenship test for everyone...
I think people will take citizenship more seriously.
I'm guessing the immigrant kids are going to outperform the white kids, and you might actually end up denaturalizing some of the white kids, and then people here will be really upset.
And well, hold on. And I like to be consistent about this. That's possible. But what I think it would do is it would give everybody a larger sense of the importance of citizenship.
So you would say no one born in this country is a citizen? No one?
Automatically no. Automatically no.
Oh, wow.
I think we could extend that. People who have a heritage in the country
what
of
are they until they pass the test? Undocumented?
I suppose, yeah. They are not able to receive government benefits. They're not able to receive government benefits. They're not able to apply for these jobs
but
that
their parents
are
are citizens.
Okay, well, hold on. We're talking here about the way that we would implement it.
Yeah, it's pretty important. If you're trying to get rid of the 14th Amendment, I'm going to ask about the practicalities of it.
And we're not
Trump's doing it right now.
And I'm not.
That's what the court is asking.
I'm going to be able to explain it to you in 10 minutes. But what I can't explain to you is that right now in this country we have a crisis of people not Hold on. We're not understanding.
The thing is, they've never had to prove that there was a crisis. It was just taken for. Look, they're like, I believe that there are multiple crises, right? The climate crisis, the affordability crisis. There are definitely crises, but they're acting like immigration itself is a crisis, and they never fucking have to prove it. They never. It's just taken for granted. Oh yeah, I guess it's a crisis. There are a lot of immigrants. I guess it's a crisis. Did we fuck up Venezuela, and now people are trying to get out, and some of them wind up here? I guess it's a crisis. Not a crisis with our foreign policy, which created the crisis, but, a crisis with the victims of that foreign policy.
What citizenship is. The way that you've referred to citizenship makes everybody who hasn't come to the United States an undocumented American citizen until the time they come over here.
That's how a lot of countries are, right? You know that birthright citizenship is operated by multiple democracies around the world. I know Trump lies and says, we're the only country that does it. He lies. That's not true. Multiple countries have birthright citizenship.
Do you think it ought to be that way? Do you think everybody in the world is an undocumented American?
So, hold on. Well, or undocumented Canadian, or undocumented Brit, right? Or undocumented...
Sure. Well, I'm an American, so...
I'm sorry. 10 tones down, yes. Yes. All right. This earth belongs to all of us in equal measure. Or it belongs to none of us. Choose your, Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. Borders are fake. Nationality is fake. And when we come up against a real fucking crisis, which I would argue we already have with climate change, but certainly when we make first content, the fact that we're in these little fucking tribes that we call nations still is going to be a huge unforced error.
Say America, but yeah.
But I'm saying, right, the principle is you immigrate. We have free movement of people. I support free movement of people around the world.
But do you believe they're all?
Are you Kim Jong-un? You think people should only stay in one country and never leave and be blocked from leaving their country?
I think
that's a very illiberal and conservative position.
I think there's a big
libertarians.
There's big room to between being Kim Jong-un and saying that
not really.
Hold on.
In practical terms, if you accept,
I gave one side. I want to give the other. There's a big room to move between being Kim Jong-un and saying that everybody in the world is an American. They're just not on our soil yet. I think being an American
that's a ridiculous statement, right? Because everyone in the world is not heading for the United States of
America. Yeah, but
in fact, right now,
in fact, some of us are headed in the opposite direction. Yeah.
But the idea that you are supporting is that the moment you come to this soil, and that you're born here, you
Yes.
become an American. And
So
I think
I'm not saying at the moment you come to this store, you become an American. I didn't. I had to do the test. Right?
Okay.
I had to do the naturalization process, which is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment.
But
the 14th
think-
Amendment also says if you're born here, then you automatically get it. And I'm not
And
saying,
I think the
I'm
problem
not
we
saying it's
have,
a hill I'm going to die on.
the
right?
problem we have
All
is
I'm saying to you
we
guys,
don't
what do you do
appreciate
instead?
we don't appreciate citizenship. The problem is that when you talk about immigration like we
we
did
can
before,
agree on that.
when we talked about
Yeah, we
everything
can
before,
agree on
what were we talking about? We were talking about products. We weren't talking about
Emily French says we had a guy locally who was taken, who was here from Chile, asylum from Pinochet government, taken by ICE, and is now in Guatemala.
practices
But
or
Kai-
perceptions, which is really what
But Kai, can I agree
immigration
with
is
you?
about.
Can I agree with you? We don't in this country value citizenship enough.
I agree.
I think we should encourage people to have more civics lessons in schools, understand American history and Constitution much more. Here's what's the irony is, I'm sitting in a room today where I've met a bunch of people claiming to be Native Americans who hate everything America stood for centuries.
I think they stand much closer to the America that we originally had, and I think
don't
that's
think
the big
any of you
disagreement.
lived there or had any clue what that was like. And
But
there were
you've-
a lot of-
you've
and there were a
agreed
lot
to
of horrible
dismantling
things
it.
about that America.
And you're not educated. You're anti-intellectual, so you wouldn't fucking know. You've rejected education. You've rejected any kind of material analysis. That's why you voted for Donald Trump, and he's destroying what's left of our educational system. Chat, with that, I'm going to start reading off the names of my Patreon supporters, who I greatly appreciate. 'Cause that is one platform. That is one platform that's not tied to the capricious platforms like YouTube and Twitch that can be taken away from you at a moment's notice for no reason whatsoever. So thank you to those of you who support me on Patreon. Let me read off your names. You're supporting me at the $5 level or above. I'm going to give you a shout out now. So shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nanadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gavi, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Buffy Yeek, shouts out to Big Owl, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. Again, chat, I am going to have to start the stream going forward. It's going to be like 3 hours if we don't hit the bonus goal, and it'll be I'll stick around for longer if we do, right? I have been kind of killing myself with these 8-hour, 9-hour streams. It makes it so I can't get anything done in terms of videos, and also have been, having to take way more days off than I mean to. So yeah, just for the sustainability of the show, I'm making this executive decision. I hope people are not disappointed, but there's only so much time that I can stay on at the, depending on the level of support. And that's why we have the bonus goal in the first place. If people are interested in more content, you can make it happen. We didn't quite get there today. I mean, I guess there's like a few, well, no, we're kind of at the end of our time. The other thing I want to do is avoid, putting ourselves into trouble as far as fair use goes, right? And so I'm going to be covering less entire, I'm going to be covering less of it like entire videos. I'm going to try to zero in on clips from videos and only show you the portion that's necessary, because that is one of the things that can, get you in trouble. I read those 4 standards for fair use, and one of them is the complete, how much of the work did you use? So I'm going to try to use less of the work. I'm going to try to, not be as hard as on myself as far as like having to finish stuff. And that's what I do is I set out, I've got a topic, and until I've covered that topic, I feel like I got to keep streaming, and it's been killing me. So I got to not do that to myself anymore. We're rating you into USA hole. If you're in Twitch, go and say hi to them and their lovely community over there. I think you'll have fun watching their content. Again, sorry for starting so late. I'll try to be starting earlier. The Dancing Ferret is incredible. Go enjoy SEA. I don't know what SEA is, but that sounds enjoyable. What isn't that SeaTac Airport or something? I don't know. I feel like it's an airport code too. But either way, much love to everybody on Twitch. Fly, my pretties. And yeah, Southeast Asia. Oh, there we go. Go enjoy Southeast Asia. I mean, look, I've got a lot to take care of before I can really do much enjoyment. but I'm just trying to take care of myself first and foremost because I haven't been doing that lately. Yeah, I want to be streaming more days for less time, and also producing you content in addition to just my live streams, because just the live streams not enough apparently to support a channel. But thank you for those of you who do support me in any ways you do. Thank you, Thumb Gang. That is a meaningful and important way of support that I appreciate very much. And thank you to the mods for keeping us safe and for keeping the tabs on the bonus goal, which hopefully we will hit tomorrow to get some of that bonus content. And yeah, look for more reformats on the stream too. I aim to cover more topics, maybe for shorter times, which is, I guess, what you get from most streams. So let me know if I'm going too far. In terms of that, I don't think I will. My predilection is to, try to cover things thoroughly, or as thoroughly as I can. And so, I don't think we're going to end up on the side of like too little coverage or not substantial enough coverage. But let me know what you think about the new format as it goes on. But there'll be more topics covered, which should be interesting to some of you. So check it out. Even if the main topic, the title of the stream, is not of interest to you, check the stream out anyway, because there may be something that is of interest to you. And I'll see if I can put that in the description or in the title or somewhere to just indicate that we're going to be covering hopefully more than just one thing in a day. Cover more news, cover a little bit of drama, cover a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and rinse and repeat and grow the stream, right? And also, yeah, look for a subathon on Twitch, because I need to get those numbers way up. But until then, chat, much love, and I will see you tomorrow. And I will this time, because I'm not making myself stream for 9 hours today. So I'll be a little bit more rested too. All right. Much love, everybody. Oh yeah. Moe Hyun. That is a classic NCC ending, by the way. You're getting the